One. Am I on? From Television City in Hollywood, it's the Gratu Orloff Show, brought to you in living color from the Hotel Orloff in Rural Retreat, Virginia. So now, the Gratu Orloff Inspirational Network brings you Gratu Orloff, who holds the world's record for the highest IQ in the world, the 1974 Guinness Book of World Records, and now the record for the fattest man alive on YouTube, owner of the largest comic book collection in the world, a man who will never be part of the comic book community, close advisor to Donald Trump, your friend and mine, Dr. Gratu Orloff. A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty, let's go tripping. Let's go surfing, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, buddy, man. Saturday afternoon, man. Saturday afternoon. Well, a lot of stuff's been going on, man. Blood in the streets in the town of New Haven. Anyway, our new sponsor is HFC. Never borrow money needlessly, just when you must. Hey, get this goddamn camera on me, man, motherfucker. So, with no further ado, here's Gratu Orloff. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. All two of you. So, I should say, lady and gentleman. Or perhaps it's two gentlemen, or perhaps it's two ladies. Yeah, who knows? Well, so what have we been up to today? Howdy and myself. Well, I woke up about 3 in the morning. Uh, had to take Drew the dog to the groomer. So that was done. Then we had a vet appointment for two new kittens, Mary and Callie. So I caught Mary, but I could not catch Callie. It took me an hour and chased all around the house. And this cat is uncatchable. So anyway, I went to the vet with only Mary, and then I promptly found that Mary is actually a boy. So we're having a gender reveal party, ladies and gentlemen. Mary is actually a boy, so we're going to have to rename Mary. And I showed a picture of Callie to the vet, and because it's a calico cat, he said that 99% of calico cats are girls. So even without seeing Callie, he almost 99% could guarantee that Callie is a girl and can keep her name of Callie. So that's incredible. My gosh, what's wrong with you? The pants fell off of Howdy Doody. Shocking. Well, we have a link to come on. This is probably going to be a momentous. Oh, yeah. We still on the air? Maybe not. We're still on the air. Uh, yeah, man. I don't want to be on the air. I'm just on the air because I feel like I'm obligated to. This Howdy Doody doll that I got for Christmas in 1974, he's seen his better days, man. One leg is missing. Where is the other leg, man? So, poor old Howdy Doody, man. The older Howdy Doody ventriloquist puppets are better than these ones made in the 70s from the Sears catalog, ladies and gentlemen. But oh my gosh. So let's see what this tag says. New material consisting of collan and polyester shredded clippings used as filler in this doll. Shell made in Taiwan. Goldberger Doll Manufacturing Company, Brooklyn, New York. Oh, shredded clippings. See these? See the clippings inside? What if those clippings are like copies of Action Comics #1 or something? Well, almost exactly a week ago, we adopted 2 kittens from a farm, and I made a one video this week on Tuesday morning that I guess you would call it went viral. It a lot more than my norm. Most of my videos are lucky to get 300-400 views, and this thing is that video that's only, I think it's about 2 minutes long, has gotten 1.3 thousand 1,300 views, which is a lot for me. And people, you know, even younger people that don't normally watch an old codger talking about comic books and monsters. So uh, I guess the cats, it's not me that's gained all these new subscribers. Well, not that many, but I'm up over 800 now. I think almost 820, which I never thought would happen, but it's just because people are subscribing to see the cats. It's certainly not to see me. So we so we've grown slightly, and I see the demographics show that I've got some younger people watching now and more women also. So the cats. There's something about that particular video. Maybe YouTube picked it up and started promoting it to people in their feeds, I guess, because it was short and uh, it has Roy Clark music. Roy Clark, some of you may remember from Hee Haw. You know, Jimi Hendrix was asked by someone, "How does it feel to be the greatest guitar player in the world?" And Jimi Hendrix says, "I don't know. You'll have to ask Roy Clark that question." So Roy Clark was an amazing guitarist. You'll hear his guitar work in that video. Oh my gosh! So I got some comments here I've got to get to, but first of all, I got to put this leg back on. Maybe I should duct tape this leg. This this puppet needs some love and care, but my other ventriloquist puppets, their mouths stopped working properly. So I used to have fun with these ventriloquist puppets on the show back in the early days of the show, but now they're just decorations here in the Hotel Orloff. Hold on. Okay, let's see what these people are saying here. Pauline Dell, it's so cool that you have kept things from your childhood. Yeah, yeah, it's so cool that I'm mentally ill. Well, the Bible says you're supposed to get rid of childhood accoutrements or whatever, but I don't know if they mean, I think they mean to stop acting like a pussy. I don't think they mean really to throw away all your toys, but I don't know. Last Avenger 85 says, "How's Tom the cat getting along with the kitten so far?" Alan the cat is, depends on the moment. Yeah. Gotham's here. I have the 1989 Batman movie on TV right now, on Sci-Fi of all places. Is that network still on the air? Man, I didn't even know. I remember when that started in the 90s. It would have been cool, except it edited the hell out of all the shows. Um, but oh well. Yeah, 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 yeah. Well, I don't know. I took the 2 cats to the vet and found out that Mary is actually a boy. No, I didn't take the 2 cats. I'm lying. One of the cats, we were supposed to take 2 cats, but I couldn't catch Callie. Um, so I took 1 cat. So I got a shot for whatever the upper respiratory. She's too young to get a rabies shot, and I don't even know if does an indoor cat really need that. But I think they say you just need it the one initial one. You don't have to get it updated. But I don't know. Who the hell knows? So the cats are upstairs. Drew the dog is here. The cats are Okay, all right. I filmed them this morning. Oh, Gotham says Mary is a boy. Yes, we just had a gender reveal party. Well, we're having one, and also 800 subscriber party, I guess. Yeah, the guy kind of looked and kind of grinned at me, and I said, "Oh, it's a boy." He said, "Yeah." He says, "Which is actually cheaper to deal with a boy?" And he said, "And I hear that boys are more affectionate. Maybe that's why." And it's not that Callie is unaffectionate. She'll let me pet her, but it's she's shy. Let's see, she's not mean, she's shy. But anyway, I don't know, man. So whatever, man. Um, well, let's get this show on the road because as sooner we get this show going, the sooner I can end it and do something productive. Um, man, what are you guys doing, man? Uh, Yes, for those of you that are new subscribers to this channel, what is this channel about? Well, it'll have a lot of cat footage, yes, but rename it Marion like John Wayne, says Paulo. Yeah, well, Cleo wants to have an M name, so you're thinking along the right lines. I think she her first thought was Mario, but we'll see, man. Mario von Peebles, Mario Andretti. Well, there's good Marios out there. Super Mario Brothers, I guess. Oh, oh boy. It's been an exhausting day. Gotham City, is it a busy Saturday? If you want to come on, you can show us the new DC books. There's one book he got in that's coming out Wednesday that is truly spectacular. You already know about it, but when you see it, you're going to poop your pants. What is this channel about? This channel is about the things that your mother threw away. Your toys, your old comic books, your bubblegum cards, your rock and roll records, your pin-up calendars, anything that it's about mid-century culture, kids culture, and other things too. Monsters, especially. It's really very hard to monster movies. It's very hard to pigeonhole this channel. If you think this is a comic book channel, then it's not. Just goes. Yeah, there's other channels that will entertain you because but anyway, I was supposed to get a package from Kevin today. The post office said it was going to come March 8th, but that's a computer. When you mail off a package, it gives you a projection of when it should get there. If it was last summer, it would have actually gotten there on the day the computer projected. But something has happened that has changed that in the last several weeks, and possibly month, where if they give you a day it's going to be delivered, it's probably going to be arriving 3 or 4 days after that. What the real reason is, I don't know. Oh, Kevin was wondering about how the cat was staying on top of this cushion. It's just separate. See, it's that was all just miraculous feat of probably not because the cat doesn't weigh much really. Yeah, that was this morning around 5, 6 in the morning when I get up and have a 5 o'clock ritual on Saturday and Sunday mornings where they show Marvel superhero cartoons and Space Ghost and Birdman. So I have to get up for that. Um, that is that's what happens. That's the way it's been most of my time now. Hey. So we have a new sponsor here. Well, maybe the cats will come down. I have no idea. Alan was spectacular, and not Alan. Callie is a spectacular runner, and I'm turning 60 next month, and I just can't catch that little bugger. Man, she finds spaces behind this cave over here. There's a cave here behind a fountain here that she can get. I didn't even know I had space behind the comic boxes and the she got behind those, man. It's just no, there was no catching her, man. She was not going to the doctor. Of course, the cats didn't know. The only time they've ever been caught by humans, they wound up being taken away from their mother and taken to another location. So they probably thought we were going to get rid of them or something. I don't know. They weren't thrilled. Of course, the the boy formerly known as Mary, um, uh, she didn't put up a fight, but she was kind of crying once she was in the crate and ready to go. But anyway, put oil in the car, put coolant in the car, gassed up the car, did all kinds of He-Man things. So you won't think I'm just a pussy comic collector, although I am. Brag about all. Then I went out and chainsawed a whole forest down, man. Then I chopped up all the wood and threw it in my fireplace, man. Uh, who are these motherfuckers? Who are these people in the chat, man? What are they talking about, man? Uh, what am I doing tonight? We're picking the Portuguese song for the Eurovision Song Contest tonight. It'll be something commercial and trite. Well, maybe you can get that wonderful singer Taylor Swift to sing in Portuguese. I hear she's the bee's knees, that everyone loves her. Gotham City Comics says NASCAR is in town. Oh, that should appeal to Paulo. And he says, "Oh, yeah, I usually like the Phoenix race. I miss having IndyCar in Phoenix." But NASCAR bought all the big ovals and muscled IndyCar out of town. Meyer Greenblatt says, "We're cat people now. Get used to it." I'll believe it when I see Meyer get a cat, which I think he will. I think he will. I think he's going to be swayed to get a cat. It's because we're joining like a cult. Who's this hippie on the TV set behind me? It's a DJ. I don't know. I can't. It's just an old DJ. What does it say? I can't read it. You tell me. Some DJ from the 60s. Gotham City Comics. One of the drivers came in and bought a Garbage Pail Kid. Like a card or an actual object, 3D representation of a Garbage Pail Kid. Meyer, the box is shipping. So, Meyer, did you get your box? You were supposed to get a box today, and I was also, but I bet you didn't get it. But you got another box shipping. Oh, I think I know about that. That he's probably talking about. Meyer says, "Actually, I'm a tough guy." Yeah, I'm gonna get a battery. I've got a battery over there. I'm gonna put it on my shoulder, and I'm gonna dare you to fucking knock it off. John Goris just saw a vid of Steven Seagal, fat as fuck now. He was doing some pretty cool aikido though. Well, aren't we all? Well, no, John Goris isn't. John is very lean. Gotham City Comics. Lizard Liz. Maybe he will stick it on the car. Oh, oh, a sticker. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I was, because I'm of the generation before Garbage Pail Kids, although I appreciated them and I bought some, you know, in college. Garbage Pail Kids, I thought they were cool, but I was, as a kid, wacky packages were my thing. Same company, same basic principle, but yeah, they were stickers. And I was trying to think, were Garbage Pail Kids cards or were they stickers? Because I'm ignorant of these things that the youth are into. Although, hey, we did something pretty hip last night. My wife went to the doctor, had a doctor's appointment, and I dropped her off, picked her up, and uh, what is this music playing? And anyway, we went to eat, and then we went to a movie. What movie did we see? Dog Man. So I'm hip on what is popular now. And Dogman is a comic book that's actually popular with kids. It is, and it's like really the only hope of the comic book industry. And I'm serious to be continued because old people buying comics that's not something that can be continued. Obviously, you've got to get younger generations interested in it, and books, about this big with comics that kids can read are the probably the future. But anyway, Meyer says, "Yeah, I'm also doing pretty cool at keto." There's a person trying to get in. Oh, Apollo. Hello, Apollo.
What's up?
Not much. What's going on with you?
Well, not much. It's raining,
Wow.
so can't go outside.
Yeah,
But actually, yeah, I actually went outside. We had to photograph the Chinese car I'm test driving.
a Chinese car. Yeah. Yeah.
Yes,
So the Chinese import cars into your market in significant numbers.
depends on what you consider significant numbers and what the purchase conditions are.
Okay. Well, do Chinese cars come into the United States at all?
They might want to.
They might want to.
Yeah, they probably have to start in California because they're what the Chinese are doing. They're mostly selling electric cars.
Oh, who wants that?
Exactly.
I guess. Well, I guess what I understand, I just saw a picture of they're like throwing Molotov cocktails into Tesla dealerships now over here. These crazy people. They
That's ridiculous. The real reason why you shouldn't buy a Tesla is because Teslas suck. I know. I've driven them.
really they're really that bad?
Yes.
Do you think his spaceships are bad too?
I don't know. They don't seem very efficient. It thinks they're efficient, but they don't seem very efficient. You know, we have spaceships in Europe. They just never show up on American TV, but we do.
Really?
We launched them out of South America.
Yeah. And what planets did you land on?
They land in either in the Atlantic or the Pacific.
That's not outer space.
They don't land it. We're just putting communication satellites in orbit, and then the ships come back.
Yeah, but that's not cool. That's not like going to other planets and seeing
Nobody goes into other
new
planets.
new civilizations.
You can't actually, if you try to terraform Mars, it's going to take about 4 or 5 thousand years until you make it habitable.
Yeah. Didn't they just what did they do in that movie Total Recall? They just blew up some air, right? And
Yeah,
suddenly they
but
had an atmosphere, and I think Schwarzenegger's eyes almost popped out. So it's doable.
yeah, you just have to have alien technology. Maybe we do. May, we're hoping for the alien technology to be revealed in the next episode of the Joe Rogan Experience.
Yeah, yeah. Have you ever been on the Joe Rogan Experience? Has he ever interviewed you?
it
I
it would
swear
either
he
be
interviews a lot of people I've never heard of. I figure you might have
yeah.
been on there.
I don't know. I think that in order to get interviewed, I have to be either a fringe scientist or an MMA fighter or a comedian.
Hmm. Yeah, well, I'm backlogged. There's about three or four interviews I want to watch on his channel that I have in my list to watch. The Bill Murray interview. The I can never remember the guy's name with the that looks like he's from 1974 with the mustache. The conspiracy guy. He's pretty good. He's a real young guy. He was just on a couple days ago. He was also in Alex Jones.
Mm.
I can't remember his name, but and I haven't watched the Elon Musk one yet either. And that was about a week ago or something. What are these people saying here? Uh, Tesla is an excellent car if you like electric. I don't, says Pauline.
Listen,
John Doris,
you can get a BYD, which is Chinese, for half the price and with twice the power.
I don't know that we could get a Chinese car here very easily. I like this interview with Chuck Palahniuk.
Check
I don't
Palahniuk,
know who that is.
the guy who created Fight Club. He wrote the novel on which the movie is
Oh,
based.
okay.
Yeah, I remember that one. It was a pretty good interview. Yeah.
Yeah, well, that sounds interesting.
Hmm.
Uh, yeah, all right. Yeah, I never read the book. I saw the movie. That came out right before 9/11, and I remember seeing, damn, what was that? Was that at your
Wind.
house?
Yeah, my dad my dad wants to uh, comb the cat's hair, and but it's really windy outside, and he doesn't know if it's going to rain again because
Oh, I
the
thought he was
cat. Oh,
slamming. I thought he was slamming the door. That goddamn kid's talking about comic books again on that fucking internet.
no, it's because it's 6 o'clock, so it's getting late to get done with the cat's hair. The cat likes it when it gets combed, but he only likes to be combed outside in the veranda,
Yeah,
and it's not the weather's not good, so it's not going to happen.
this is a really good cat comb. It really is. They like we came home last night. The black cat, who was now known as Mary, but now we know it's a guy as of this morning. Uh, I we there was a mouse sighting about a month ago upstairs. So I know they're cruel and they're horrible, but I got these one of these little glue traps, and I put them in the closets. But one I put behind the refrigerator. So that damn cat went behind the refrigerator and got it like on her back. She was laying there with the thing on her above her tail. So I had to peel it off very slowly, but it left glue residue on her hair. So I was combing that off this morning. So that's pleasant because I didn't expect we were going to get cats this soon.
Mm.
Um, all this just came out of nowhere about almost exactly a week ago. Man, the clock's fooling me because about a week and a half ago. I mean, when was it? No, oh, it was earlier this week. The power went out. We had a blizzard, and the wind was blowing like 60 miles per hour with snow, and the power went out for 2 hours, and then I had to readjust the clock, and I said, "To hell with it! I'm just gonna move it ahead an hour now, just so I can get used to the new time change." Because I don't know if you guys do time changes. Do you do time changes there?
We do, but it won't be for another month.
Yeah, well, we do it tonight. Look at that! I'm doing the Elon Musk thing, and I didn't even think about it. I think maybe he's not even thinking about it. I think it's just a habit. I don't think he's really an Illuminati guy, but he might be. You know, yeah, man. We just talk this way, and
Hey, I told you he's a
really,
Soros plant. You don't believe me? If he
you
wants to
don't.
sell you electric cars, he's a Soros plant.
You think he's in with Soros?
He used to be. 10 years ago, all of the lefties were, Elon Musk is going to save the planet with his electric cars and he's going to get rid of CO2.
Right, right, right. Well, yeah, but people can grow up and realize, I think, people can change. People really do change. And I think people people awaken when they really realize how horrible things are among the elite. Uh, I think he just wants to make sure the world's wonderful for his 42 kids. And I think it's 14. I think he had a baby the other day, but no one mentioned it. I mean, I seriously, I think he had one. just about 5 6 days ago. So anyway, I don't know. I don't even know what I'm talking. What were we talking about? We're talking about Elon Musk. Yeah.
And
Well, he's
cats.
all right. Yeah, Elon Musk is all right. So, blah, blah, blah. What are these people talking about? I was hoping Kevin would come on. He might be busy, but let's see. What are
He's
these?
yeah, he's busy selling garbage pail kits to NASCAR drivers.
I don't like the idea of dealing with communists. Well, we have to do that at Walmart because everything's made in China. But I think the tariffs will. I don't know. I think it'll be a good thing. I have one of these cat combs for Toby Trump. He loves it. Oh, sure. Yeah, her cat is named
Yeah.
after Trump. John Goris, I don't like the idea of glue traps. I don't either, John. I just use the old fashioned spring trap. Seems more human till they make a guillotine mousetrap. Yeah, I mean, either way, you're killing them. Yeah, I don't know. The problem with the spring traps is I'm a klutz, and it would go down on my finger. Right, 100% chance that that would happen. Uh, uh, yeah, I've never. I know what you're saying. It's horrible. I'm embarrassed to even mention that, but I just don't want mice running around. Ideally, I'd like to. There's some way of capturing them live, and then I'd just take them to the field and let them go. It's what I'd like to do. I mean, I tried not to step on ants. I pretty much like a Buddhist monk normally, so that is really out of character for me to get a glue trap. But yeah, oh well.
How
Okay.
how long how long till the cats are old enough to go hunt them?
I don't know. They could probably do it now, but I mean, I've seen Alan do it, and Alan may have gotten rid of that mouse for all I know. Uh, but I heard that mouse in the closet in the what used to be the comic room, and I saw him running, and I said, "Shit, man, I better get rid of this mouse. It's the little tiny mouse. It's not a rat."
Hmm.
Um, yeah,
Yeah.
man.
The advantage of living in an apartment building is that we don't have mice or rats.
How do you guys prevent that?
They just don't come up. They would have to come up through they don't fit through the sewer pipes because we don't have space between the walls since they're because uh, this is a right now I'm on a ninth floor, so everything is brick and steel. There's no way for a mouse to get anywhere. We do have cockroaches, and it's the type that's big, that large variant of African cockroach. They became kind of common around here in the late '80s, early '90s, and now they're everywhere. And you kill one, and it doesn't really matter because five more show up in the next year, and so we have to and you can clean everything. You have everything clean, but they come up through the sewer pipes, and and you it's really hard to get rid of them.
Don't you have a house, but you like hang out on the weekends at your parents? Is that what's going
Yeah,
on?
I mean, it's a 10-minute walk.
Oh, okay. But
Yeah,
the house is livable now. For a while, you were getting your
yeah,
kids stuff.
yeah. The house is livable. I can live there. But the thing is, my mom took a fall and she hurt her hand. My
Oh,
parents are both in their late 70s.
right.
It's a good idea for me. My sister moved out with her boyfriend, and she lives 65 miles away. So it's a good idea for me to hang out.
That's good. That's good. Yeah, I know. I've been there. I understand. Yeah, I was wondering because I remember that for a while your house was what so filled with collectibles you couldn't fit in. And was that
Yeah,
basically it, or was there other issues?
dusting is complicated, and I don't like it.
You don't like the dust? Just don't do
Yeah,
it.
yeah, but
Why dust?
it yeah it gets in it gets on everything.
Yeah, it's not going to bother. Well, unless you're allergic to dust, I guess it could bother you. Actually, My philosophy is don't dust. Well, feather dusters are what you use for these model kits. I haven't done that in a while. Oh my God. Well, let me see if I should reveal the surprise that, oh, Meyer, John, Kevin just shipped the comic to you. Yeah, that's what I was going to talk about. Uh, this facsimile that's coming out Wednesday of that Detective Comics issue where Batman is looming over a castle, the Golden Age. I don't know what issue number that is, but Neil Adams did a take on that cover. You know what cover I'm talking about, or do you?
Which
Where
issue of
there's a
Detective?
castle. This is like in the
Hmm.
early 40s, and there's a giant Batman looming over it. Very famous cover, iconic. And Neil Adams did a like a modern version of it in the what I don't know 69 or 70. Anyway, they've got a facsimile of that coming out Wednesday here, and I can't see how anyone that collects comics wouldn't buy that facsimile. I think this might be what makes facsimiles just go crazy because
Yeah.
this is cool looking. He showed it to me last night. He called me. He did a video call. I was actually sitting on the John, and it's like, oh, it's a video call. I don't think he knew I was sitting on the John, but anyway, he showed me this. But anyway, Meyer got a blank cover over the cover, and then there's a blank cover over it, and then he's going to have John Goris paint his own version of what would be a Golden Age Batman cover. So that's why he says he just shipped the comic to you just so next week. If he shipped it now, I would say you will get it probably like Saturday. Yeah, well, next Saturday because the mail is moving really slow here now. Myers says probably midweek. It's a blue cover, not white. Yeah, I don't know about that, Meyer. Maybe, but I'm finding that the mail's moving slower than what you think. And whatever day they tell you it'll arrive at, it will. Because I was supposed to get a package from Kevin today also, and it's not here. By the way, so anyway, Kevin will come on when at some point and show us that. And then there's also
That the facsimiles, if they become more commonplace, they can become a good alternative for collectors who want to have complete runs, but obviously can't afford keys.
yeah,
And it's more important to get new collectors to go for runs than keys.
yeah. Well, new collectors go for runs of old comics or modern runs. What do you mean?
Well, if we want them to get interested in older comics,
Hmm.
those are price getting pricier. And if it's a key, they're
Right.
out of reach. So I know they're. Why should I waste my time getting a complete run of Roger Stern's Spider-Man if the first appearance of Hobgoblin is going for I don't know $100? And I'm talking about '80s stuff. I'm not even going
Yeah,
for the
yeah.
'60s stuff.
I don't even acknowledge that as even being Spider-Man that time period. I'm sure it's great, but I don't even know what the Hobgoblin
Yeah, but
is
yeah,
on.
right. But if '60s stuff, everything is expensive. If you want to read the '60s stuff, go for the Epic Collection. But the '80s are doable. But then again, we have
Yeah.
that one issue, which is the first appearance of Hobgoblin, that's going for a couple $100, and,
Yeah.
and you try to get the whole run, and you want to read it. But that issue in particular is too expensive, and it's hard to find. And okay, and the guy's going to collect it all, and goes, you know what? I don't care. I'm going to sell what I have, and I'm going to quit it. And you have all of a sudden a bunch of issues of run fillers showing up in the stores again because that particular issue is never available. So let's have the facsimiles available so that people can know that okay, it looks exactly the same. It's got the issue number. It fits in there. You can't have the
Yeah.
original, but you can have that one.
Well, it's the thing about all this modern terminology like key issues and run filler, that's all alien to me because to me, I never really had a full run of anything and never even thought about it. I mean, you can get the collected issue, bound, soft cover, hardcover uh, collections, and those are great. But I still would like to have as many, and I don't even acknowledge anything key or run filler. To me,
Mm.
it's all great of the titles I like, but I still like the original comics because it's it's an experience. It's a time warp back to like a certain time, like whatever the hell I'm listening to sounds like it's late 70s radio. Let me see what it is. It's oh yeah, all right. So it's 94.7 KMET Los Angeles. This is B. Mitchell Reed, January 7th, 1979. That guy was a DJ in the 60s. He didn't look quite as hippie-ish then. But okay, and it's an hour and 47 minutes long, this tape. So you listen to this for an hour and 47 minutes and you're in Los Angeles in 1979,
Mm.
and things like this, if you're in a 1966 car driving around, if you have an air check like this from 1966, you can get into the mind, you can actually feel like you're traveling back in time. And the thing about the comic, get like I just got this Amazing Spider-Man 42 the other, it wasn't in great shape, but it's there and I see the ad. That's okay. This came out September of 66 and you see the ads for the new Marvel superheroes cartoons and you see it's just all the ads and the experience of seeing the other comics that are for sale that month. It's it's so the experience of actually holding that comic that existed then is that's a whole it's the whole experience that you don't get in the reprint editions. But that may not matter to a kid today, but I don't know. To me, I only care about comics from certain time periods, really. I mean, the Amazing Spider-Man's a great character, but I don't really accept anything that happened to the Amazing Spider-Man after maybe the late 70s. I'm sorry. I mean, I think he's a character that belongs in a certain time period with a time period of go-go clubs and mini skirts and newspaper photographers and I just don't think I so that's why I don't care about Venom and Carnage and anything from the 80s or 90s or Black Suit Spider-Man or I like if it's Steve Ditko or John Romita, I like it. If it's not those artists, that's you know, and it's that way with just about any comic, be it Hot Stuff, Casper. Once it gets to the late 70s, it's just not as much fun to me. And maybe it's because that was my childhood, but even I think if I was young, I could look and see, well, the art's just better and during that time period. It just things got weaker. It's something about all of culture. 1960s TV shows are a hell of a lot better than late 1970s shows and 1980s shows. It's like the whole all of culture just kind of declined and sank down. At least American culture. I don't know.
Oh, you can. We could probably point out. Some people would probably point out to a cultural decline, even in 1938. You'll notice that the early action in science fiction strips of the 1930s still used what was considered realistic was to do a style based on classic antiquity, which was Greek statues and their interpretations throughout the Middle Ages and all the way into the Renaissance.
Okay. Yeah.
And then guys like Jack Kirby, they start doing arms popping out of the panels.
Right.
And so to somebody in the late 30s, early 40s, Jack Kirby is an inferior product who downgrades culture because he's not doing statues based on Renaissance paintings and Greek statues.
Well, as far as the Renaissance influenced artists, would you be referring to Alex Raymond and stuff like that?
Yes. Yeah, definitely.
So, well, I mean, I think Kirby would tell you that Alex Raymond was a better artist.
Of course,
but he was
right, because that's the influence. You can see it. You can see the transition from Alex Raymond into Jack Kirby or Mort Maskin.
They all worshipped him. They all worshipped him. And really, what they were doing, that was their influence. That was reading books on mythology, and yeah, that's where all of this comes from.
But, I once saw a movie called Cadillac Records, which was about a record company. They used to put out soul and rock and roll albums in the 1960s. I can't remember the exact one, but they had the rights to Chuck Berry and Muddy Waters, and there was a time when Muddy Waters was going out of fashion and Chuck Berry was all the rage. And there's a part of the movie, so I don't know if this happened or they're fictionalizing a bit, but the guy from the record company, he gets the Rolling Stones to come on their first U.S. tour. And the Rolling Stones, they walk up to Muddy Waters, and because Muddy's old guard, and he knows that there are times when the white people are not going to pay any attention to him, and he starts carrying their luggage, and the guys are like, Mr. Waters, we were such big fans, because the Rolling Stones are considered among the most influential rock bands of all time, and it doesn't matter that they're British instead of American. It's the Rolling Stones. But the Rolling Stones walking up to Muddy Waters and being in awe of him, and a lot of people nowadays don't even know who Muddy Waters was. That happens. So you even if you become the part of the most influential name on your craft, there are people that you walk up to and you say, "You are the best. I will never be what you were." Even if throughout their career they prove that wrong, because they end up creating something that other people copy.
Yeah. Well, man, why is it called Cadillac Records again?
The guy used to give Cadillacs to his artists when they made it big.
Is it about Chess Records? It's about Chess Records, right?
I think so. Yeah. The guy with Adrian Brody was playing Leonard Chess.
Well, shit. I think I didn't.
Yeah.
I would have watched that movie in a heartbeat, but I think I saw that that they had rap stars playing these people like Chuck Berry and stuff, and I thought, man, I don't see that. I don't know. Maybe I just never had the opportunity. I guess I should watch that movie.
The movie's good. They're not trying to do any modern take on anything. The Beyonce's in there. Lauryn Hill is in there. Mos Def is in there, but they play the musicians who created the sound that ended up emulating. So I think they're respectful that way.
Do they lip sync or do they actually sing it?
Yeah, they lip sync because you want to hear what they sounded like.
Okay. All right. Okay. I was thinking, okay, yeah, I should watch that movie and just ignore that these are people I hate in real life.
No,
Probably.
they get into the characters. You look at them; it's not them; it's the characters. It's the people
Yeah.
who were. So when Beyonce plays Etta James and
Oh,
Lauren Hill plays what was Lauren Hill playing in Cadillac Records? I know
Beyonce
she was playing
plays
because she.
Etta James. It's hilarious.
Uh,
What up?
yeah, but they play the characters because it's Jeffrey Wright playing Muddy Waters. Jeffrey Wright's not a singer, but he's a good actor. You can't
Is
believe that that's Muddy Waters.
is the main actor that guy with the skinny nose from King Kong?
I don't I've never watched the modern King Kong. So the guy,
Well, who's
this is Adrian
the
Brody.
main
Yeah, it's the
guy?
guy. Yeah, Adrian Brody, the guy with the skinny nose.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's why I can't take that guy, man. That's probably why I didn't watch. It's like I see a cast of horrible people. It's like Adrian Brody is. God damn. Women like him. They think he's attractive. I guess. God damn.
Hmm.
Uh, so yeah, I should. I guess that subject matter is something I should love. I'll give the movie a chance if it pops up somewhere free. Uh, Yeah, well, the point is that influences, well, sure, yeah, the Rolling Stones and the Beatles were doing Chuck Berry songs when they started, and the Rolling Stones were probably doing Chuck Berry songs because the Beatles were doing Chuck Berry songs because they kind of followed the Beatles. Uh, the Beatles were the image that people get is the Rolling Stones were this down and dirty blues band. They were street guys, and the Beatles. No, and well, that they were the dirty ones, and that the Beatles were kind
Hmm.
of clean cut. And in reality, the Rolling Stones were like arts school type guys that were like, yes, I'd have my tea now, and the Beatles were these like they were the dirty, nasty ones. But the image was inverted.
But
The way that
you can
we perceive them is not the way if you had actually been around them.
you
Uh,
can tell from their accents. You in London, you can do code switch with your accents depending on who you're talking to. If the Beatles were from Liverpool, and if you're from Liverpool, you're from Liverpool. You sound like you work on the docks. That's it.
Well, in the United States, we can't tell. I mean, there's some British accents you can tell it's, but you know, we can't tell the difference between Paul McCartney talking and Mick Jagger, which one's more elite. But
Mick Jagger, because Mick Jagger has the where the rock and roll band who came from blues, he kind of uses the mainstream London accent, even if he came from a proper prep school. Uh, Paul McCartney and John Lennon, neither of them sounds anything like Mick Jagger or Keith Richards. If you know the accents, you can tell. The thing is, the Liverpool accent is actually quite thick, and you have to, if you grew up in Liverpool and you go somewhere else in England, you have to get rid of that accent because everybody's going to point at you. Oh, it's a kid from Liverpool. He works in the docks. He probably steals stuff to make ends meet.
well, yeah, well, living on near the docks, that's what it got them the exposure to the American rock and roll that the sailors brought over. John says, "Did Paula see Babylon? It's sometimes cringe, but a great expose in early Hollywood."
And I don't.
I
I
heard
don't.
about that.
If I've seen it, I didn't pay attention to the name. I think I saw a couple of movies that were set in the early days of Hollywood, but I probably not more than once. And I don't remember specifics about them. But it sounds like something I could have seen once.
Yeah,
So I don't
didn't
know
see it.
exactly.
I that sounds interesting. Yeah. I wonder if the cats are trapped up there in the room with my wife who's doing her job.
Uh,
They might be. So anyway, yeah. Um, yeah. The comic book artists of the golden age were they were one they if they would have preferred to be newspaper comic artists. That they looked up to those guys. Those were the ones that really made it. They and 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 there were few people that worked in the comics that really had the talent to be in a newspaper. Like Eisner obviously had that talent. Of course, he was syndicated in newspapers, but most of them were, you know, just
and
stuff
and
grade.
Eisner had to find some syndicate like way up in Minnesota or something in order to get the spirit distributed because the big ones you like King Features or United Features they wouldn't carry comic book guys.
Yeah. Well, that's a that the idea of having an actual kind of a comic book that's inserted into the Sunday newspaper. I think that he was the only one that did that until the 70s. Marvel did that in certain, and it was there were weird Spider-Man and X-Men comics that were regional, that were only because I lived near Dallas, and there were and then the Dallas Times Herald there was I think an X-Men at the State Fair, which is in Dallas, and there was a
Hmm.
Spider-Man, and he was in Dallas with Sanger Harris or Neiman Marcus or something behind him, and I thought, with Dallas Cowboy cheerleaders, and I thought maybe these comics they just alter the artwork slightly in different cities and change but I think they were just for that one market, and I would see them everywhere. They weren't rare in the Dallas Fort Worth area, but I don't know if how people perceive them in other parts of the country. I don't think they're worth much, but
Right. Yeah. When I see them in the Grand Comics database, they're usually 16 pages. They don't even have credits. Looks like something that could have been drawn by a John Romita assistant.
uh,
So they're not important in that way
really,
because they don't contribute to the lore.
well, yeah, they may not be officially in the continuity. I think they were full length comics, and I don't remember the artwork being any that much worse than what you'd get on the spinner rack.
No, no, it's
But
not bad. I mean, it's professionally made, but it's not amazing.
oh yeah, well,
The
the ones on the spinner rack weren't that amazing that time period either to me. But um, I don't know. I just
I- I'd
couldn't get.
yeah, I'd say they're not. They are below Ross Andrew quality.
They're pretty shitty. Yeah, but everything was. I everything was disappointing me at that time period. All of culture, it's like, oh, there's a Spider-Man TV series, and then I saw it, and it's like, oh shit, oh, it's Captain America. Oh man, oh, this is really shitty. And I just kept getting let down. Oh, DC superheroes they're bringing back Burt Ward and Adam West, and there's gonna be Hawkman and Captain Marvel. Oh no, well, it's like a stupid laugh in with a laugh track. Everything was shit.
Mhm.
And meanwhile, in Japan, they were getting great superhero. They had their own superheroes, Kamen Rider, Ultraman, and then they brought Spider-Man over and did their own take on Spider-Man, and that show was a lot of fun. Um, it wasn't that much like the comic book. He looked more like the Spider-Man of the United States, but didn't really act like him so much. Because I think he fired machine guns and had a giant robot at a car and had some kind of alien origin and was a Japanese guy, so it was very different, but suit was the same. And he fought the Thing, who was a villain in one episode. Uh, You ever watch those? You ever see those Japanese
Yeah,
Spider-Man?
Spider Man. I saw about 20 years ago. They had it on Portuguese TV. What they used to do in the late 70s and early 80s,
No, I meant the
and I know that
Japanese.
no, the Japanese know. Japanese know. They
Ever
tried doing
seen it?
something. I don't know if they did it in the US as well, but they spliced together two episodes of the Spider Man
Yeah,
live action to turn it into a feature film so they could show it
yeah.
on matinees in theaters.
Oh, I know that's horrible. That must have made. No wonder you guys hate the United States. Like you think American movies are like two shitty episodes of a TV show, and then they put it in a theater, and it's like, oh wow, an American movie. Oh well, that's shit. Yeah, I was disappointed. I was seeing it for free. Yeah, that sucks when they do that. Yeah, I know they do that. Uh, they did that with the Planet of the Apes TV series too. They would
Hmm.
that might have just been for syndication, and because it was only one season, it's like, what do? You can't put it
Right.
into syndication because it only lasts for a couple of weeks. So you take the couple hour. Oh, we've got more Planet of the Apes movies than just the five. But yeah. Oh well, that's
Yeah, the Italians used to do something with their Western characters. Uh, they just do bootleg versions, and nobody would get sued. But okay, so the Sartana character, his it becomes successful. So somebody else does a knockoff Sartana and calls it Sartana, and and
who's
puts it.
Sartana.
Yeah, Sartana was played by Lee Van Cleef actually.
Oh,
Uh, it's a
never
spaghetti
mind.
western, but it's Lee Van
Right.
Cleef. But if Lee Van Cleef was not available, they would get an Italian actor to do an unofficial spin-off, and they would market it as a Sartana movie, and they would call the guy Sartana, but it's not. But the original director is not involved. The
Yeah.
actors are not involved.
Yeah, yeah, that's wow. Yeah. So last time we talked, what was happening? We were talking about Trump and all that. And I don't know. Oh, we were talking about oh, I think we're talking about the Ukraine. Now it sounds like Ukraine and Russia are kind of willing to go to the table. I don't know.
I don't see it.
You know,
Trump said it, but I don't see it.
well, I know that I know Putin's pounding Ukraine right now,
Mhm.
and I don't know. You were saying that that we, meaning the Europe, needs to do the brunt of the work, and then it sounds like the European leaders were saying that.
Yeah.
But do people really are people really like, yeah, I want to go over there and fight? I mean, are people really saying that?
That's not how it works here. People just accept that conscription is a thing. Right now, there's no conscription, but
Oh,
if it becomes conscription, it becomes a thing.
oh,
The,
so people are perfectly willing to allow the people that volunteer to go
no, it's
fight.
not volunteer. You get conscripted. You're working, and now you're not
Oh,
working. You're in the army. You're in the army now.
okay.
Listen, when I was 18, I still had mandatory military service, and I did the health inspection. And during the health inspection, they said, "Okay, you're going into military reserve," which means that I didn't go through basic training. But I was in the military reserves until I turned 35, which means that should we have gone to war, they would have sent a letter to my house, and I would have had to go to the military office and say, "Here I am. Put me in the military."
Okay.
Even during that time, mandatory military service ended, but because when I was 18, it was still mandatory. I would have been conscripted, and somebody who was 4 years younger than me would not have been conscripted
Yeah.
because it wasn't mandatory when they turned 18.
Oh my gosh. Whoa. Well, I don't know. Uh, we'll have to see how everything goes.
One thing that Trump doesn't seem to realize is that in order to stop the only way Russia accepts to stop the war is if he gets territory. And the minerals that Trump wants, 75% are in the territory that he's giving to Russia.
Yeah.
So he doesn't get anything.
Well, yeah. I don't know.
I went and downloaded a map from a scientific paper that was published in Poland in 2002.
Yeah.
And it showed where the mineral resources were, and the majority of them are in the Donbass. There are a lot of them in Crimea, and then there's territory in Vinnytsia, which is a little bit from the west to the west of Kiev, and that's the only resources that Trump would have access to if Russia agrees to stop the invasion.
What are they talking about? Lithium?
No, phosphates.
Phosphates. And what are phosphates used for?
For agricultural production.
But I think there must be lithium, and they're not talking about that.
Oh, there's no lithium. There's not much in the way of lithium there. There is some, but we have lithium here in Portugal, and we're not using it.
What is it that computers run on? Is it lithium? Is that the right word? I don't know what I'm talking about.
Lithium is to produce batteries.
Batteries. Okay. I think that's probably what the Ukraine has, and maybe we just don't know it because they keep talking about we need shit that the Ukraine has to power AI. So I don't know if phosphates power.
They don't, but the lithium, there's not much. I think we have in Portugal, we have as much lithium as the Ukraine has, and we're a much smaller territory.
Well, we need to invade you guys, man.
Yeah, invade us.
Why don't you just become a state and accept your fate? Hey, I'm listening. I'm just going to get some. I'm going to be listening. I can hear. But
sure. Okay. Well, you guys here. If you guys want to ask me some dumb questions, I'll answer them.
I'm still here.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm just bringing a box over to go through it.
Right. The what you have is a lot of people that the point of the war is it's moral, because you can't allow a country to gain territory to gain territory through conquest, because we all agree that we're not going to do that after World War II. And what I was saying in the chat the other day is that you can have peace with the Ukraine if you give territory to Russia. That stops the war on Ukraine. It doesn't create long-term peace and stability. What it does is it gives non-Western nations license to invade, because non-Western nations are very good at using our morality against us. And it's okay. So if you Westerners say it's okay to keep this territory, we are going to invade our neighbor. Russia, just one case. The other one is China. China has no excuse not to invade Taiwan now, because what they will say is that as long as we can hold on to Taiwan, we will wait until America wants to stop the war, and then we get Taiwan. And it'll happen in other places that are not as relevant. I mean, I think I mentioned the other time the conflict between Russia, China, and Pakistan in the Jammu Kashmir. Now, what's in Kashmir? Nothing. That's the problem. They're fighting over it, and there are no resources there. There's no population there. They don't grow anything there. They don't mine anything there. What they do have is a vantage point over their neighbors, because that's in most of that territory is a very high plateau, and so you can see what goes on beyond their borders.
Well,
Those
maybe
three
that's
countries.
important. That sounds pretty important.
Yeah, what's important is that we have China, Pakistan, and India who will fight amongst themselves in their nuclear powers. So it's something that doesn't affect the Western nations directly. So they will have no compunction about using nukes on each other if need be. Because it's in Kashmir, we won't feel the need to intervene. But it might affect all of us because since we farm out of a lot of production of common goods and industrial goods to China and India, should they go into a wartime economy to fight each other, and we're talking about the two most populous nations on earth, it's going to make everything more expensive for the rest of us, both in America and Europe.
Well, that sounds horrible. The world's gonna be horrible. It's just gonna be awful.
The other thing is, if you tell on a smaller scale with Russia, if you're telling Putin that it's okay to invade as long as he can hold on to the territory for a few years. So next is going after Georgia. He's not going to go back on the Ukraine for the foreseeable future, not for at least 6 years or so. But Georgia is the idea of going after the Ukraine was a message to all of their former Soviet republics that if we can get rid of the most powerful of the former republics, we can go after any of you. And what they had was a lot of resistance. But Georgia is a much smaller country, so it's an easier win. They already have a way in because of the South Ossetia. This is something that doesn't show up on the news. It doesn't show up on the news either. You have to go look for you have to go look for it. The EU is not going to intervene. America is not going to intervene on Georgia, and neither is Europe. But because it increases the territory, it increases the shoreline, the Russia's shoreline in the Black Sea. Turkey might intervene, and a war between Turkey and Russia is going to be messy.
Yeah, well, I think if Russia took back all its old territory, would life be better for those people?
No,
it would be worse than what they've got it now.
Not for some of them, but
because Russia may be different than they were back then. What if Russia took them over and made their lives better? What if that?
Why would Russia do that? You have to understand the way that. You have to understand how Russia operated when they were an imperial power. So this has nothing to do with the Soviet Union. They want to bring back the Russian Empire. That's why they want to go after Finland. Finland definitely is not going to be better in the Russia. Finland is a European country. They are culturally connected to Scandinavia, even though they're not proper Scandinavians. Because while they were once part of Russia, they were also once part of Sweden. But the thing is, what Russia does with the non-Russian ethnic groups is turn them into second-class citizens. And that was always the case, both before the rise of communism and after, when it became the Soviet Union. What a lot of the socialist republics that were part of the Soviet Union were sort of a compromise, because when the Russian Empire fell, a lot of them declared independence as socialist republics. But they couldn't hold. They didn't have enough troops, so they held it. They couldn't hold their ground. They all agreed to become part of the Soviet Union, to stay within the Russian sphere as we invaded during the that's not it. But the idea would be in the Ukraine was that they stop for now. They'll go back after.
Yeah, but
Um,
why should we be a playground monitor? What, so
yeah,
if
I get it.
someone's a
Yeah.
second class citizen, they're still probably able to have a wonderful life and get married and
No,
have
no,
kids.
that's not what second class citizen means. And second, when you're a second class citizen, you have to get on bread lines.
I don't see bread lines in Russia anymore. That's something I heard about when I was a kid. I think Russia's doing pretty good now.
But the Russians have the non Russian ethnic groups don't. That's why they occasionally go out and punish the Chechens because the Chechens are not being uh, proper second class citizens.
No one even knows what a Chechen is. So,
The Chechens are an Iranian ethnic group who has through the last few hundred years has mostly lived as a subject of the Russian Empire,
yeah,
and they continue that way because the Chechens don't even have a republic within Russia. The
I think,
Tatars,
yeah, I think Trump and Israel are about to invade Iran like any minute, from what I understand.
yeah, people want, yeah, not even America has always been very interested in invading Iran, and it depends on how far ahead you think they are on their nuclear
Well,
program.
not invade. That's the wrong word. They're going to bomb the shit out of them. But something. Should I send this to CGC? What do you think? I've got a bunch of comics here I'm thinking about sending.
Uh,
I'm not trying to change it from geopolitical. Well,
mhm.
let me see
I don't
here.
know. What do you think they're
Is
gonna?
this considered a flaw? I've got like half a long box here of books like this. Now this, I got
Yeah, to tell
this,
you,
the barbecue
you,
restaurant we ate at last night, and I'll bring food home tonight. This came from that uh, uh, barbecue restaurant when it used to be a drugstore, and this was what that drugstore owner did to the book, and then it wound up in a antique store about four shops down.
mhm,
50 years later. But anyway, other than that, it's in pretty good shape. A lot of these books here are from Buddy Saunders, mycomicshop.com, Lone
mhm,
Star Comics. They used to sell, I think I've told you before, a brick of comics shrink wrapped, and they were called Wounded Wonders. And it
mhm,
said all of these comics are going to be pre 1975, but they're going to be books that we can't sell in the store. It might just be a missing cover. It might be that's missing, it might just be only a cover.
mhm.
But I got some of them out of curiosity because I could see that was Silver Age, and sometimes it would be just the cover of an EC comic, and I was able to
Right,
frame them. But and sometimes you can read it, but it's just not really
right.
collectible. Uh,
Exactly. Yeah.
this is GI Combat number 69 from 1959. So it's
Okay.
not just something you chunk in the trash. You can
Hmm.
read it. A a little piece of paper just came down from
Ooh.
it. But
Yeah. I
it's
guess
not
a
really that brittle, but
yeah. I guess a DC War comic without cover may be more valuable than a hot stuff with a cut off title.
okay, here's this thing is a Batman, but it's
Hmm.
got moisture. It looks like it got wet.
Hmm.
Horrible.
And that might still be a 3.5, 4.5. I don't know.
This a piece of a clearly a piece of a golden age comic fell out of it. There's there's Catwoman.
Hmm.
I mean, I guess it could be flattened by those flattening people. What do they call it? Ironing. What do they call it?
Pressing,
Pressing.
pressing.
I can
Yeah.
never remember that stupid term. How about this? It looks pretty good. I actually have a good copy of this one
Oh,
until
yeah.
you realize that someone
Ooh, ripped
tore
it.
it
Yeah.
halfway. I guess you could tape each individual page.
Hmm. Is taping
It's gonna,
considered restoration?
yeah, yeah, I don't, this
Yeah.
is going to be the opposite of all those other comic shows.
Hmm. Yeah. Let's
Here's,
tape those
here's the
comics.
instructions for an antenna. How about that?
Ah,
Is this
I don't know.
collectible yet? Is that Portuguese? Parapo, all UHF antenna.
I
Oh,
think
is
it's
that?
the brand. I
That's
think
just
it's
the
the
brand
brand.
name.
Yeah,
That's just the brand. Parapos. I figure that sounds like a Portuguese word. No, let's see. What
it's.
else is it?
I think it's meant to be pronounced Parapro.
Oh, Parapro. For some mystifying reason, Hanna-Barbera went over to Charlton. This is from August 1974.
Hmm.
This is I wonder if this artist was influenced by Alex Raymond.
Uh, Not directly, but
You
maybe.
don't think so? I see lots of influence. Uh, I'm being sarcastic.
Yeah, yeah.
You
Probably
can't
more Chick
understand
Young.
my sense of humor. This one doesn't have a, this is, for some reason, this comic didn't sell and they had to return. Uh, I don't know why no one would have bought it. It's a copy of Dino.
Hmm.
It's a Dean Martin comic.
Okay, so
Here she's
yeah.
wearing a different outfit. She's going goth.
Oh yeah. Well, Charlton picked the that's not Warner, the Hanna Barbera license after Gold Key stopped
Yeah.
publishing those, right? So yeah, 70.
Yeah. Yeah. This is great. It's a printing error. It looks like a giant like pterodactyl turd is coming down and about to hit Dino. But look, that's
Mhm.
just a glop of ink you can see from the
Right.
printing press. But it looks like something's coming down to crush Dino's neck.
Yeah.
This is I guess he's eating popcorn, but you could take that panel out and make it look like he's popping pills.
Hmm.
He's a meth head. Um, Charlton. I don't know. Everything's off model. Wilma's wearing black throughout the whole thing. I think this is from that same purchase. 'Cause I went in this antique store and they had all these comics from. They said it's from the drugstore down the street. That's now the barbecue restaurant. Here's Weird Western Tales number. Damn, where's my magnifying glass when I need it? 1973. It looks like I can't read the indicia. My eyes. Yeah. Well, uh, this is just part of a Gold Key comic, and you can't tell what comic it's from because it's all just it's ads or yeah, there's nothing to tell you what comic it came from except oh wait yeah well all you know is that it's from around the time that Chitty Chitty Bang Bang and Yellow Submarine came out.
Hmm. Was that thing detachable from the comic? Well, I guess it was
This
in
is
the
this is
center.
gonna be the center wrap
Yeah, yeah.
out of some Gold Key comic.
Right.
But
If
I
you want to
don't.
detach something, you put it in the center.
Yeah, if you could find a one from that month that's missing that. Here is the Ringo Kid. Oh, it looks like it could be from a 1950s comic, but it's a reprint from the
Right. Yeah.
70s. The Ringo Kid, July 72. So it completely looks like you're looking at a 50s comic, except
Mhm.
for the clearly 1970s
Yeah.
ads.
There are about I think 5 issues of Ringo Kid. They had unpublished stories with Joe Manili art, and they came out for the first time in that 70s run.
Oh, it could be in this issue. Well, I should get this slab then.
I don't know. I don't know by heart. I know I have the information here in the data on a database I made somewhere, but I don't know which ones exactly they are.
Yeah, completely useless knowledge that
That's me.
impresses the 12 people watching. Um, let's see. This is well, it's an issue of Tweety and Sylvester.
Ah, they're acting very friendly.
Yeah. Damn, the printing is so terrible in these. That's the actual staples. Look, the actual staples in this Charlton comic are
Ooh,
it's like side stapled. That's not that's not done by someone trying to restore it. That's just the way it was.
yeah.
And
Well, yeah,
I love this printing going across.
you know the real reason that Charlton stopped publishing comics. is they had to the printing presses where they did those things, which came from the 1940s. They no longer worked. As long as they worked, they were pumping out comics, usually reprints by that time. But then they stopped because there was no point in fixing the presses anymore.
Look at the 5 pounds she lost. I'll show you. See,
Ah,
look
yeah.
at this is the she lost 5 pounds by having her whole
Uh-huh.
torso punched out.
Yeah. What's on the other side?
Well, I don't think there's any reason why it was punched. Hold on.
Oh my god.
It's what there was no figure there. There was nothing there. I think they were maybe they just wanted the woman's torso for I don't know for
Oh
some
yeah.
art class
Right.
collage.
Yeah. We need some boobs. Give me boobs.
Well, maybe she had some spectacular ones or something.
Yeah. Look at that
Uh,
rack.
At least they didn't alter the monster size monsters ad.
Hmm.
That's what I'm talking about when I talk about how I love the old ads in comics. Because you could get an omnibus of this wonderful art, right? But you wouldn't
Hmm.
have the so terrible, man. Uh, Look at this kid selling grit with his hand
Ah,
out, showing
yes.
you all the money he made.
Yeah, I can't remember who showed me a copy of Grit once, because I once asked, did Grit really exist? Because I remember seeing Grit ads, not at the time when those came up, but I remember seeing people talking about Grit and seeing some Grit ads. Because this is the type of jobs that, okay, you give kids copies of a newspaper and they have to go and sell it. Why would anyone buy this newspaper from those kids? So I always wondered if that existed for real, or if it was some sort of.
It did. I saw one once set up
Mhm.
flea market.
Right.
It's a really lame newspaper. It's like lamer than Reader's Digest. It's not about news. It's about this woman has the most beautiful garden in all of Pittsburgh, or so. I don't know. It's like really stupid human interest stories. It's like
Mm, yeah.
this man holds the world record for being fat, or no, they wouldn't even have that. It'd be just really nice. Look at these kittens cuddling.
Uh huh. Yeah. At least in Reader's Digest, this is something. Oh, this man was trapped in a wood chipper. How did he get out?
Yeah, this is our fighting forces from December '67, number 110. I guess I could print color copies of the covers from
Hmm.
the internet, and and of course, that looks like a much more interesting comic there. Spectacular announcement. Oh, this at least you got the back cover with the Evil Knievel ad. This is, but I now I have all this shit, and I can't throw it away, and it's I don't know what to do with it. That's the horrible thing. This is just a 1977 Superman. And do you just throw away these things that were free at the cash register and the comic stores? I mean, you figure, well,
Yeah. Yeah. I had some sort of detachable promotional things, and I threw a lot of them away at the time, and I shouldn't have. I even had these comics which were the size of a little bigger than a coin. They were eight pagers, and they came with a serial. They were made in France,
uh-huh.
and I threw them away because being promotionals from the serial, I thought they weren't real comics, and now I want them. And of course, yeah, 14-year-old me was an idiot.
John Gora says there's an old TV antenna in the attic here. I should bring it down and do some funky animation with it someday. Meyer Greenblatt. I didn't like the low quality printing and paper, but I bought them anyway. Yeah. Meyer says purchases were often simply relying on what was best of what was available on the rack that day. Yeah. Meyer says that grit existed.
Hold on.
Kids selling. Yeah, sure.
Tom? O que aconteceu? Ah, mãe, teve uma queda e aleijou-se na mão. Eles foram, eles foram ao hospital e daqui lá. Mas o pai não tinha reparado.
He sounds Russian. I think he's
Sim, o
Russian.
pai, ela não disse ao pai.
He's secretly a Russian.
Primeiro elas tinham ido ao hospital ontem. E hoje estava a doer e foram lá outra vez. Pois. Pois, eles devem estar com a.
He's
Eles devem
talking to
estar com a
Vladimir
fechada no
Putin.
telemóvel. Pois, sim, pronto. Amanhã, quando vocês chegarem, fins que não sabes nada, que é
I hear
para.
this is
Vai
terrible.
querer que a mãe te diga
I
desculpa
haven't
lá.
read it. It's written by R.L. Stein,
Ah,
the guy that cranks out all those Goosebumps books like McDonald's
ah,
cheeseburgers.
ok, então, tchau.
This is the quality of artwork. And
Sorry.
you sure
Sorry, it
you're
was
not Russian? You sound Russian when you speak Portuguese.
no Portuguese. The Portuguese language does not function in. It does not function in the same way that the Spanish language does when it comes to on how consonants and vowels progress into each other.
Uh-huh.
So it doesn't sound like the other Latin languages.
Oh,
That's probably there's probably an well actually French kind of functions the same way. So we don't function like Spanish or Italian, but we kind of function like French.
yeah, it just sounds very like what if he's secretly talking to Putin right now?
No,
This is in
it was my
okay
sister
shape.
calling. Yeah.
Oh, okay. That comic is clearly okay. So this is like an SAT test.
Mm.
It says, let's see, they're like questions, and it's you have to choose A, B, C, or D. How did Count Nefaria's Animen infiltrate NORAD headquarters? A, they snuck in disguised as computer technicians. B, they came in through the air ducts, shrunk down to insect size. C, they were being held there in stasis, and Nefaria simply reactivated them. D, they mailed an interdimensional portal in a plane wrapper to the war room and jumped through it. How about that? This is from 1990. It's the
Yeah. Trying to
Mutant
see.
Trivia book. Could you answer
Yeah.
that question, Paula? Probably.
No, I only read it. I've only read X-Men '94 once.
Oh, yeah. Well,
Because there's a from the John when John Burns started drawing, I read those a lot of times. Uh, the issues that go from around 94 to 210, I haven't read a lot of times. Only I do have the essential where they were reprinted, but I haven't gone back to them and reread them.
Meyer
'Cause I don't,
said, yeah.
yeah, I
Yeah.
don't
Well,
remember the. Mhm.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to get Meyer's
Yeah,
comment. Meyer said grit existed. Kids selling products and periodicals door to door was common, and neighbors liked helping out kids from the neighborhood by buying seeds and cards and magazine subscriptions, especially old ladies. That's who you're preying on.
mm,
The grit was definitely like something you'd see in a nursing home. Well,
right,
like yeah. But once a kid had hit up all his neighbors, he had to branch out. That's where the sales drop. That
right.
man thing nose hose draped over her back is downright obscene. Yeah, I know. This is a cool comic, but it's look at this. It's got like a DC checkerboard. It's just
Mm,
stuck to it, but weird, cool back cover. But this.
mhm.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, this is really cool. Dell stuff.
Does that have any permanent characters, or were those one-offs?
I don't know. Is Hitler a permanent character? He's in a lot of comics.
Yeah,
How many comics has he appeared in? I mean, I bet 1,000, more than 1,000 comics.
yeah. When they were going to find out that Hitler is the comic book character with the most comic book appearances.
Okay, well, this is some of this stuff is just stuff I've never filed, like a Marvel team up from like a dollar bin.
Oh, I remember that cover. The
Uh,
Brazilians used it. Spider-Man number 64 from Editora Abril.
here's that's interesting. It's Jack Kirby's creation, but it's a
Ah,
Steve Ditko cover, and
right.
it's inked by Arthur Adams.
Right. Around 93, Kirby licensed all of those characters, created and licensed all of those characters to Topps, but he didn't work on any of the issues. I think Roy Thomas was the editor.
Yeah, it's got a little card in there. That makes sense. This is a great issue. I've got it in decent condition, but this is the kind of thing you'd get in those Wounded Wonders packs,
Hmm.
and then damn see, there's no comic today that looks like that.
No.
There's no art. I mean, I guess there are artists like this out there, but they just aren't working in the comic industry.
And they're not working with those materials.
Oh, okay. They're all on computers.
Yeah, that's the type of thing you can only do with a pencil.
Yeah, yeah.
If you try to do it in a computer, it doesn't come out the same way.
That's why I just don't like modern stuff. I like the old ways, man. Or people that were
But
trained in the old ways.
but you have a lot of artists nowadays who've never, they want to become artists, but all of their references come from movies, which to me doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. Well, that's what modern comics look like. They're trying to imitate. Is they've got black, like the screen right now. We got the
Mhm.
black border. That's what modern comics. They don't have white borders. They have the black, over here and
Mhm.
here.
Yeah.
That's and it makes you feel like you're in. I guess they're trying to make you feel like you're in a movie theater seeing the screen, or in a dark room. Hero Illustrated. Does anyone
Oh, yeah.
collect this?
Some people do.
This is number 11. I bet this is worth tons of money, huh?
No, but Hero Illustrated was a better alternative to Wizard if you cared more about the news than if you did about the price guide.
There's a whole article on Mort Drucker.
Right, right. Hero Illustrated would do that. Wizard would not.
Yeah.
That's why Hero was better.
Yeah. Well, somehow I wound up with this. I guess I bought it when it came out, May 1994.
Yeah, the news. Some of those are good for reference because they evolved out of those magazines. They evolved out of the pro zines from the 80s,
Uh-huh.
like the Comic Reader, and they were pretty good at covering the industry. They wanted to do something decent. So whenever they did historical stuff, they wanted to get things right with what was available, which wasn't much.
Yeah, this is an interview with John Romita.
Hmm.
Yeah. And then I guess Kirby had just passed away here.
Hmm. Yeah, 1994.
Yeah. January 2000.
Yeah, I remember that on the newsstand. Is it when I bought some issues of Wizard? It was always the newsstand edition. So they had a cover. Wizard had a time when they were using two different covers, one for the newsstand and one
Oh,
for the direct market. And the direct market version, that's where they would put stuff like Lady Death. But for the newsstand, it was usually a Marvel or DC character or something out of the movies.
okay. Well, I guess I must have been buying this off the newsstand or something. Man, it was pretty expensive back then. $6 in 2000. Anyway, I probably got it for the Alex Ross cover.
Yeah, it
So
wasn't
that
expensive, even with the press guy taking up a lot of space. I don't think it was over 200 pages.
here's issue 167.
Yeah, yeah. By that time it was expensive. It was fewer pages and it sucked.
I'll tell you, these two boxes I brought down to organize are incredibly heavy. This magazine is insanely heavy.
Yeah, yeah. Right. It was good paper. It was good paper quality. The thing is, Wiz, well, Wizard was probably the worst in terms of quality. That was a good way to get people who didn't know much about comics interested in the hobby as a whole, because they ended up
Yeah.
covering, even if they had their interests, personal interests, they did cover a lot of stuff. And so it was a good way to introduce new readers. So I'm not go. It used to be fashionable to dump on Wizard, and I'm never going to do that. Oh,
Well,
I
I
have that
think there
one.
was a poster in this one
Yeah, I have that
of that
one.
image. Yeah. Looks like I was buying the ones with Alex Ross covers. Oh, let's see what this is. Oh, they do this casting call where they would imagine who would play the characters
Yeah, I
among
remember that.
currently popular. Uh, my gosh, how about that? I just have no idea if these are worthless or. I mean, I'm not getting rid of them, but
They're worth more. That's the stupid thing. They're worth more if you've never opened them, because you know they have the poster inside, because they
were
came in
these
wrapped up.
bagged? I don't remember. Were they
Yeah,
bagged?
they were. Yeah,
Oh yeah, that's stupid. I have
the
the posters, but yeah, they're not with the books. Yeah,
yeah.
I never threw them away.
If you had cards, I remember dumping the cards, because that's not the type of thing you collect around here. So there's no interest in them. But then again, they were wizard cards, so they're pretty meaningless in terms of value as well.
Yeah, well, it's just the pre-internet world is somewhat interesting, I guess. Uh, I
Now
guess
I
I
have.
have these in somewhat order.
Yeah, I remember that one. Battle Chasers.
72.
Now I have Batman Returns on TV.
Yeah, someone earlier was saying they were watching Batman
Yeah, it was me.
89.
It was
Oh, that
me.
was you?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. All right, so they're having
Uh,
a marathon over there. Are they in English with subtitles or are they dubbed into Portuguese?
they are. My dad's here. Let me just. Okay. My dad needs me to go help out with dinner.
Oh, sure. All
Yeah.
right.
Okay.
Take
I'll see you
care.
later.
Nice talking to you.
Bye.
Bye. This is just fascinating. Shitty old copies of Wizard. I guess I'll make myself full screen. How do I do that? Solo layout. Man, they had some shitty music in 1979, didn't they? Hope I'm not getting copyright claims for that shitty music. Um, Comics Journal was great. Yeah, I got a whole bunch of those. Those boxes aren't as heavy because they Heroes better for the fan. Wizard One worth some money. Yeah, I don't think I have that. Oh well, who cares? The fuck did I just say? I've never seen C-3PO with a gun before. I guess that's some stupid Star Wars story. 66. God. The things I wasted my money on in the 1990s. Okay, here's number 64. This character, I think, went from the Spawn universe over to Marvel. Am I correct? I assume I'm correct. I don't know. Oh, yeah, I forgot these were all bagged with little extras. Stupid. Okay, 61. Boy, that's some terrible, terrible artwork. Looks like a camel's face. Is camel the thing that spits on you? He looks like he's about to spit on you. X-Men movie issue 107. Okay, this is out of order. Uh, so, okay. I guess I don't remember Sabretooth being in the first X-Men movie, but I guess he was. Yeah, I was very impressed when this first X-Men movie came out. I was kind of actually blown away by the writing and the Magneto and Professor X characters. And yeah, I thought it was well done. Oh, someone's trying to come on. Who could it be now? Meyer Greenblatt. Hello.
Hey, what's up?
Not much, doing the most boring, horrible, this is probably the worst show ever, organizing issues of Wizard. I think a couple of weeks ago, Gary came on and he was bagging and boarding Wizards, and I was thinking, that's a terrible waste of a Saturday afternoon. And then I realized I'm doing this, I'm organizing them. It's just as bad. I don't know that these really need to be bagged and boarded because they're on slick paper. I mean, they're not going to disintegrate in in several lifetimes. It's just
Yeah, I have all of mine stored upright on like magazines. They're not bag reported.
yeah, I just
Yeah,
seems like that
square
would be a
piece.
waste of my time.
I just got home and I got a couple packages. I got
Oh,
a little action figure and I got a package from Kevin.
excellent. So you actually got, I better check and see if I want to get in my package.
Here's the first thing that just got here today. It's really cool. This is another one of those little 3 3/4 inch scale action figures
That's
by.
cool. I just don't know when was he blue? I don't
Oh, you don't remember this? So he was
know.
blue, like I don't know, ninth grade, eighth grade.
What?
During, yeah, 78, 79, 80, right around that time was when the first stealth suit came out. It was a really good time.
I
Um,
believe you, but I'm almost thinking you're joking with me.
no, it was Bob Layton. It was
Okay,
just
I
like,
all right. It's cool. I just don't remember. I guess I wasn't reading that comic then.
yeah, it was really good.
I
Probably around, it was real close. What was the anniversary issue where he goes back in time to like Camelot and he fights Doctor Doom? Is that 150?
I don't know. I didn't even know that happened. That sounds
Oh,
interesting. I'm,
yeah, that was also like 78, 79, 90s kids know.
yeah, I don't know. Something's wrong with me, man. I
Yes,
I
so I
guess I
got,
didn't read those books.
look at this. He sent me this mask as a freebie. Just I think he sent you one of these too. I saw your
Yeah,
video. This is
it
amazing.
scared the shit out of my wife. She says, "Take that off," and then
Wow,
she
it's
put it
great.
on. She put it on the other night or last night, and it's
Kevin, thank you so much, man.
that's what to wear the next time they say put on a mask to come in this store. Uh, you put that on, they'll say, "Never mind, we're gonna take that sign down now."
This is really
You can't.
creepy.
You imagine going out trick or treating with that? You can't see down. You can just see only straight ahead
Yeah.
because you're looking out through a slit. The little wrinkles under the eyes are. It's just a tiny little slit for you to see.
Yeah, it's real. It's pretty tight, but you can breathe well. This is really cool. This is a
It,
great mask. This is from
it is a great mask. It's
Clicker
just,
Creek Studios.
yeah, yeah.
If you
It's
guys are interested, I mean, if this, I mean, this is cool. If you're making an order from Kevin, you should ask about this mask. See if he has more of these. Yeah, that's cool. All right, then I got a pack of Monster in My Pocket cards, collectible trading set,
it's
Series 1, limited edition.
it's the what the John Holmes edition. I'm just kidding.
I hope not. I hope that's not what it is.
Hopefully.
No, it was it's a little monster in your pocket.
Right. And that's where Pokemon comes from, because the Japanese were trying to say pocket monster and it came out Pokemon.
That's
And
correct.
so maybe the monster in my pocket inspired that whole ridiculous craze.
Kevin's packaging is top notch.
Oh yeah.
When your books arrive, they're going to be in perfect condition with lots of cushioning material. All right, let's see what we got. Got a lot of new stuff this month, I think.
I'm going to be able to mail your Batman comic off finally on Tuesday, because I get off work early Tuesday and Thursday this week,
Oh,
and I'll
cool.
be able to go
Excellent.
to the post office.
Well, that's great. I'm looking forward to it. Okay, let's see. Let's start with, I guess we'll just start with what's on top. This looks like it's a lot of the new stuff that just came out this month, or this past week.
Wonder where
So,
Kevin commented earlier. He knows I'm on. I think he must be really
yeah,
busy.
yeah, he's busy, I think. This is Toxic Avenger number 5.
Oh yeah, that's in my pile. I gotta get that soon. I really love the artwork
Yeah, so do I.
and the logo and everything's pretty cool on that.
Ooh, this is nice. This is Rogue in Savage Land number 2. Really nice
Yeah,
cover. I like this.
yeah. It's kind of weird when they actually have something good coming out today. Ouch.
Here's the newest facsimile of Daredevil number 1.
Yeah, isn't that cool? I got that recently.
Looks great.
It's the only way I'll ever be able to afford it.
Yeah, me too. Here's Babs number 4.
That's the book that you get. You kind of love hate it.
Yeah, this is I would describe it as a leftist Red Sonja. Yeah, see, look, there she is, blowing up the patriarchy. You know what they're singing? They're
What?
singing, "Whose side are you on? Which side are you on? Tell me, which side are you on? Which side are you on?" That's what they're singing.
I think
This is
that's one that's in the package I'm getting.
the newest Justice League Brave and the Bold facsimile. They came out with this is number 30. They came out with number 29, I think about 2 months ago or something.
So this is
Really?
the third appearance of the Justice League, right?
Yeah, I guess so. Ooh, look at these. So I got a bunch of these Creep Show issues that are all have covers by a local artist here in Northern California named Skinner, who I've met, and I have a couple original pieces from him, and he's really cool. And so I got these. Look at this. And then here's another Skinner. Look at that. Wow. Look at all those frog eyes. That's cool. Ooh, look at this one. And here's the last one.
Cool.
Okay, moving right along. It looks like I got some of these Comico, or some people say Comico. I've always said Comico. Johnny Quest comics that I don't
Oh yeah.
have. Great. These are just great. Look at these. And this is like what it's like a double hit for me because my oldest son is a huge Johnny Quest fan.
Yeah. It's
I
weird that
first
in the
started
actual
reading Johnny Quest on a couple old VHS tapes that I had, and then he bought all the DVDs and he's watched the show multiple times, and he's really into Johnny Quest. Big fan of Doug Wildey in the original series, the
yeah.
music
Wow.
and everything. Loves it. So he's gonna enjoy these. Look at that
In,
cover.
in the 1960s, there was only one Johnny Quest comic that came out, one single issue from Gold Key. And imagine if these had come out in the 60s.
Yeah.
Uh,
Look at this one. Uh, Dr. Quest took an arrow.
yeah.
This is North Sentinel Island. Oh, this is nice too. This one also looks like I don't know, the Yanomamo. They're always in great places, right? They're always in South America or New Guinea, Pacific.
Yeah, or places you don't quite know where they're at. The bad guy's got some accent, but you don't know. Uh,
Mm-hmm. Like I
okay,
said, this
is
is
that
this
the new one?
new Savage Sword that just came out. Let's pop it
Yeah,
open.
I have that in my pile too. It really looks like an old one, doesn't it?
Yeah, it really does. The cover is great. The cover kind of from a distance. I mean, it looks like Earl Norham kind of from a distance or something, maybe
Yeah.
like this female figure.
Well, do you think that's painted in the old way or that's digitally done on a computer?
I don't know. I'm not sure. Probably the latter.
But it's someone that knows how to make it look right, even with that new
Yeah.
technology.
Yes. Correct. This looks nice. Has a nice
Yeah.
feel to it. Um, it has a slick exterior cover that's similar to what we used to have, but it's a little thinner. And then on the
Yeah.
interior, you have newsprint, and it feels good.
Yeah.
I
It's
mean, it's
kind of
not
like
it's not real newsprint, but it's as close as they get these days. It's got a nice feel to it. It's got a good heft to it. It's a good sized magazine. It feels good. The art looks great in here, you guys. I don't know if
yeah.
you guys, some of you are probably already reading this. It says number 7 on it. So I don't know if they all look like this.
Well, there was another cover that had a different logo that wasn't the old Marvel logo.
Yeah, it looks really great. It's almost like you're looking at an AI John Buscema. It really looks
Yeah.
like. And it
Yeah.
even looks like Buscema and Chan. It's not just like it's Buscema. It looks like it's them together in about 1982 or 1979 or something is what this feels like. It looks like to me, you know.
Yeah,
Maybe
you're right. It's a
maybe a
good
little earlier, but the magazine was around for a long time. I mean, remember you've asked me in the past many times about what people read in the army.
uh,
This is a magazine in the early and mid and even in the late 80s that you would find in every PX. Like it would,
yeah.
and then you'd find it in every um, day room or rec room. There'd be a copy or two of these sitting on the table where all the other magazines were. This is a very popular thing for people that don't read comics to read when you're in the army. It's around.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, this looks great. I'm really happy about this. This is a really nice package. Thanks very much, Kevin. It's great.
That's great. Did you say you have another package?
No, that was it. Just the comics and that little stealth Iron Man action figure that I
Yeah.
bought. It was on clearance for $5. That's why I picked it. And it's cool. I think it looks really neat. I really liked that issue with the stealth armor.
There was some other
There's outer space in it, I believe.
it wasn't just that Detective Comics facsimile that's coming out Wednesday. There was one of this Swamp Thing with the yellow cover that was the first
Yeah. I
Constantine.
talked to Kevin about that yesterday or a couple days ago, and he's setting one of those aside for me too. It looks really cool.
Yeah. I was thinking, should I get that? But then I've got 2 copies of the actual real comic.
Oh,
But then
see, I
he
don't have that issue, so I'm
uh,
looking. I mean, that's another thing is I don't even have that issue, so I could use it.
and then he got facsimile of the Batman Adventures with the first Harley Quinn, and I have that, but I said, I'll let me get one of those
Yeah.
to put with my real one
Oh, I have the real one,
of
but I
that
bought.
Batman Adventures. Yeah,
I was onto that comic when it was new, coming out at the time. It was one of like the only titles that I was faithfully buying at that time because
yeah,
it wasn't all that much great stuff. So I had a big stack of those. And at one point, those were some of the comics that when my oldest son started reading comics that he was most interested in. So he took them all out, even though, you know how I'm just like you. I read a comic once, put it in the bag, and there's really no chance until I had kids and they started getting interested in comics that anyone was. And that's why I removed tape from my entire collection because of that risk of one of the boys or their friends looking through and pulling something out and there being a tape pull. But anyway, my oldest son, he read all of those and pulled them all out. And at one point, I can remember them being in a stack, unbagged. And it turns out one of those comics is like a $500 book now. And luckily, it didn't take any damage. He just read it once and put it back in the bag, or I put it back in the bag eventually. It's still probably
yeah.
an 8.0 or something. But who cares? I'm not going to ever sell it. But it's kind of funny, you know how you don't, they're just comic books. This is so cool. I love this, Kevin.
Yeah, there's something about I think it's the eyes being wide open and non-blinking. It's just something weird about the mustache going upwards. There's just in the horns.
Yeah, it has a real 1950s spook show look to it, or traveling carnival look to it, kind
Yeah,
of.
yeah, yeah. It's something. So somebody in this band, The Damned, just passed away a couple of days ago, and I don't know who it is, but it's someone. It's not something you're going to hear about on CNN, but
I don't know anything about the Damned.
I don't know that much about them. I know to respect them, and I've got like one record. I mean, the Cramps. That's a band I know a lot of trivia about and stuff. But um,
You want to open these monsters in my pocket card and see, make sure that there are no Ron Jeremy ones in here. I've
Brian
never
Tuck
opened one
likes
of
the
these papers,
wrinkles
so
on
let me
that
see what's in
mask.
here.
He says the wrinkles are great on that mask. Great detail.
Oh, look at that. It's like a puzzle card. So I really think that these went with little figures. I feel
Yeah,
like
I
these.
think they were, weren't they? Yeah, they were like little miniature rubber things, I think.
Yeah, I think they were like those little muscle men.
Yeah,
Kevin
yeah,
Kevin would know. Kevin probably has some of them.
yeah. Oh, that one kind of looks like it was drawn by a kid.
I
We'll
know.
see that.
Got a real outsider look to it.
Yeah,
This one too. I like it. Look at this. What's going on here?
It looks like ancient Egypt, maybe. I can't tell what's going on.
Yeah, maybe. And there's like those are like Nephilim coming down, or the elder gods.
I don't know. Is that the kind of shit they're selling to kids on
In about 19,
bubblegum
no,
cards?
this is 1991 also. The
Yeah.
date on these is 91. That's cool. That ogre is cool. Look at that. So there's a game of some sort on the back. There's point values and a big write-up on these things.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, every one of them. Look at all this. It's all in English too.
Huh.
Tyrannosaurus Rex, just a regular Tyrannosaurus Rex. Point value 25. Here's another 25. It's a griffin. So this is like a combination. What is going on here? It's kind of like Dungeons and Dragons and Pokemon, but this Pokemon exists in 1991, right?
The Pokemon, no, I don't think so. I think Pokemon came in the late 90s.
So you think maybe these people are know about Pokemon?
Uh, I don't know if Pokemon existed in Japan. It came over. I don't know,
Yeah, but you
but
should understand, like,
I
it hasn't come to America yet, but there's a reason why they're calling it Monster in Your Pocket, and it looks like it's a game and they have power
well,
values.
I think that Pokemon
Look at that.
what not may have been inspired by American stuff, but this looks like it's trying to be like Dungeons and Dragons, and they're making the art look amateurish because Dungeons. No offense to Dungeons and Dragons people, but the art was pretty amateurish.
Yeah, this
It
actually
looked,
looks better than most of the Dungeons and Dragons art.
yeah, the Dungeons and Dragons art looked like it was done by high schoolers, like talented high school artists. To me, uh,
Cool. Thank you, Kevin. These are neat.
yeah, I don't know anything about them,
I
but
have some new John Goris stuff. Speaking of which, John Goris
uh,
has a new video
oh, he
called
does.
Robot Mutants Victory. I think it's not that new. It's a couple weeks already. You've probably
Oh,
seen
a
it. It
couple
came out
weeks ago. Yeah, yeah,
2
yeah.
weeks
I
ago,
know
maybe
about
3
that.
weeks ago. But he does have. This is the first time I've gotten I've received promotional stickers for that new video.
Oh, wow.
You can watch this on YouTube. You can just search Robots Mutant Victory or John Goris. These are all handmade stickers. Look at that. See, look at these. You'll notice that the robots at the bottom of the picture, they always change.
Um,
Not the
I
same
think
robot.
that on some of these, I realize he photographs each one, and each one's like a cell in an animation. So that's why they're slightly different. Yeah, that's cool. Did
Just
you get these from Kevin or from John himself?
from John himself.
Oh, cool.
That's awesome, isn't it?
Yeah.
And then he sent me this, which is like a miniature version of a painting that he did for you, that he commissioned from you.
Um,
Tombs
it-
of the Blind Dead.
okay, is that my artwork?
Yeah, I think so.
I
Yeah, this is your artwork, right?
Yeah, but I don't know. It looks like my artwork, but I don't
I
know
feel like
about.
the girl. I'm not sure. Here's what it says. Dig this It says, "Hey Meyer, dig this reimagining of a Tombs of the Blind Dead painting I commissioned from Gratu years ago, and have some more
Uh,
stickers."
oh, okay. I guess that is. Uh, I, I, I think there was another girl in the painting.
So this is a small painting. I just dropped it. This is not a photocopy or anything. This is an original little painting that
Oh, you mean he painted it from my painting, like
yeah,
the
a
like the.
reimagining. He
Oh,
did a
okay,
hipster version
yeah.
of the
Well,
painting that you
it
did.
it looks like my art, but the eyes look different from the way I would have the way I draw eyes on the girl, but the
I
rest.
love I love the way he does these skulls with just the spots of white. See that?
Yeah, yeah, I think I had done that.
Oh, you did that on yours?
Well, I wish I could. There's no way for me to. Somewhere I took a picture of it before I sent,
Brilliant.
but
That's
I'd like to
brilliant.
see it. Maybe he'll come on and show us the real painting.
Yeah. This
I
is
just don't
amazing.
remember.
I love this. Thank you, John. It's so cool.
Yeah, man, it's cool. Yeah, that's an honor.
Yeah, it is.
I saw
Yep.
that that you put that on Instagram, and I was trying to figure it out
Yeah.
because I thought it looks like my art, but it's not. I couldn't figure out what the deal was with
Yeah,
it.
I was doing some reading and some writing last night, and I was looking at this facsimile of House of Secrets, the first appearance of Swamp Thing.
Yeah.
And in the back, it has that classic ad right there.
Uh.
And see here next to the bald mask, the bald wig or whatever, the bald
Right.
cap. You see the
Mhm.
phony cast? When I saw
Yeah.
this phony cast, it made me think of Ted Bundy, and it made me think, I wonder if Ted Bundy got his phony cast idea from a comic
Oh.
book advertisement, right?
Oh my gosh.
Because he would wear a fake cast and pretend his arm was broken and ask a girl to help him to carry something to the VW.
Yeah.
Yeah, just a thought. I'm always thinking of Ted. Um,
Oh no.
I'm just joking. I'm joking. So then also I was doing this advanced trigonometry problem last night. It's Frank trigonometry, if you know. It's a advanced 70s women's studies, and it had to do with this correlation between Kay Lenz and Judy Landers, not Audrey Landers, but Judy Landers from the Love Boat appearances. You remember her?
Yeah.
But yeah, there's a lot of writing that happened here. I was really focusing on what it takes to get from Kaylan to get from Kaylen's to Judy Landers, and then to reach the submax co-solution. And I haven't solved the problem yet, but that's where I'm at. This is real business. This is what I was sitting here doing last night while I was watching TV. Um, Nothing else going on, you guys. I opened this car last night. Isn't that cool?
Yeah. Is it a Hot Wheels car?
No, it's called Muscle Machine.
Okay.
See, it's got the big fat tires. It's kind of Big Daddy Roth style, see?
Yeah.
But it's like a Hot Wheels car. Like, here's another one. This is another Muscle Machine. See? These are cool. It's got a die cast, it's like a Hot Wheels, but it has rubber tires on it. But yeah, I got this new one. It's a 64 Shelby Cobra.
Oh.
I think that's about it, guys. I don't have anything else within reach on the table. There's other comics over here. I pulled my Swamp Things out because of Kevin telling me about that Swamp Thing last night. So I got out my whole Swamp Thing collection, and I don't have anything past number 31. So, I mean, except some modern stuff that came out in the 90s or early 2000s, but that original, that Saga of Swamp Thing run, or what it became,
Right.
Saga, I stopped at 31 and annual number 2. So I'm looking forward to getting that. Plus, it looks really cool. I guess it's got a yellow cover, which is neat. It's not actually a blank white; it's a yellow.
Oh, okay. So yeah, I guess they're starting to print. I guess that's so you can make it kind of look like the original painting, or drawing rather.
Yeah, I'm not
Yeah.
sure. I think it's interesting though that they're doing that. I like this idea. Hey, Alan.
Yeah, I don't know where the other two cats have not. They must be up there. Cleo may have them in a room with her trapped.
Look at how great this garbage pail kid is. Isn't that cool?
No, let me see now. Hold on. Yeah. Yeah, I've got a few of those. They were at the Walgreens for the longest time.
Yeah, that's where I got mine at Walgreens also. This is the only one I bought. It's really cool. Yeah, they were those blind boxes in about 2015 or something.
Yeah, right.
I like this one because she really looks a lot like my middle granddaughter.
Shit.
Yeah, I mean, right now, presently she's not quite. She's like, I don't know, like 20 months old. She's almost 2, but so her hair looks like this. She wears these little things in her hair, and she's a real girly. But she always has like snot on, or dried snot or dried grape, like that permanent. Remember when you had that? She kind of looks like she's got grape juice going all the time.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful thing. But yeah, that's what this reminds me of. So that's why I like having her out here.
Yeah. Uh, man. So, oh, let's see. Another comment here. Wait a second. Oh, there's 2 comments. Where by lunchtime says, I let my cat out for the first time since moving house last night. We told the neighbors that he might kill their chickens, but they said it's the lay of the land. It's the lay of the land. Haha, great neighbors. Pauline Dell says, what's the weather like where you are, Meyer? You're dressed for the cold. It's 68 degrees here in Southern California.
It's not that warm. It's about 59 or 60 or 61 or something, but it's sunny and blue skies and warm in the sun. But it's supposed to cool off again this week, but I don't know if we're going to get any snow. The guy at the shop yesterday said that he thinks snow is still going to come. He says that every year when people think that it's not coming and they think that the winter is over is when it will hit one more time or something. But I don't know if I believe it.
Yeah.
But
Well, it's
that's what it
gonna
looks like. It's warm enough that the windows in my house are open. So it's that warm. My windows are open.
and on Monday it's gonna be like 68, 69 degrees here.
Oh, that's
Uh,
great.
yeah. That
We got
blizzard
a
we went
couple.
through was something.
Look at that. I got this witch wearing a dark MAGA hat.
You know what she looks like? That woman in Congress, that blue hair that
What's that? Rose DeLauro?
I'd never heard of her. She's from Connecticut until I saw her
Looks just
during
like her.
Trump's
Did you see that
speech.
amazing video where she had all of her lame Zoomer staff write those lame memes for her to read? That was hilarious. It was
I
so
know.
funny.
I saw that this morning. She was like trying to be hip, like she's a video gamer or something.
She's just reading lines that really lame robots or
I mean,
propagandists writing for
she's
her.
trying to be funny and I guess hip to young kids. And I guess she's trying to look weird on purpose.
She's a
I
mess.
don't know exactly.
She's not unattractive.
It's very disturbing. Yeah, horrible. Well, I discovered a YouTube channel this morning that has a lot of great stuff on it. I was saying when I find things, I'd like to let people know about them. Uh,
Yeah, what'd you find?
Let me see if I can't locate
Well, I
it.
got to plug in. I'm at 17%.
Oh yeah, yeah, I probably should too. Well, I stumbled on it in the middle of the night. I woke up and he has old radio spots like on record, the radio stations would get 45 RPM records for the radio commercials for movies and he's got the radio spots for like Conquest of the Planet of the Apes and things, but he has a lot of stuff that's just from VHS uh and let me Oh, I was talking about something on a recent show, but I don't think I ever showed it. I think I was talking about this commercial jingle that they used to play in the Dallas Fort Worth area for a restaurant chain called El Phoenix. And for decades, I've been trying to find somewhere on the internet where I could hear that jingle again. It's clearly a jingle that had been around since the 50s, and it's to the tune of that 1940s song that I think was a Peggy Lee song, Manana. Uh, and Anyway, someone finally from a VHS tape that they were recording something, and they got that commercial and they put it up on YouTube about a year ago. And I don't know. To me, it's great hearing it again. If you grew up in Dallas Fort Worth in the time period I did, it means something to you. And I think even if you didn't, it's cool. Let's see if I can't find it. I'm going through I have playlists. Uh, I have a playlist on my channel, Music March 2025,
Hmm.
and one thing I found that's pretty cool is Brother Theodore. You know, the German
Yeah.
comedian, beatnik kind of guy that has that evil sounding crazy voice.
Yes, I know about Brother Theodore.
This is a pretty good one.
You moron, you idiot.
Yeah, but this is him. It's on YouTube. I guess it's advertising Vampire Men of the Lost Planet.
Oh, I bet that's
It's
great.
Yeah. Listen to this. I'm the vampire. I have existed for centuries in legend, in fantasy, in men's minds, and some say in reality. Really for me to exist, but those who have chosen to deny my existence have sometimes found me most
He's got an
deadly.
actual gig. He's getting paid to do
I
this.
live by night, seeking fresh new blood to flow in my rather cold
Wow,
days.
they were really reining him in on this.
Many of my victims have joined my unholy legion of the undead, becoming creatures without souls, living only for hideous
Have you
torment.
seen the argument of from the Merv Griffin show between him and Jerry Lewis?
Yes, I think I remember that.
Yeah, it's classic. And then there's a really good documentary on Brother Theodore's career and life. Like, I mean, they actually do like a historical deep dive to figure out who this guy really was, and it's on YouTube. It's a very good documentary. It's like a 90-minute documentary that follows him, or it talks about how he became popular in Greenwich Village, probably in the 50s, at like coffee houses. He's like an Andy Kaufman before Andy Kaufman, really.
Right.
He had a bit going on. But yeah, he was loved in the underground in the 50s,
Yeah.
60s, early on.
You know, I ordered this limited edition CD about a year ago because the Munsters soundtrack by Jack Marshall finally came out. It had never been officially all the actual music from the show, and it's on YouTube, so you can just get it off of YouTube now. So you can actually have this music from the master tapes.
Brother Theodore was a performance artist, and he would like pack in people in this little Greenwich Village theater, and he would do this bit where it would be like a one-man show, and he would berate the audience and get really angry and storm
Right.
around, and
Yeah,
all
I
in like
know.
dressed like Zelensky in like a black turtleneck and like dressed like a mime.
Right, right, right. Yeah. So, man, oh, there's the old Phoenix commercial.
Yeah. Carta Blanca, good beer.
That one's dated 1980, but that, trust me, that commercial ran all through the 1960s, and it probably, that jingle probably goes back to 1950s radio. You can just tell. And anyway, that was something I loved.
Cool. I
Um,
like those radio spots.
do you
I
know this
subscribe to
song?
a channel that does that, but it might be a different one.
You know this song "Don't Monkey with Tarzan" by the Pygmies?
No, I want to hear it though. Can we hear some of it?
Probably.
A little bit?
There's a bunch of songs about Tarzan if you look for them. This one, I guess this one's an instrumental.
That sounds good.
Yeah, that's an instrumental. Let's see. What else is good here? Um, you know Hazel Atkins, right?
Yeah.
I don't know if people out there know who Hazel Atkins is. He's a guy out of, I think he was out of West Virginia, and he put out these 45s in the 50s, and they're just completely insane answers to Elvis Presley, but he's just like a demented guy just talking about cutting off people's heads, and he's a one-man band. He plays all the instruments, but and the Cramps did a cover of a couple of his songs. But anyway, here's "No More Hot Dogs." Yeah, I don't know
Year
if
did
it
that
helped.
record come out? Do you know what year that came out?
Oh, it was the late 50s, I guess. I don't know
So
who
wild.
bought it exactly.
That's what I was thinking about. I was thinking about where must you have had to live for that to come across to you when you were 12 or 13. Now, also in my mind, I'm thinking about kind of like that Stand By Me generation. So also you're like 12 or 13 when you listen to that record. That record right there that I just heard like 15 seconds of it, that could like shape your entire future. That was so cool.
Yeah,
That's how you come across that, where you would find that, where you
I
would
don't
find it.
know. Here's a great channel. Okay, this is the music from the Marvel superheroes cartoons. That's this guy has gone through all these music libraries and found the actual music. So you need to go to his channel, and he's got a complicated name. It's one Luke Skywalker 202. Hold on, I guess I'll let me embiggen myself. One Luke Skywalker 202,
Oh man, I'm
and
gonna
uh,
subscribe now.
and so look at this. He's got wait, hold on. Let's go down to his playlist. So created playlist Marvel superheroes music. He's got 232 videos. So and it just and he has little stills from the cartoons. So this is the way the library music looks. It's dramatic tracks, and so you would a lot of it comes from England. So you would subscribe to this if you're making a movie or a TV show or a cartoon and you don't want to pay to have an orchestra or a band play the music. You can get this by tracks that have already been recorded and then make it and that's and make your movie sound real professional. But this one's called Approach and Attack. And so that's Approach and Attack, Dark Stranger. And he's found it's recorded in 1960. And of course, those cartoons came out in September of 66. So it was somewhat recent music. So he shows you the record label and then, kind of pictures from Uh, this clearly sounds like Captain America music. And of course, the theme songs were original, but and then the same animation studio, Grand Tree Lawrence, did the Spider-Man cartoons for ABC, and he's got a playlist of 37 videos of Spider-Man music. He's got Beavis and Butthead music, Ren and Stimpy music. They used old library music too. So that's cool. This is German, looks like, maybe, but yeah, you just got to go miscellaneous music. Let's see what this is. He has got 424 videos here. This could be from anything. Yeah, so I like to record all this. Spider-Man, he's got 172 pieces of music from the Spider-Man cartoon. And
That sounds great. Yeah,
SpongeBob music. I don't know what Super Spy Brothers is, or Lego Mario Kart. I guess it's similar stuff. Let's see what else I can find that's. But see, if you look at my playlist, I've got this music March 2025. I do that with. I've already got 369 videos, and we're only on the what, eighth day of the month. I think I cheated and started early in February. Uh, but I make music collages and stuff to listen to. I just record right off of YouTube with a DVD recorder. Um, yeah, you ever hear? There's a band called the Beatniks, spelled with an X at the end. Have you ever? They're like they like do Beatles versions of songs that the Beatles never recorded. Have you ever heard of them?
I don't think so.
Well, they do this Stairway to Heaven as if it was recorded by the Beatles, which is it's almost like an alternate timeline where that was actually a Beatles song, and it's pretty cool. I don't know how much copyright I'm violating.
I haven't heard them. Have you heard Dred Zeppelin before?
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, have you ever heard the the band Spirit? They sued Led Zeppelin. Have you know about that?
Yeah, I remember Spirit. Or they had a couple hits.
Yeah, but they had one song that wasn't a hit, and the opening part of Stairway to Heaven is clearly nicked from them,
Okay.
and they tried to sue, but or I think this lawsuit was actually after the guy that wrote it passed away. But see, Led Zeppelin had opened for Spirit when Spirit was a bigger band than Led Zeppelin, so they heard this song, and
Yes.
some people say no, it's not. It's I've got it on here somewhere. Oh, another thing that's good is I've just discovered this. It's a show every Sunday morning, and this guy puts one up. This is from March 2nd. It's called Prismatic Instrumental Mornings. It's a radio show, probably some, it's one of those radio stations that's community radio station. But all he plays is like stuff like the Three Sons and just instrumental, cool '60s stuff. It's like an hour of music every Sunday morning, and I recorded every show he had a couple weekends ago. But it's this kind of fun music. This is the type music I like to listen to. He seems to really like the Three Sons. The Three Sons do a good job of that kind of music. And then I keep talking about this guy, and he hardly has any views, but he's I was mentioning this to Paulo earlier. Like, if you're reading a 1966 comic book, or like this here, this 1957 presentation tape from a Minneapolis station. It's just amazing to listen to. And you
When
hear amazing commercials, and you hear the news about what's happening in Vietnam and stuff on some of these. It's like, this is what I was just listening to, but it's 1978, so it's not as spectacular. But and I don't care about 1993 radio. But this, oh, well, let me see. Let's go down to this is actually what he puts up, like 4 or 5 air checks every day. Um, but there's certain time periods, like I don't really care about 1981, but if it's 1977 and back, I'm really interested. This is 1973, so they're playing "Go All the Way," um, and 63. That's going to be great. See, Los Angeles station from 63. That's pictures of the DJs, and see, this is only at 69 views. He put it up 17 hours ago. But some days people will recognize, will find this guy maybe. Um, oh boy. Oh, the Weird Beard is good. He was in Dallas, but this is a tape of him in Louisville. Some of these guys travel around. See, this one is 2 hours and 21 minutes of 1968 radio. But
That's so I won't forget, boss. When people come into Louisville Motors and say they want a good figure, I want to be sure not to give them the figure I did last week. What's that?
so the guy's name is Retro Radio Joe. That's who you look up on YouTube to get all of this stuff. And you can get them from your local city. Here's San Francisco Dick Saint, KFRC in 1969. And I think KFRC was the station they were listening to in American Graffiti, right?
I don't remember. That was the station I listened to as a kid. I still have my KFRC card. I took a
Yes.
picture of it, put it on Instagram last week.
I could have sworn the first
Yeah,
thing you
YouTube card.
see here in American Graffiti is a jingle for KFRC, and then it goes into the Wolfman Jack Howell.
So KFRC 610 AM station out of I think San Francisco was very powerful because of Sutro Tower. So this was the #1 station in San Jose, which is like an hour south of where that tower is. And so an hour east of where that tower is where American Graffiti took place. So it makes sense that they would be listening to KFRC.
Yeah, because they were thinking that the station came from Mexico, but then it turned
No,
out
no.
that
And at the time,
that
I don't think Modesto was really small
yeah,
in like
right.
1959 or 61 or 62, whatever that is.
Then it turned out that Wolfman Jack was broadcasting right from near him. Um,
Yes. Yeah.
but I don't- that KFRC was just from 1981, which isn't this. Now look at this, Memphis from 1966.
88 degrees in Memphis right now. Say the Strand Theater is Memphis' only exclusive uptown adult theater. No one under 18 admitted. Now showing The Night of Nights. 11 minutes past 3 o'clock. Time for everybody to do their job.
There's a commercial for basically a dirty movie theater.
Yeah, what
I
happens
would have
in that
never thought
scene?
they advertised that on the radio for an adult theater in 1966. But
So I was
it's-
going to say that that's fake, that didn't make sense. But in that part of the movie, Richard Dreyfuss drives, and he drives to the station, which is possible, right? He drives an hour. He goes over the pass, and
I,
then he
yeah,
gets to the station, and Jack has him get some popsicles out of the freezer, right?
yeah.
It's like 3 o'clock in the morning or something, or 4 o'clock in the morning.
I think maybe George Lucas was playing with time because I don't think he drove that far. I got the impression watching that movie that it was just across town. The
Yeah, me
station was
too.
broadcasting.
The same as me, which doesn't make sense. It wouldn't have.
But it doesn't, because the average person watching that movie in 1973, that detail not being accurate wouldn't have mattered. But
No.
Here's WFIL out of Philadelphia from 1971. And see, what's perfect about these, if you put these things on CD and then you've got a CD player and you've got a 1971 car, or if you've got a 1963 car, you're at a car show, you have this music playing coming from the speakers in your car, and you're parked in a parking lot, and you have actual radio from that time period playing. It's amazing. This is the shit that Quentin Tarantino was playing with in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. This is what he based the whole movie on, is these old air checks. And then he has what's his face, the actor. I can't think. What is the guy's name that was Brad Pitt driving around, and and he recreates the what the streets look like in Los Angeles, and he just drives around for a big chunk of the movie listening to the radio. And young people watch that movie and say, why is this guy just driving around all the time? And it's because it's cool, to hear this. So anyway, this is Wolfman Jack doing a show for United States Air Force. So this was just broadcast only for the people in other countries that are in the Air Force, I guess. But anyway, it's just fun stuff. Here's San Diego. Well, you got to be aware of the ones that say composite, because they're edited. They're kind of edited now. If it says scoped, that means they've taken out all the music. It's just the DJ chatter and commercials. And when they cut to the song, you'll hear the wind up to the song, and then they'll cut back. So,
Yeah, I
which
never
is
listened to the ones. I only listen to the complete broadcast one.
yeah, but this one's worth listening to, because I had some of these playing the other day while I was filming the cats, and one of them, one video, I don't know if you heard me talking earlier, went viral, and it's got 1,300 views, and it caused me to gain like 20 subscribers, and now I'm seeing that there are people in their
Very
20s watching the channel, and I think it's somehow that cat video got let me show you the video that went viral. I guess it's just the combination of the music and the way the cats are looking, and something about it maybe got picked up by YouTube and promoted in people's feeds or something. I can't really quite understand it, but it
We're
I don't know
cat
if I'll
people.
ever, huh?
We're cat people now. This is a
Yeah.
cat stream. Get used to it. We got to say
Well,
cat every
I
33 minutes. We have to say the word cat or show a
well,
picture of a cat to
well,
keep the
I've always
algorithm, feed the algorithm. You got to keep feeding the algorithm to show a cat for a couple minutes. And
well, I've always had cats, and animals in my.
sure,
Here's an old video. Let's see. I'm just trying to get to my. Yeah, I've got 818 subscribers the other day. I was just happy to get to 800. So let's see. It's uh, it's this one. It has 1.3K views,
nice.
and
I like
it
that.
starts with a couple of. It starts with some of the Marvel superheroes music, and then goes into Roy Clark. And this is the video it's only couple of minutes long. Actually, oh no, it's just a minute and 30 seconds long, and this got all those views.
Also, I heard you say the phrase gender reveal earlier on.
Oh,
And so I'm going to say gender reveal again just to feed the algorithm because that happened today. We found out that Mary is a male
yeah,
cat now.
it turns out he's a dude, not a girl. And then the guy said he looked at a picture of this cat, Callie, because I couldn't catch Callie. There's no way I could catch her and get her to the vet. He said the 99% chance that that's a female, because he said calico cats that color are always girls. So I kind of trust him, but
Yeah, I would trust
anyway.
him. It's interesting. It's cool.
I mean, the farmer's wife looked at the black cat and thought it was a girl, but I guess sometimes you can't tell at that age. I guess something about the music and just something about the way the I don't think I could ever recreate it. That's one of my highest viewed ever. She's got a little nick. It looks like a beauty mark there on her, but it's actually, I think, from play fighting with that cat. It's actually a little
Well,
wound.
I did think that that was like a little discoloration, a little bit of black, but
No, it kind of looks like it's a beauty mark, like Marilyn Monroe would paint on her face, and and Cleo thought it looked really good, but no, it's actually not. It's actually from fighting with play fighting.
you know, they already look different to me because I've only seen them a few times. Like, but so I remember what they looked like last week. So their coats both already look healthier. They look like they're settled and they look
Are you
healthier.
talking about the videos I put up this morning? Because that one's from Tuesday. That video
Well,
you
the way
just
they
saw.
look right there, and maybe the
Oh,
ones from this morning too. The
yeah.
one, they're just looking at them every couple days. They just
Yeah,
look like
well,
they're already
the
growing.
first night we had to give a bath to the black cat. The first night that was a nightmare because uh, I brought him upstairs, and I thought, oh, something smells bad, and I looked under the tail, and it was like, oh, this diarrhea. I don't know if it was something she ate or if it was like nervousness being separated from the mother or so, or maybe something happened in the litter
IBS,
box,
IBS.
but we had to get all that poop off of her, and then we were getting, mainly Cleo was getting clawed up. She still has scars. Well, I mean, they're not going to be scars, but I mean, she's got one that goes down like this. It looks like, oh my gosh, is she trying to do
Right.
something you're not supposed to mention on YouTube?
Mm,
So,
put her
shoot, man, it does. It looks kind of bad, like she's a cutter or something. But
one to one. Put her 1 to 1.
what? What are people saying here?
What are they saying?
Oh, oh, people are talking about that lady. Okay. We're over by lunchtime, 4 a.m. Sunday morning. I'm wearing a t-shirt and shorts. Oh, it's already Sunday there. I
Oh
don't look
dear.
at the temperature anymore. Always warm or hot is our temperature. Man, I wish you would come on sometime, Werewolf Bine.
Australia? He's talking about Australia, right?
Yeah, yeah. Fire Tuck says she's a state representative from the western part of my state. Every time they show her on our local news, I always comment who in their right mind would continue to vote her in. I think they're doing it as a joke. Uh, I said every time I've seen her, and I haven't seen her before the other day when Trump spoke. It's just every time you see her, it's like it takes your breath away. It's like, oh my God, it's like you're seeing a real life witch. It's there's some woman that hangs out with Marina Abramovich, and she's really terrifying looking witch. Uh, I don't remember. I mean, there's some of yeah, they're really demonic people. I have
Yeah, where
over
it
a
comes from?
thousand and don't know where to put them. Over a thousand what? What is he talking about?
Over a
What is he talking?
thousand.
Over a
Comics,
thousand?
maybe? Comics?
Yeah,
Uh,
but okay, a small two-bedroom house cost us 500,000, and I've run out of space. Oh my gosh. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Um,
California prices, Werewolf. I mean, it really is. That's pretty close to what a 2 bedroom costs here in the valley.
so do people just make more money in California, or only rich people can buy houses?
It's a combination. It's a combination of different things. And that some of it is what you just said, that you have to make more money to be able to survive here.
Well, then how do people survive? I mean, everyone, I don't understand. CDs. I don't, any nice pie
Oh,
covers?
music CD.
What is he talking about? I
He's
don't
talking about
understand.
music. He's talking about he has over 1,000 CDs, music CDs.
Oh, a thousand, yeah, CDs, yeah. Well, CDs do, even though they're smaller than records, they do take up a lot of space, right? Because they're thicker. I almost have to start putting them in boxes. Yeah, I need some CD racks and I need some bookcases. Any nice pie covers? What does that mean? Pie covers? I don't understand. I'm, I'm I didn't get much sleep, man. I was falling asleep. We went to see a movie last night, and I was falling asleep in the middle of it. It wasn't really aimed at me, but I was enjoying the movie. My wife really liked it, but then she realized she had booked an appointment with Drew at the dog groomer and she thought it was she booked it at the same time that the cats were going to the vet, so she was worrying about that through most of the movie. The movie was Dog Man. We actually went to see Dog Man, which is the only comic book that's actually popular right now because comic books from Marvel and DC don't really sell many copies and they're sold to old people, old men. Uh, but Dogman and Cat Kid are sold to the kids that used the age group that used to buy comic books, and they are comic books. They're just hardbound and smaller, and
Right.
they love them. And the guy that puts those things out, he's the guy that used to do Captain Underpants.
Yeah, Dave.
They,
Yeah.
huh? Yeah,
His name is Dave Pilkey. My
right.
kids read Captain Underpants, so I had those Captain Underpants books, with my kids growing up. I've read those, but I haven't read Dog Man. I remember Dog Boy. Remember how good Liquid Television was? And Charles Burns had this weird thing, Dog Boy.
I remember Charles Burns, but I don't know if I remember Dog Boy. But
That was live
there,
action mixed with like these weird costuming with like fake pompadours, and the people had like prosthetic makeup to make them look like Charles Burns artistically influenced.
okay, yeah,
It was
there. I think I remember that. There's another series of books called Cat Kid. It's a spinoff. Cat Kid is Dogman's friend. He lives with him, and he's this little kitten, and he hangs out with all these tadpoles. It's strange, I know, and they all or have a comic book club like I had in third and fourth grade where I would make my own comic books with the other kids. And they do this. All these kids, then they show you, you get to read through their comic book, and then it goes back to the storyline. And they're all constantly producing comic books, and you get to see them. And sometimes they're photographs of action figures they glued together from other figures to tell a story. And sometimes they're just crudely drawn or made to look crudely drawn stories. But there's one, and I have not read this book yet, but I saw that it was in there. There's one called Cat Kid Influencers. And there's a story about Dr. Wortham in there. There's a whole comic book about this
really
evil doctor that banned comic books in the 50s. So uh he's there's he's this guy Dave Pilkey is teaching kids about comic book history, and
that's good.
he's the guy that's actually trying to save the comic book industry while everyone else argues about uh that's the format that Marvel and DC, well, they turn out shit, so it doesn't matter. But if someone put out decent stuff in that format, then that Dogman is the small books that could be checked out of school libraries, then maybe the industry could be saved, but I don't think it'll happen. John Goris, I like the Misfats. They did misfit covers, but it was all about overeating, obesity. That's
Oh,
great. I had no idea that existed. Oh, you must be talking about the beatniks thing. Friar Tuck, San Francisco area has to be even more expensive. Yeah.
it's very expensive.
Yes. Over 1,000 CDs take up space. Yeah, trust me, I know it. My brother back in the 90s had a mini CD collection player that just never caught on, kind of like Beta. Sorry, I typed in wrong chat. The pie stuff, multitasking. Oh, I wonder what are you in the? I bet you're in the. What is it? The comic claim sale? Is that where you're at? Um, Yeah, we have that sometime. People watching us while they watch other channels, and then I get weird comments about what was it? Lead paint put some comment about lead paint used to watch this channel and comment, and then he kind of stopped, and then he accidentally commented on this show while he was watching it secretly while watching another show, and it's something about the Micronauts started in 1976. It's like, what the hell? We weren't even talking about. And then I said, I think he's posting in the wrong show. Yeah, anyway, so yeah, we have people that watch the show but don't want to, are embarrassed by it because this is a horrible show, as you know. Sorry, I typed we're mean. We're by lunchtime. Since I have a mortgage, I'm just gonna buy the EC reprints. I read a few stories before bed. I love them cheap as well. Well, it's still expensive to buy the reprints, but uh, uh, that may be in the wrong. Yeah, that may be for the other show too. I don't know because we're. Uh, well, the EC reprints. Do you mean the book ones that are? Those are pretty cheap for what they are. $20, I think, but a piece. But you might be talking about the comics from the '90s reprints. What kind of pie did he bake? For I don't know, man. I don't know. I think that I bet the cheap comic collector was showing pie covers, and then that's what's going on. Uh, let's see if he's on right now. Let me see here. See who our competition is right now. No, I don't, maybe he's not on right now.
Hey, can I talk about this book that I picked up last week?
Yeah.
So good that I didn't. So you know when you find something that you get it and it immediately you want to read it, it like goes to the top of the stack. Like there's like a few things you can think of that do that sort of thing. Like I can think back like when I first was reading Mike Allred's Madman, I would read that Madman comic that would come out and it would go by in like 7 or 12 minutes or something, and I would just be so bummed that it was the best book of the entire month and it's all gone. But so I
Yeah.
picked this up. This is also by the artist Johnny Ryan out of Los Angeles that I showed those. My son is really into this guy's art. I showed that sticker
Uh-huh.
pack that I got last week.
Right. Right.
This is a hardcover, large format graphic novel, a complete graphic novel titled Fat Cop. And
Uh-huh.
it's outstanding. It's so good that I started it and I didn't want to devour it. So I'm about halfway through and I'm savoring it. It's so good. Here, let me read the back for you. It says, he's got an extremely big appetite for justice. Fat Cop, Johnny Ryan's first full-length graphic novel since Prison Pit, a psychotic and brilliant book, impossible to pigeonhole. Always a step ahead of the reader, its intellectual reach goes well beyond outrageousness and toward the agony of modern America. And its desire for destruction, Fat Cop is a murder mystery story engined by pure id, crafted by a comics master. And that's not hyperbole. This is really, really good. So it looks very simplistic, but it's very well written. The comedy timing is amazing. The illustration is hilarious. It's outrageous. I can't even show much of it because it's a hard R, the entire book. Lots of violence, lots of sex, lots of humor. And I love this. It's so good so far. It's really good.
I know
It's
what
a
you.
cop
Yeah.
who's named Fat Cop, who is a, he's a good cop, right? But he's not morally and ethically sound. So he's a cop for all the right reasons, like he believes in truth and justice in the American way, but he's really focused on eating. His whole day is around eating, And then, but he does do a lot to help the Los Angeles community. On the cover, you see him holding his son. That's his child that he has there with him that he's protecting, and it's great. It's about a dirty cover up in the police department, and Fat Cop is having to save the day. It's really good so far.
Oh,
Check out Fat Cop. I recommend this. You can get it on Amazon or at your local comic shop, and it's affordable. This is not an expensive book, even though it's big and it's real high quality. It's like, it feels like a Craig Yo book is how I describe how it feels,
yeah.
except it's black and white on the inside. But all the quality of everything is just top notch. It's great.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Very funny. This guy's timing is really, really good. It's like really, really funny.
Yeah, the auction that's on Saturday afternoon, those books are now $3 instead of $2.
But they don't have, you don't see anybody over there talking about Fat Cop.
No, I just was skimming through it to see if they were talking about pie on the other channel, and it was like the best thing I saw was a Richie Rich comic.
Yeah, I wonder if they had pie covers. It made me think of the Pie Wagon, which was New Bomb Turk's car from Hollywood
Oh yeah,
Nights. I wish that
yeah,
they need to. So one of these companies that makes diecast replicas needs to, that makes all the Fast and the Furious cars that I collect.
right.
They need to do Hollywood Nights, and they could make replicas of everybody's cars from Hollywood Nights. They could also do American Graffiti, right? Wouldn't that be cool? I think that they should do that. I would buy them.
Have they never done American Graffiti cars all these years?
I don't think so. Maybe a couple special ones, but they don't have, they haven't made a present day line with today's technology the way that they make miniature
Yeah,
diecast cars now, which is superior. Just in the last 20 years, or maybe even 10 years, it's improved dramatically.
yeah. What are some? Do you have some YouTube channels you could recommend that?
You know what I watch? I watch just about it every time it pops up is the Redwood Bar. So the Redwood Bar is this live music and cocktail venue in downtown Los Angeles that has a live stream camera set up, and they turn it on every time a live act comes on. And they have live music in this bar 3, 4, 5 times a week sometimes. And they have 3 or 4 bands that play just about every night. And it's really interesting. So you can hear sets by all kinds of bands you've never heard of. And last night they had an incredible band that played. That's maybe my favorite band that I've heard on there. That was called the what's it called? The Branch Davidian, something Branch Davidians. I made a video and I put their music to it last night.
Yeah, I know. I saw that. I was wondering
It was a
who they
great.
were.
It was the Neverland. The band is called the Neverland Ranch Davidians. Which, as soon as I saw the title of that band, I was like, "Oh, that's a great title, man." Neverland Ranch Davidians. So I was like,
Yeah,
"Oh, that's just funny." And so then I clicked on it and saw them right at the beginning of their set, and they were outstanding. So I was like, "Oh, this band is so great." So I was going to make a video of like something where I was going to talk and turn the music down, which is what I do sometimes. I shoot all my videos in one take, and I'll look at a toy and I'll be like, I think I'll do like 5 minutes talking about this. And so, but then this music was so good that I just turned it up and left it on and made a couple
right.
videos with them playing in the background. They were so good.
Yeah, I
So
noticed. I was thinking you're using music now. It's cool. Uh, I like that.
it's called Redwood Bar. You should check out that channel, you guys. It's good.
And you can watch the bands playing live, huh?
Yeah, yeah. Right when they start, they'll click the camera
Yeah.
on. And it's
There.
very low viewership. This is a small place. You'll look at the chat, and there'll be like 5 or 10 viewers, and no one is even talking in the chat. And you'll look at the dance floor, and you'll see like 3 or 4 people up on the stage, and it's a
Uh,
very small place. Very, I hate this. It's avant-garde. Okay, it's a real underground. It's kind of a dive bar, but
right.
that's the fun of the whole thing. Is it's like you're able to go to the dive bar without paying the $5 or $10 cover and having to buy a beer for $5. You can sit in your living room and watch the bands play, and sometimes they're really good, sometimes they're really bad, and that's the beauty of the whole thing.
Well, one thing I found recently is all these commercials that this guy's put up from VHS tapes.
I love
Uh,
those.
and
Oh, look at that.
and these are they're in like 8-minute chunks of commercials. And let's see here, and he's got them dated, like Fox Kids commercials, week of August 29th, 1994. May 7th, 1974 commercials. So that must have been a very early recorder, 74. Only I think rich people had recorders then.
Tuesday night, 7:30. Imagine feeling so good in the morning.
This guy, um, this guy's name, let's go to his so people can subscribe to him. It's a name that you would never remember. So Pannoni 14, Panani 14.
To find out what this can mean to you, call 39.
He's got 21,000 subscribers. So people,
Oh yeah, I subscribe to this guy, Pannoni 14. This is like an older channel. I've been subscribed to this
yeah,
channel for a
I
long,
just,
long.
maybe I have been, but I just discovered it. He's got old Donahue episodes, Solid Gold.
Yep.
But I'm trying to find. There was a band I think actually Cleo discovered it, and I think that was last month. So I'm looking through last month's playlist. Oh, this is I think I was talking to you about this Whitney Webb.
Yeah,
I'm sure
you
that,
mentioned
you
it.
know,
My
you
friend
want
Randy says that's his favorite source of news is Whitney Webb. She's like a Velma, she's like you just can't decide if she's pretty or ugly. I mean, I guess she's pretty. She's like a librarian, but she knows everything about Epstein, and she's written books about it. It's like she's interesting. But let's see. What I hate is when you've got a playlist and a video's been taken down and you don't know what it was, but it's gone. And it's like it could have been something great, but it's gone, and I have no idea what it is. And then there's all these guys making all these videos with AI uh,
Yeah.
that I'm entertained by this stuff. I know you're not supposed to be, but I can't help it. Because it's like heavy metal covers or come to life or something. I don't know what to say. I know you're supposed to hate AI, but like, um, anyway, let's see. Uh, oh boy. And of course, I guess everybody knows about the TV Days channel. There's a Adam West commercial.
Hey, can you search Redwood Bar and click subscribe and then show
Yeah,
all that stuff it's all non-copyrighted. Like, I mean, you could even play like 10 seconds of that band that I just talked about, and look at it and show everybody what it looks like.
yeah, sure. Yeah, I'll do it in 1 second.
I'm sure they can use the subs. I don't know how many subs they have, but it's probably right around the same as us. I'm serious. It's not a big channel.
This is a Brother Theodore commercial for House by the Cemetery. He did all the radio and TV spots for it. Oh well, I'll probably. Let's see. Redwood Bar. I'll get there in just a second. Man, what was that? Here's Star Trek. Is if it came out in the 50s, another one of these AI things.
Its 5-year mission to explore strange new worlds, to seek out new life and new civilizations, to boldly go where no man has gone before. Starring Captain James T. Kirk, daring, bold.
There's a million of these channels. This one's called Panavision Retro Reels, and sometimes these guys are real jealous. Oh shit! I went off the playlist. Okay,
Do
I'll
you
look up Red.
do you subscribe to that channel that makes short videos? It's called Star Trek Logical Thinking, and they use the template from the 1970s Star Trek animated series to make short videos that are about sociology and psychology. And like this newest one is titled quote, it's a Star Trek Logical Thinking number 75, quoting out of context. Have you ever
Yeah,
seen these videos? You know what I'm
I
talking about?
have. This old friend of mine that I've known since the '80s. It was like a brother to me. He got mad at my wife because she was posting that it was wrong for Facebook and YouTube and everything to ban Alex Jones about years ago when because he was the first one that was banned, right? And then Facebook said you could only mention Alex Jones on Facebook if you're insulting him. If you're saying something nice about him, it's banned. And came right, it sounded completely like out of 1984 or out of, some Nazi thing. And so
Yeah.
she said so. And then my friend had become real liberal. And he was saying, well, it's a private company. It can do whatever it wants. And then he was like sending her, he just wouldn't stop his assault, attacking her on Facebook. And then he was sending her the 1970s cartoon uh, Star Trek, Spock talking about logic and to explain to her how, yeah, those clips to explain to her how her her logic was fallacious. So that's how I. There it is, Redwood Bar. Is it with the skeleton hands?
That's it. LA.
All right, let's see if I subscribe to it. I have not. Okay, I have. There's a bar, man. I think it was called Howl. I can't remember if it was called Howl. It wasn't a bar actually. It was an old It was the second location of Lone Star Comics from like 1978 to maybe 86. It was the main location of Lone Star Comics, and then someone had turned it into a live music venue, old record store, and they had some old comics in the back. So it still was kind of a little bit of a comic store. And they would broadcast live all these punk rock bands that would play there. So you could be at home just like you're talking about and watch these bands. So let's see,
Yeah, it's,
9011.
this is how you can. This is real new music. These are these are real small band, garage band type situations. Click on check. Oh, this was actually a good band, but click on
Jughead's
the rest of
Revenge.
the videos. The
Look,
Neverland Ranch. Maybe go to newest videos. Yeah, there you go.
uh,
Neverland Ranch.
is
Neverland
this
Ranch.
it?
Yeah, these guys are great.
She's got that swag.
I'll put that in my list. Hopefully I might be
Yeah, it's
playing this
fun.
too
And it
loud.
really is like going to the bar. Now, one of my best friends is my friend Snake, and he turned me on to this channel. And Snake and I used to hang out in bars just like this. And he's a musician and
Uh-huh.
a bouncer type guy, a guy who stands at the door. We spend a lot of time at the door and outside smoking cigarettes and drinking beers. So he turns me on to this channel. And so now we watch this live together, and then we have like a chat thing going on our phones, like the way you and I and Kevin do sometimes, where we're talking while we're watching, and we're talking about the bands. And sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad, sometimes we're making jokes, sometimes we're praising them, and it's entertaining. It's like we're at the bar, but we're just in our houses, separate, a couple hundred miles away.
Yeah, I hear my wife moving around upstairs. I'm going to go up and ask her the name of this one band that I'm trying to find. I'll be right back. Just talk and entertain them. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Yeah, um, I'll be right back. I want to show you guys this band I just got.
All right, cool. I will talk. So let's talk about this trigonometry problem. It's Frank Trig, Advanced 70s Women Studies, and it's talking about making the move from Kay Lenz all the way to Judy Landers and what happens in between and how you get to that position, how you move from an original position of being initially fascinated and then falling in love with Kay Lenz, which is the hottest girl that you meet at the fair all summer long, right? This is summer of 72. But she's complicated, Kay Lenz. She has daddy issues. There's in the long run, it's a short shot, but the long shot and with a higher attainability level is Judy Landers. Now, Judy Landers doesn't come along until later, and she shows up, to us in a broad sense as a regular guest on the Love Boat television program. Um, she appears as maybe being some sort of early representation for developmentally disabled adults. She looks great from the neck down, but then it downs from the neck up. But she's both of these ladies, Kay Lenz and Judy Landers, they're still with us. We're still fortunate enough to live in a world where they're both and they both look great. I looked them up; they look fantastic. So this is the submax co-solution: is that you have to make a decision to look beyond Kay Lenz and be satisfied with Judy Landers. And it's an analogy for adapting to multiculturalism, which not a lot of us want to do, but I certainly don't. But I'm adapting to Judy Landers. The next thing we were talking about was Ted Bundy, and the phony. Oh, that's back. Thanks. So he just saved you from a 3-minute thing that I would make up about Ted Bundy and the fake.
Well, the band that we saw was called Scowl, but she said she really likes this lady's persona, but in interview her stage presence. But she saw an interview with her, and she's a total social justice warrior and all of that, But she's still okay. So now I can look up this what we saw, because I remember they were in Oklahoma. I think they've since become pretty big. They're called Scowl, and so it's a so let's see, Scowl Live. Um, so she's that bright colored hair type person. I want to find one where she's in Oklahoma. There she is in San Francisco. It's like a whole set. Oh well, let's find the one man, Kevin must be really busy. I had to send him a text. Um, Oklahoma. Oh, let me type in Oklahoma.
Did you ever have to watch Oklahoma? Not just the movie Oklahoma, but have you ever seen a live stage production of Oklahoma before?
No.
It's pretty brutal. It's see, we grew up at the same time, but we had different childhoods. My dad died when I was like 4, so and then my mother had kind of this bottomless income, and so I was forced to go to all kinds of stage productions and dinner theaters and all kinds of stuff. So when I was like 8 and 10, I had already seen like Robert Goulet do Camelot live on stage, and It was brutal. But I saw some really good. I saw Fiddler on the Roof, a couple times live when I was a kid. After being scared by the movie, and I already kind of knew the story, but then when I saw the play, I just loved it, man. That's one of the best live plays you can see. Is Fiddler.
I like the music of Camelot, and I like Robert Goulet's performance, but I don't even know if I would want to watch him older doing it 20
I
years
had to
later.
watch. I was there. I had to. But it was okay. It wasn't bad, but yeah, it was pretty rough. I saw really bad stuff too, like the Fantastics, or like I saw like this creepy stuff that was popular at the time in the '70s, like in the theater. What was the other one that? Oh, that was bad.
I don't know. I imagine Cats would be pretty bad.
No, that was I was out of that situation by the time Cats came out. No, I'm talking about like Jacques Brel. I'm talking,
Oh, okay.
I saw Jacques Brel live too. It was actually pretty good. Godspell.
Oh, yeah. This may not be the one. Let's see. Well, I'll probably never find it. Um, but I'm sure that, just about everybody who's going to be in music is going to be some social justice kind of person.
Yep, I think that's the prevailing. It's the status quo.
Hey,
I'm on my lunch break, so I decided to spend at least half of it down.
well, I keep looking at that clock, but I moved the clock ahead an hour already, so that's the time it will be tomorrow. But right now it must still be 3 o'clock.
Well, I don't even know what's going on. It is always on Sundays, isn't it?
Yeah, we've got. I could never find that particular video, but I
Oh
guess.
yeah, maybe just try Scowl, Oklahoma. If I saw the
Yeah, I did.
if I saw the thumbnail, I'd tell you immediately. Where can I sit?
Anywhere. I was thinking of trying to find the cats. This is
Maybe
really weird.
I have a feeling they're in the basement or the attic.
There's no way they're in the basement. That's where the other cat is. I think they're in the attic. I'm gonna go look for a second here.
You never see them down there?
Not since the first day, because that's kind of Alan's domain. Alan sits on the guest bed down there,
But
and
he looks all angry.
here, find something cool. We were kind of trading cool YouTube channels.
Okay.
He showed me a place called Redwood Bar that's live music like every night that you can watch.
I wonder if the club I used to live across the street from in Las Vegas broadcaster every night.
Maybe. I think these cats are hanging out in the comic book room. Comic book. What? Oh, there's Callie just ran across the living room.
She's going to the library.
Okay, we just found the white cat.
Does
Oh,
Cleo
boy.
have any? Is she narrowing down any names for Mary yet?
Oh, we'll ask her about that. Maybe people in the chat would like to help. Um, well, I don't want to scare Callie. Callie will emerge. I think that Callie just emerged because of your voice, because she hasn't appeared.
Well, she went to the library and probably went up those back stairs.
No, because that door's closed.
Oh.
Okay, so Myers asking if you've narrowed down any names.
I haven't had too much. I mean, it was a shock, and then I had to work, and I haven't had too much time. I've been thinking of some names.
No.
I have been leaning towards Mars, but that doesn't sound dignified enough because I like giving them very human names.
Yeah. Mars.
Like I like Mortimer more than I like Mars.
How about Melvin? It has to be an M name. Is that right?
Nah,
She
no.
gave the cat 4 names because she wanted it to come out meow, the initials. But the 2 middle names were girl names, so you've got to change 3
Now
names.
everything has changed, and I was just kind of thinking maybe it shouldn't be some. Maybe it should be something kind of tied into a male form of Mary, like Marcel or like Martin, and
Maybe you can make the initials GTFO. Get the fuck out.
I like that.
And it could
But
be.
it's that our last name is a W, man.
Well, but it depends on whether it's Orloff or my real name.
Orloff is good, yeah.
Uh,
GTFO, man.
oh boy. Um,
I don't know. I was just so stuck on that Mary, and now I got no Mary.
do you guys have any idea middle male names that start with M? Let's see what these people are
I was
saying.
thinking that are like male forms of Mary, like Marion and stuff like that. But I like Marquis, like the Marquis de Sade.
Prayer Tuck was trying. They were talking about pi French Davidian compound. That's what it's referenced to in Texas. Yeah, Prayer Tuck. My wife and I, when my kids were little, used to read to them before they went to sleep. But every now and then on my night, we'd watch old commercials on YouTube from the 50s and 60s. Says Friar Tuck. Werewolf says Fredflix is a good channel for reminiscing. Friar, yes, it's Fredflix is great. One of the Fredflix has different shows, and one of them is called Video Vault. On one of them, it has. I have to find it. It has a commercial for these. This toy from about 1970 that would walk down windows and walls, and it was not one of those suction. Well, it was suction cups, but it wasn't one of those sucker man kind of things. It was a really cool mechanism. Werewolf and I will not look or watch anything AI. Well, the reason AI is a problem because there's obviously demonic influence in it. I think demonic, literal demonic influence influencing the computer imagery. But sometimes those demons have a good sense of humor or some good artistic taste. And their 1950s AI Star Trek doesn't look much different than the 60s version. Yeah, but you just wait. It's great. But if your kids watch the AI version, they will think it's original. Yeah, well, my kids are cats, so they aren't going to understand that. How's the new cat settling in? I don't know. The black cat's fine, but I don't know where the f it
Well,
is.
the white cat is so shy, but when I'm sleeping, she jumps up and claws me. She jumps up like some kind of like I don't know weird ass anarchist hooligan.
Well,
She
this sounds
she
like a prank.
she clawed my fingers today because she just jumped up out of nowhere and took a swipe at me.
This is catnip fever. I don't think have I given any of these. Let's let me see if I can get this cat stoned so it'll be calm. Justin says Martin Elmore Orloff Weiner. Oh, that's good.
Wait, what did he say?
Martin Elmore Orloff Weiner.
I thought of something very similar. I was considering Martin too. And he said Elmore, and I was thinking of similar names like that.
Huh. Elmore.
I kind of like Mars Elon for fun, but then no.
Elon. Oh yeah, but what if Elon turns out to be the Antichrist? Then we're in trouble.
Well, too bad.
Oh well. I
Hey,
don't think he's Antichrist.
you still have messages to read?
No.
All right, I want to tell you about this guy that I used to ride the bus with. I always thought that these would be great names for 2 cats or 2 dogs. I was just reminded by this guy by this conversation here. I can't wait for you. Okay, cool. Anyway, Meep and Merp. I like uh,
Mhm.
Meep for one cat and Merp for another cat. And the reason why it's Meep and Merp. So there used to be this guy. I used to ride this bus through San Francisco, and I would switch at this one bus stop that was at Castro and Mission to go to the industrial area where the theaters are, where Bryant Street is. So you have to make a switch here. And so for months, maybe even a couple of years at one point, there would be this kid, and this is a grown man, and he had some sort of developmental disability, that maybe multiple diagnoses, but he would stand at the stop and he would just say Meep and Merp, right? But it would be different intonations of those two made up words in response to what was happening around the bus stop. Like if he got nervous that it's getting close to the bus coming and people are moving up close, he's going Meep, Merp, Meep, Merp, Meep, Merp, Meep, Merp. But when things slowed down, he would just be all Meep, Merp, Meep, Merp. So, but this
Wow.
one day I got on the bus with him, and it was slow and everything, and I ended up right next to him, and so now I'm real close to him, like we're like this, on this crowded bus, and I can really take in his full Meep Merpness. And
Yeah.
even on the bus when it's crowded and there's noise, under his breath he was going Meep Merp. And he looked at me because we know each other by visual contact. I've never spoken to him, he's never spoken to me, but we ride the bus together every day for like a year. And so he looks at me like he knows I know him, and he knows that I'm sympathetic to his situation and plight and diagnoses, and he goes,
Wow.
yeah. And I was like, all right. I mean, no, I just looked at him with no, this is San Francisco. This is a rough neighborhood. I might have gone like this, like that. That would the only contact, like that would be my approval as a stranger in downtown San Francisco, and he's whispering Meet Merp. I go, we're cool, I just look at him. That's it.
Wow.
But yeah, Meep and Merp. I wrote all this down somewhere. I'm glad I remembered it.
That's great. That's cool. Man.
He was a real big guy. He was just how you would imagine. I didn't even describe him, but I'm sure you pictured that he was like 6'3" and 245 pounds, and was like had a face of a child and kind of the mind of a child and the body of like kind of a longshoreman, kind of slumped shoulders. Even though he's big, he looks small.
How's this for CGC? Think it's okay? This is one of those wounded wonders.
I have one, that same issue that's not as bad as that, but it's similar, and I picked it up. It's one of my oldest comics. I got it like for 25 cents. And
You
it's
got
probably
the ad at the bottom for the 66 Marvel superheroes. I was saying, I just found this in there. This isn't a damaged comic, but maybe we could send them to handle Ukraine, since the Europeans want to take it on themselves. It says GI Joe European missions. Are these figures? Are these guys they never made action figures of because they're European and no one cares about them?
They've made action figures of everything by now, I think.
I'm sure they existed as action figures before they existed as the comic characters. Or
I
did
used to
they ever do it the other way around?
I used to sit at those bus stops, and I would have a little notebook, and sometimes I would just draw, and then other times I would write down people's conversations that I was overhearing, and
Yeah.
especially I liked to write down like the conversations of schizophrenic people that they were having with themselves, which happened a lot. Like one ranting person at a busy bus stop that would just be
Uh,
moving around and talking to themselves, and I would be writing down everything they were saying, and I captured some really good moments, and like this guy arguing with himself, and like with a t-shirt wrapped around his head like a towel and everything, and there's just some gold on the streets of San Francisco.
yeah,
It just
I always wonder, maybe they really are hearing something that really is talking to them. You ever think about that?
oh, they are, yeah.
I
They're
mean,
internal
maybe it's genuinely something talking to them. Maybe it's not just in their mind.
oh yeah,
You know what I mean?
no,
Like maybe it's really a demon, like they might have thought back 500 years ago.
I never really thought that, to be honest. Yeah.
That's because I'm insane. This is these comic shop news, sometimes they've got cool covers. Who is this artist? I can't read it. Man, I guess I should know who this artist is.
That's
Towns,
cool. That cover is
Townsend.
Cadillacs and dinosaurs. Who's that?
Oh, I know who that is. I'm looking at. No, I was looking at this.
It looks
I know
good.
that I know Cadillacs and dinosaurs.
I don't know
I
who
think it
that is.
says Townsend and Jones.
I don't know.
But
I
I
like it.
remember this artist there for a little while. Yeah, I definitely. Yeah, I wasn't looking at that. I had already put that away. Man, I got a ton of these things. Shit.
Wow, that's perfect.
Oh, what is someone saying something? What are people saying? I didn't read any of these. Okay. Alien,
Great.
lunch, Muppet, crackhead. Don't slap, smell and read. Reading in the garden on a nice summer's day is the greatest thing ever, says the werewolf. I think that is J. Scott Campbell. Oh, okay. That I believe it. Yeah, you think this is maybe a coverless older comic, but it's actually Marvel Tales. Let's see what it's when Foom was first starting. Oh my gosh, this probably was a this was a 1959 uh, World's Finest, but it's when ads look like that. Look at that.
Yeah, those little fudgies. They look really good. Those ads for those little like 2 cent like Tootsie Fudgy things.
Yeah.
I never saw those.
Oh, here's a coverless Atlas Seaboard, Wolf the Barbarian.
Oh, I never bought that.
Someone was saying that there was a different reason that Atlas Seaboard shut down, that there was some kind of do not compete clause. Yeah, that Martin Goodman thought that if his son ran Atlas Seaboard, he wouldn't be subject to the do not compete clause, but I don't know if that's true or not.
So I never bought. I'm going to tell you why I never bought any of those. So Bob Side bought them at the comic shop in like 1977 and 78. All of those
Yeah.
Atlas keyboards were in the 25-cent stacks, right? And
Right.
to me, they looked amateurish. And there was all kinds of other good stuff in those same 25-cent stacks that were
Oh,
Marvel
okay.
and DC that were way better, right? And so I never even bought one of them. I scoffed at them. Like I would just breeze through it.
Ooh.
Uh-huh.
So why else would Sidebottom have so many of these number ones and number twos that are just a glut? The glut of 1977 is what it was
Yeah.
kind of.
Do you like this bust of the Bride of Frankenstein with LED lights that make her eyes glow? I don't know that I like the glowing eyes, but I like it like that.
That's fine. Well, how much is that thing?
I'll $47.99.
Yeah, that's
She's
okay.
pretty.
Yeah, that's all right.
She's pretty and nice looking.
Yeah.
Just when she doesn't have her eyes glowing.
Yeah, that's okay.
It's from a place called Vampire Freaks.
Vampire Freaks.
That's the name of the store.
Uh,
You should ask Kevin if he does business with Vampire Freaks.
well, Kevin hasn't appeared yet. He may be super busy in his store. That's my assumption.
Yeah, but you'll talk to him soon.
Yeah. Maybe I should put a link here again.
Oh, I should see what kind of food we may be able to buy.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
I don't think they've put anything up.
Do I use the same way of paying?
Yeah. I'm seeing something interesting, but that seemed to have been from yesterday.
Superman 187 must have been a giant size issue. It's 1966. It's perfectly readable. It's just in shitty condition with no cover. Um, this is a Jimmy Olsen from June of '66. Look at that. They've got to get Batman in there because June of '66 really is
I'm gonna get
April
that
of
fix it, bud.
'66. Yeah, thank
I
you.
got 10 minutes left, and I'm gonna eat my cake so I don't get low blood sugar.
Oh yeah, yeah. So this came out in April of '66, and the Batman TV series started in January of '66. So this is only 3 months into that giant Batman craze. So of course they're gonna get Batman or a variation of Superman Batman into and the Joker and stuff and everything.
I'm having a rough day with a job, but
Oh yeah.
maybe it'll get better now. I'll
Yeah.
leave this here for you.
Thank you. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Let me text me and let me know. Do you see whatever the name of the other cat is? Yes,
Oh, we don't know.
Mars. Okay. Blah, 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 blah.
I got like 3 people telling me Marty.
Marty. Okay. I've been drunk. I'm just reading a comment there, which I probably shouldn't say out loud. I can smell it from here. Says where we'll smell what? I'm not following. Jehoshaphat.
All right. I'm looking at leftovers. You guys have made me hungry. So
Oh,
I've got to heat up two different leftover situations. I had Mexican food 2 days in
oh,
a row. So I have like a half of a leftover burrito and about a quarter or a third of a leftover chili verde burrito.
Oh,
So I got to heat them both up. I think I'm going to go for like a skillet. Let's do this one.
I forgot about Amazing Heroes. It's a swimsuit special. Bunch of these magazines that were the size of comic books weigh 1,000,000 tons. Boy Fear is another one of them.
Oh, you know what? I forgot to mention. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah,
Back like about 7 minutes ago,
yeah.
I got a message from my friend Snake, and he knows that band Scowl, and he said search Scowl. Hold on, let me. He even thinks I think he thinks he knows the video you're looking for. He says Scowl. Try Scowl November 2022 is what he says for
Oh,
the video you were looking for, or to look at Scowl. He says November 2022 is the name of the video.
okay. Scowl November 2022. So I
Let's do the chili verde first because there's not that much of it. And it was really good. It's the freshest. See, look, this was the so this whole thing was filled with this chili verde burrito, and this was the Friday special yesterday at the gas station, and it was $6.49, $6.49, and this was lunch and dinner, and now here's the leftover. I know, but I don't eat a lot. I don't have a huge appetite anymore because I don't burn a lot of calories.
Yeah, I think this one is it. He's right. This is where we first saw her. This is the video that impressed me. Just the way that her interaction with the crowd. Well, that makes sense if she's a lefty. The hammer and sickle.
He's just a friend. Would you say he's just a friend? Oh, baby, you got what I need. All right, motherfuckers, let's fucking go. We're still from fucking California. And you don't know what the fuck that is. You're gonna find the fuck out. This is for fucking Aaron. We're fucking booking this shit. Bring this shit a fucking circle. Let's go. California circles it.
There's another band that's become pretty big called Amel and the Sniffers, I think, from Australia. Uh, have you heard of them?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I have.
Let's see what these people are saying here. Um, she's saying she found the cat. Paulo, dinner's done. We had shrimp spaghetti. Oh shit, that sounds good. Well,
Yeah.
actually, shrimp linguine. My mom didn't know linguine existed. She thought it was spaghetti when she bought it. Mars is sleeping on our bed. Oh, good. Found him. Think we have the same mother in law, Paulo. LOL, says Werewolf. The singer has good stage presence, says my mom. Scowl, but most definitely a SJW. Uh, yeah, but you know, everybody we like. Elvira. I'm sure Debbie Harry is not like a Trump voter. You know, it's like there's all we've got is Scott Baio and the guy that played Hercules uh, and
Randy
James
Quaid.
Woods and and, and Mel Gibson. That's about all we've got, man, on our side. My wife's mom just makes great how do you pronounce that? Bolognese? Let's leave it at that. That is, my wife says, definitely the video. We loved her. LOL. Yeah, she's great. Yeah, she's, I swear, that's pretty great. Put on a real modern punk band, the only one going, Amel and the Sniffers. Amel and the Sniffers are fantastic. When I saw her, she's just singing, and she casually reaches up and smashes this fluorescent light above her, and then it all rains down on her. Man, she's great. Yeah. I
I
wish
like
I could remember. Oh, Cleo, if you're still watching, what's the name of the band with from Austin with that woman with the giant afro? What that was pretty good too. When I play aggro music on my phone, Mars likes it. He gets close to the phone. Oh no, okay. She's training the cat to be a punk rocker.
I think
Uh,
the Chats is a good band, and they're not. I mean, they're not real new, but it's a fairly recent punk band. I think they're from New Zealand. They're called the Chats, C H A
Cats.
T
Okay.
Chats, the Chats.
My wife is saying that this cat likes punk and metal. Yeah. The cat, all it does is purr. You don't even have to touch the cat. It's just like an engine. We have Sherry Curry. we have Glenn Danzig. Okay, yeah, Terry Curry converted. Glenn Danzig is yeah. Bill Clinton was trying to kill Glenn Danzig. That song "Mother" is apparently about Tipper Gore. If you didn't know that, John Gore is that Scows lead. Her looks don't really match her vocal stage personality. Yeah, well, yeah, she's almost like looks more like a glamorous Debbie Harry type. It's just that's we have Ted Nugent. Yeah, I was talking about actors though, not musicians.
I think I got to go with the oven to heat this up.
Okay, I like Skull more, but I like Amel too. Oh, okay, my wife couldn't write the name. Okay, I'll look her up. I like her the best. Ella. Okay, so let's look at this band called P asterisk SSY Gillette. 'Cause I don't know if we're allowed to say that, Dave. That was pretty ballsy. The movie Goldfinger coming out in 1964 with a character called Pussy Galore. Pussy Gillette. Yeah, they're. I think these are out of this band's out of Austin, Texas. I forgot about this band. Maybe they have something else. And this other band I discovered called Sir Chloe. I really think she's great. Oh, and there's an 80s band called The Primitives that just came back with a new song, and I think it's real catchy. They're not really punk rock, but borderline. Um, okay, well, I don't know. I guess if it's on YouTube, it's probably
Oh shit! I need to grab one of these.
appropriate.
All right, let's gonna jump into a. Let's try this.
Yeah, her name is. It, this must be their backyard. This is Germs by Pussy Galore. Hopefully, I'm not playing. She's right above me doing her phone job, and I need to be careful playing this so loud. Uh, she's got a shirt on. Trust me. Okay, so that's that band. um, let's see. Hopefully, the AI realizes she had a bikini on. Um, let's see. Um, this this girl reminds me of the band Garbage. Um, I gotta be careful with copyright. Um, See, it sounds a lot like that 1990s Garbage, Shirley Manson to me. But I think it's some good that's coming out actually today, which and I don't know. It's not Taylor Swift. So well, this has got to be valuable. It's a beat up copy of Wizard Number 6. Wow. Uh, this is the end of the line. Looking at Wizard on your show, man. You still there, man? I don't know if you're
Yes.
there.
Yeah, I'm looking at music.
Oh yeah. I'm going to put together a collection
I'm
of
looking for bands to show
monster
their
cartoons
video.
because the Snooper and Blabbermouse reminded me, the Mr. and Mrs. J Evil Scientist cartoons, which you can get off Internet Archive. And then I found a Tom Slick cartoon, like a monster rally where they're racing against monsters. And then I figure there's a couple of Beatles cartoons where they got Frankenstein and different monsters. And I thought maybe I could put together a collection of 60s monster stuff. Let's see what these people are saying here. What are people talking about here? Um, yeah, being up close to Amy and the band as a 52-year-old brought me back. We have Bo Rathbone. Yeah, yeah. Um, GTG. The hell does that mean?
Good to go.
Oh, I guess. I have 3 albums by Pussy Galore. That's a different. Wait, Pussy. I'm talking about Pussy Gillette. Pussy Galore. Isn't that the band? Yeah, that's the band from what's that guy's name? Yeah, Pussy Galore is good. That's Spencer. I can't remember. Man, my memory's gone. Right Now was one. I've seen the Primitives 6 times. I'm not making this up. I believe you. Um, I probably can't say that out loud because it sounds Pussy Galore. Try Through the Flowers, Primitives. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm going for a cigarette, man. Um, man, I remember. I remember when the comic stores were all half sports cards places. It seemed I've kind of forgotten about that. Looking through these, damn man, this is a free comic book day thing. This artist, Emil Ferris, I saw he had a whole book out of this. I think it's like it's made to look like it's sketches on notebook paper, and it's about growing up being into monsters and monster movies. I saw a whole book of this at Half Price Books. I never got it, but this I need to investigate this. Yeah. Let me try something here.
He's gone.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah.
I went over to text Kevin. I said, "Hey, come on if you want."
You guys should check out the chats. If you haven't checked out the chats before, this is a
Oh.
traditional punk rock band. This sounds like California punk from the 80s, even though they're from, I think, New Zealand. They sound like Circle Jerks and Agent Orange. They have a real Dead Kennedy. They have the California 77 punk flavor, even though their songs are from 2020. They're good.
This would have
The
been a
chat,
good one if
they
it
got
wasn't
a lot of hits. They're popular. They have millions of views.
the chats.
Yeah,
Okay, I
they're
better
good.
look it up before I forget.
They're good. Like I guess their biggest hit is this song called Smoko, which is very catchy. But then they have another good song called Pub Feed. They've got a bunch of good songs.
See what I envision, what I'd like
Out on
to
the Street.
turn this channel into is just people talking about music. And even though you can't really play music on YouTube, I just envision everybody having a notepad and writing down bands to go out and look into later, or YouTube channels to go subscribe to and watch. It's like I'd like to do that instead of just showing, here's another comic book, here's another one, here's
No,
another one. I'd like
well, I
to
don't know.
teach. I'd
Heroes,
like
I don't know
to.
about new music, and so I want to share the stuff that I like coming on your show and sharing whatever I'm into. What if I
Yeah,
find something new that I like,
I want to share and I want to learn from other people about cool stuff. I don't want to just say, look what I got on mycomicshop.com. Look what I got. It's got a spine tick. Here's this one. It's got some staple rust. Here's the, it's not interesting to me, man. Or if we show comics, I want to hear stories, interesting stories about how you got it, not just I pressed the button on the computer and it showed up 5 days later. Okay, the chats.
look at the chats, and then look at the video called Smoko, and you
I
could
just
probably get
pulled
in
that
there just
up. Yeah,
playing a couple seconds of it, like you've been playing the other stuff, and you could get a
yeah, yeah.
listen for. They're good. They're good.
He looks like a guy I knew in elementary school
He's
that would
great.
eat, eat
This is the
he
lead
would eat,
singer.
he would pour Elmer's glue on the floor of the classroom and lick it up.
Yeah, they're
He
great.
looked just
This is
like
the lead
that,
singer.
Kenneth Graham.
This is a surf punk band.
Huh. And okay, I hear the accent. They're from New Zealand.
Yeah, I think so.
What do you call them? New Zealandish? What do you call those? Yeah, this is good. I can't play too much. Let's see. Here's pub feed.
They're like, this is an angry party band. Each song is 2 minutes long. This is what you listen to your friends. It's a very, very retro feel to it.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, here's a cartoon.
I haven't seen this one. This is cool. That's great.
I subscribe to them and put this one in my playlist. I'll put it in AAA March 2025. For a while, the playlists were showing up alphabetically, so I had to start naming them AAA so they'd show up at the top of the list because they like they used to do with in the phone book. You'd look up a plumber, AAA Aaron Plumbers. If I put three A's and then Aaron, I can get five A's, and I'll definitely be the first plumber everyone sees in the phone book. So you were supposed to get that from Kevin today, and you got it. Is that right? And I was
Yeah,
supposed to get something today, and I didn't get it.
it took 4 days to get here from Arizona.
Oh, okay. That's good. Smoko is a cigarette break in Australia and New Zealand. I think there's a hub in between where I'm at and Kevin that's where some of the employees are
Yeah, that makes
angry and are trying to
yeah.
teach us a lesson. Oh, here. I
That's
just
the chorus to that song is I'm on Smoko, so leave me alone. I'm on Smoko, so leave me alone.
yeah. Okay. Let me just in case they brought the box real late. I don't think it's gonna happen. Okay, so I'm going to have a whole over a week off soon. So I'll probably be doing a lot of shows during. Oh, that's kind of a cool glow back behind me. Ah, okay. They had no chemtrails today. Maybe Trump has fired those people. Maybe they've fired all the geoengineering people. That yeah, they have no comic books for me today. Um, who are these humans talking here? Shazam Boy says, I'm leaving on an extended trip and need to get rid of approximately 250 to 300 mostly Golden Age comics. Would rather my friends on your channel get them. Can this be a. Uh, I don't know, is this a guy that's been on our channel before? Is this some troll? I think I recognize that name, but yeah, click the link, Shazam Boy, and show us the comics. That'll provide us some entertainment. Yeah, shit. You're leaving. You need to get rid of Golden Age comics because you're going on an extended trip. It's, does that strike you as real, Meyer, or does that strike you as Zorkish? I
What's
don't know.
that? I'm sorry, I didn't hear. What did you say?
Does that sound real? I don't know. Where
No,
are
I
you
heard.
from?
Yeah, I
Where
don't know.
I don't know. That's doesn't really sound like a sounds like okay. Well, you gotta tell us more, Shazam boy. Yeah, sure. We like Golden Age comics.
Tell us more, Shazam boy.
Um, Humans? Where? Oh, we consider people in Portugal to be human.
I
We
really liked yeah, how Gomer Pyle used to say Shazam. That was good.
yeah
And someone
yeah
needs to bring that back.
yeah.
Shazam.
Maybe Donald Trump could start doing that. Oh my gosh.
JD Vance. JD Vance. He-
Yeah. Has
Thumbs
anybody
down.
seen that?
The way he kicked that guy out, the Al Green out. Shazam. Hit the road, Al Green.
Where where can you see the movie they made about JD Vance and
I don't know. I think they took it off of Netflix because they don't want people to watch it because it makes them look good.
right, I know. It's weird, isn't it? It's weird that they made them. It must have been a really good book for them to make a movie about someone that no one had ever heard of.
No, and
I get,
especially it being Ron Howard, who I think is a pretty devout member of the Church of
yeah,
woke Lutheran.
yeah,
Is
they're probably going to bury that movie, wouldn't you think?
Yeah, I think they have. They did bury it. They stopped talking about it completely. They only talked about it for a short time.
Yeah.
He's JD Vance has taken the meme world, the internet by storm in the past few days. He's the number one rated meme right now.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you didn't know that? There's tons of them.
No.
Yeah, it all happened after the congressional address because of the moment of him standing up and giving the thumb. Also because of him uh, um, speaking up there with Zelensky in that meeting last week as well. It's kind of boosted him up in the internet meme scheme.
Huh.
Some of them are positive. Most of them are positive in a funny way. You got to kind of understand the internet to get it. But the leftists have also, kind of tagged onto the meme and are using it for nefarious purposes in a certain way, is how I would describe it. You know how they're always following our coattails when it comes to humor. They don't even fully understand how it
Right.
works. They still make memes. That's why they can't meme.
Yeah. Yeah, I know they're not funny.
And no, they're the opposite. It's like not only is it not funny, it's self-destructive. It's so cringe. I love that. I have that
But
issue.
this Catwoman comic was something good about the 90s.
Yeah, was it
I enjoyed
Jimmy
it.
Fallon was his name? I
What
dated
was
this girl that she had like the whole run. She didn't have any other comics except those Catwoman comics.
Yeah, I would see how women would like that. Yeah. It's number 33. Here's the way they drew these. Is this the same artist? Wait a second. It's got to be the same artist. Yeah, it's the same artist. How did I know? The next issue. How do you know it's the same artist? It's like ridiculous. It's like they're actually balloons. 34. I got somehow I wound up with two copies of this issue. I must not have known. Bought it twice like a maniac. 36. Yeah, I just don't know. If at some point these may become collectible, I don't know. 37. What's the deal with this Hulk that has ammo belts?
I don't know. This was this Maximum Carnage. What was it? Maximum something? I forget. It wasn't Maximum Carnage. It was like a little storyline where you had the smart Hulk and he was a mercenary. I have them. I read them when they came out. They weren't bad.
Oh, well, they weren't. Okay.
No, I remember liking them. I bought them.
Here's 46.
1994 or something.
True Lies. I heard. I don't think I ever saw True Lies. Someone told me it wasn't
Okay.
any good. I don't know.
I thought it was okay. I saw it.
Look, here's that artist again.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
saved all of them too,
balance.
just like you. I think that these are fun to look at from time to time, and they don't look bad on a shelf, unbagged and boarded, just kind of
Yeah,
stacked up.
they're just so damn heavy. A box of these things. Here's number 50.
They are. Yeah, that's why they're better like on a shelf, I think, as opposed to taking up space in a long box or short
Yeah,
box.
I just don't have shelves. I've got to buy shelves. I had so many bookshelves that I didn't bring when we moved, and I thought I would just get new ones. I think this is when they started Fantastic Four over again for some mystifying reason. Oh, I forgot about this character. I guess it was pronounced she, this ninja girl with the clown face.
Yeah, sure. I have some of those. He's still around. He's a creator that's involved in Comicsgate, Ethan Van Sciver.
When Batman was drawn like that.
Isn't that funny?
That's crazy. Look at this. It's got like a real ad for L'Oreal.
Interesting.
They thought real people were buying these, not just a bunch of pimply faced idiots that, that never used shampoo in their life. Um, Maybe they were. I don't know. I guess
Well, they were
comics
being
were still
sold.
bought by normal people back then.
I remember seeing Wizard in the supermarket, like
Yeah,
when we used to have a large magazine section, remember? And
yeah,
these would be
yeah,
down low, and yeah.
yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, I remember all the speculation about this is
Smoko, just leave me alone. I'm on Smoko. Leave me alone. Oh, look at that.
they're speculating about the Spider-Man movie. Who will be in it?
Yeah.
Leonardo DiCaprio. What would he play? Man, what the hell? Oh,
Those
this
were all going to be
covers.
Peter Parker. They were all going to be Peter Parker.
This cover's got to be worth something. this is a this is a great Alex Ross one. I like to have a poster of that where he's strangling the Joker who's enjoying it.
I haven't seen that. That's cool.
Why can't they make a Batman movie that looks like that? Why do they have to keep changing things? Oh, let's see what these people are saying. Don't trust Paulo. He's human, says C3PO. Not a troll. Comics not faux free, lower priced. Nothing earth shattering, but some Captain Marvel. That's pretty earth shattering. Plastic Man, quality black eye. Lots of ducks and westerns. I didn't mean to insult you, Shazam boy. I think I recognize your name. I've got Alzheimer's, so I forget. But yeah, I've got some trolls that appear under different names, and I thought maybe I was being baited. Yes, we could you come on and show us the books, or are you at home? You know what happened yesterday? I didn't tell you this, Meyer, or maybe Kevin told you. Yesterday, these three brothers came into his store from Canada, and they said they started talking about me, and he said, and he was like he couldn't believe it. Apparently, they call them snowbirds, people that travel during the winter to Arizona to stay warm from cold places, and they apparently watched the show and they came in. They have a place in Arizona about 20 miles away from Kevin's store, and they came in and um, they said they'll appear in the chat sometime. And one of them bought. I think the oldest one was 69 years old, and then the other two brothers were a little younger, and the oldest one bought three pre-code horror facsimiles. Those are like those $15 PS art books ones, and so that'll be cool. I don't know. I know that I have some Canadian viewers because I always see a slight number of people in Canada and also India. There's some one or two people in it. Let me look at my stats right now. Hold on. Do you
That's really
think
cool. It's really cool that those guys came in. And I was just reminded, speaking of Arizona, I was reminded of Jeff, one of our regular viewers
Yeah.
in Mesa, Arizona. Uh, Shout out to Jeff, and he's going through some tough times. Thoughts and prayers with Jeff. His
Oh,
sister had surgery and she's recovering slowly.
oh, I
And
didn't know about that.
yeah, I just kind of chatted with him recently about it. And so yeah, man,
Oh,
if you're out there listening, Jeff, shout out to you, buddy.
yeah, he's a great guy, man. He's fantastic. Um, well, what it shows is it shows the time of day that people watch. It shows I got 31 subscribers, but in the last 28 days, but I think a lot of them I lost because I think I only really gained 18. Um, it's it says I have 2.3 thousand. Yeah, I guess they're talking about in the last 28 days, the unique views, not returning viewers 394. So people that actually came back to watch the rest of an episode or came back to watch another episode. And it shows what time of day, each day of the week people watch. 40.7% watch on TV, which is why I don't get that many comments because they're watching on their TV. Mobile 26.6 on their computer, 25.4, 7.2% on tablet. I have 0% 13 through 17-year-olds that watch. Uh, I 10.6% 18 to 24. It used to be zero, but I think that's because of the cats in the last week. Now I've got 11.0 25 to 34 years of age, and I used to have none in that demographic, and I think that's because of the cats. 35 to 40. So this will go away unless I keep putting up cat videos, which I will. 35 to 44, 4.5%. 45 to 54. I've always had a little bit in that category, 6.3. 55 to 64, 63.6%. That's always been the biggest category, which is my age. And 65 plus 3.9%. Male 84.4%. Female has gone up to 15.6%. It was like 10% there for a little bit, and then about a week ago it had gone down to 0.8%. And I was joking that it was one girl watching that had no legs. But now it's gone. So it's definitely the cats are showing up in somebody's feed and girls are watching. United States, 72.8% are watching from the United States. United Kingdom, 2.8%. India, 1.1%. They don't show Portugal, and they're not showing Canada, but they usually do show a little in Canada. Only 5.4% are watching. Wait, are watching with English subtitles. That might be me because sometimes I put on subtitles on shows. Subscribed, 58.4% are subscribed, and not subscribed, 41.6%. I used to have a higher subscription people to watch that subscribe. So anyway, I don't know. But that one video, it went nuts, and let's see. Anyway, let me get back. I'm just broadcasting a blank screen, aren't I? Okay. Oops. Okay, 1 hour until I can eat. I see a black screen. Yes, the blank screen is when I get off of StreamYard, it gives me a blank screen.
You're welcome, Jeff. Hang in there, buddy.
Okay. Let me see what these people are saying. Oh, people are saying a lot of stuff. Paula says it's a Dale Keown Hulk, but it's a copy of a promo drawing he had lying around. As Keown was at Image then doing Pit. Then Paula says, Heroes Reborn seemed like a good idea at the time to some. I bought Wizard and Okay, I'm not clicking on the things when I read them. Sorry. I bought Wizard in a newsstand specialized in foreign magazines, says Paulo. Sometimes they even got Motor Trend alongside it. Werewolf by lunchtime. I used to buy back issue, alter ego, and retro fan magazines from Tomorrow's. Not anymore. Bloody Mortgage. Those are all great magazines, but yes, they're expensive. Shazam Boy says, I'm not technologically savvy, but think I can manage a link. Let's set it up for this week. Sure, yeah. How about Tuesday night? I Tuesday? Tuesday or Thursday, I get home early. Paula says, I'm sure I'm your only viewer from Portugal, so I may not show up in your stats. I live in a 50, Shazam says, I live in a 55 plus community in Arizona and lots of Canadian snowbirds.
Oh
Huh.
wow.
You might, yeah, you might know those guys.
Yeah.
Werewolf by lunchtime. There is an interesting article from the BBC recently on low view YouTube. Google it. Interesting reading.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely a low view. Like if you listen to Sticky Goose would consider this a failed channel because he talks about the people that don't have. I mean, I don't understand YouTube because it's like people are attracted to these channels that are. I don't know. I guess people like what they like, but I see a black screen. Oh, Jambo's here. Yeah, well, I was protesting. No, it was just I was off reading stats. Jambo, you can come on if you want. That would be cool. Thomas Fairfowl, thank you for the kind remarks, Meyer. Oh, they're very much appreciated. Oh, you brought him out. Was he commenting before?
I don't know.
Yeah, yeah, and Thomas, yeah, thank you so much for all you've done and everything, and that
Yeah.
really was great. What color is your cat, Shazam boy? What was that? Was he talking about it? I'm all confused. Okay, we are back. Sticky Goose is a wanker. Yeah, yeah, um,
Yeah, he's
yeah.
not very likable. So he's
Uh,
not likable to me.
he
Like
isn't. No, no, he isn't likable. His wife is likable, and you think, well, there must be something likable about him because she's so likable and she loves
yeah, and
him.
the baby's cute. His baby is cute too, and I'm
Uh,
not saying that he seems
and
like
what
he's a
he
good.
does for a profession is very noble, helping these these poor hillbilly. That's not a nice
Well,
word.
he doesn't come
Poor
across. I mean,
poor
maybe he doesn't
kids.
want to be likable. Who cares? But I mean, yeah, he's not. He's. I don't
He's
like him.
no, it's because he doesn't really understand. I was talking to. I don't know if I was saying this on the show or if I was talking. Sometimes I don't know when I'm broadcasting because I'll talk to Kevin and to you, Meyer, off camera, and I don't remember. Did I say that on the show or in a phone call? But he was saying recently, and he said it before, that all people collect comics for the money. And I'm thinking, oh man, I wish comics weren't worth money. I wish that I wish it was like when I was in fourth grade and I'd see a guy set up a booth at the right outside the theater where Young Frankenstein was playing. This teenager had a bunch of his Silver Surfer #1 was $5. I don't. It's interesting to me that Batman Adventures with Batgirl or some of the comics I have that might have be worth something are it's interesting that they're worth something, but I'm not planning to sell them. And I really wish I could just own because I love the comics. I love reading them. I love the art. I don't love that they're worth a lot. That it's like stocks or something. I don't really care about that. Um, so not a cat person. Werewolf. Four color fossil alumni like Meyer Paulo. Okay, hold on a second. I'm missing something. He has sheep that follow. Blake Saprick. Bloke Saprick. Yeah. Four color. Shazam saying. Shazam saying. What is that a reference to? There's an.
He's saying that he's four color fossil alumnus like Meyer Polliner. So he's been around for a long time.
Oh, oh. Have you been on the show? That show? that we used to be on. Not a cat person, Orloff. Jam, I agree. I wish comics weren't worth as much, so I could afford them.
Hmm.
Yeah, man, it's you apparently can't afford. I mean, I know it's rough, but man, I wish I had the collection of Jungle and Jumbo and Sheena and all that stuff, man. Uh, wow.
Yeah, I'm envious of a focused collection like Jambo's, like that, where it's a
Yeah.
classy focused collection. It's you know what I mean. It makes me envious
Yeah.
because I'm all over the place. I'm all spread out.
I'm your guy, Jambo. Okay. Okay, I'm not following. I was weren't with us. Oh, Shazam Boys wanted to sell the Jimbo, I think. I think I'm following the train of conversation here. Yeah, if you got some cool Golden Age, I'd like to get a few too. Does that, yeah. If you're getting rid of them, because I love Plastic Man, and that's the weird thing about Captain Marvel. I'm constantly surprised that those books aren't worth astronomical amounts like Superman, Batman, all the other heroes from that era. I don't know why they aren't, because I don't understand that. But it seems, I mean they're more expensive than I can afford, but I'm constantly seeing people talking about really inexpensive to me for something like that I would have thought would be thousands, and they say I got this for $90 or something like that. It's still too much for me, but you know. Thank you guys. I picked up some books at the con here. Oh,
Cool.
are you at a con right now? You want to come on and show them? That would be great, man. Because I'm really striking out here, showing covers of Wizard magazine. That's about the lowest you could possibly go. Next, I'll be showing. Look at my what the hell magic cards. Like you can't get much lower than that.
I finished that chili verde and got a little burn, a little singe on the
You
inside
burned
of my.
yourself.
Yeah,
They
no,
were
it's really
talking
good.
about pot pies earlier, and
Really
I think
good. Oh no, it's the
all
spice, not the heat. I got burnt. It's a little spicy. It's good.
whenever I think of pot pies, I just think of scalding the shit out of myself. Whenever you crack through the shell, and it's like
Yep, the old ones, the Swanson ones,
oh
exactly.
my god.
And even if
So
you let it
they're
cool off for a
delicious if
long
they're a
time.
little cooler, but if you're cooking it, you're hungry, and you don't expect the first bite to absolutely be Hiroshima. Someone's coming in. Why, it's Jimbo. Excellent. Hey, Jimbo, what's up?
Hey guys.
Hey, let me embiggen you. How do I do that? Man, so what con did you go to?
It was in Lexington. It was Lexington Comic Con. They have it once a year, really. And it, like all the other cons, is turning into kind of a farce because I mean, you go there and you used to be able to find some great books there, some Golden Age and things like that. But now you go there and there's the kids running around in the Sailor Moon costumes, and a lot of swords and T-shirts and
Yeah.
pop figures and all that stuff, so
Oh,
it's
okay.
it's it's kind of not what it used to be, but I did find some cool stuff though. I found
Ooh,
that I was
Wow.
looking for this is B Barbie Riders number 14.
Or-
damn, man.
And
What?
it's a
I don't want to ask you how much it cost. That's a
well, it
bad
was
question to ask.
$150 is what the guy wanted, and
Uh-huh.
I haggled with him and got him down to 120.
Okay,
But
that's
yeah, he
beautiful.
wasn't coming off of it that much, and I don't blame him because I've seen it online. It's very expensive.
Right,
I
sure it
love that
is.
Ghost Rider in the corner, that big
Yeah,
square.
yeah. It had
Yeah.
Dick Ayers' Ghost Rider story in it also. But yeah, that cover is fantastic with all those
Yeah.
shrunken heads or the heads hanging on that board back there,
Yeah.
the
Well,
skeleton and the bondage there,
but was
and the
that an
girl.
Atlas comic that was?
It was Magazine Enterprises.
Okay, which was that also owned by Martin Goodman? Is that how they got Ghost Rider into Marvel Comics?
No, I think they just inherited the character, or Dick Ayers brought it over when Magazine Enterprises went out. Uh,
I
Dick
could have
Ayers,
sworn.
I think, went over to Atlas, and I think he brought the character over there then because it was kind of his creation. So,
Okay, I could have sworn Magazine Enterprises might have been another company that Martin Goodman ran. I could be wrong. I think it might. For some reason, I'm thinking it was a company he used to publish more of his Playboy imitations because Martin Goodman was not just making comic books.
it's possible, but I mean, I'm just familiar with Magazine Enterprises and most of their Western stuff. They did a lot of Western magazines and stuff
Yeah,
like that. So that's what they were most famous for. So, I mean, he could have done like, used it. I mean, it was called Magazine Enterprises. Maybe they did print magazines also.
yeah,
But,
and then they would also use the Curtis name for the when they
right.
were imitating Warren with the
Yeah.
magazines.
I know Curtis.
And so, yeah, I did get that.
That's great. That's
And so I thought
fantastic.
that was pretty cool to find that. And I found this, found a
Wow.
jumbo I needed. This is number 147.
How close are you to getting all of them?
I'm still a ways away. I probably have like maybe 42 issues or something like that I still need to get. But there's 167 in the run, so
Do you
uh
ever upgrade and wind up with several
yeah, I do.
copies?
I do.
Do you
I'll
keep
keep
them
you in
all or
mind if
sell
I
them?
yeah, I'll keep you in mind if I next time I upgrade one. And sometimes I do buy one, like I do the stupid thing where you're out and
Yeah,
you see it and you think, oh, that's great, and you buy it and you take it home and realize you already have it. So,
because the
next
covers
time,
are kind of all similar with her swinging down or
yeah, yeah.
I mean,
So
damn.
next time I do that, I'll keep you in mind. I'll send one your way.
Well, I'll pay for it, but
Oh no, that's all right.
I
I mean,
still have a. Man, I'm getting closer to getting that box to you, but I've got to get. I don't know how to get your address. Somehow I got to get it secretly off the air. To
yeah, I can send it to you on Instagram, maybe.
do it, yeah, because I've got it over here and it's torn in half. I've got half your address, but I don't have the right half. Oh man, look at that.
Yeah, this is a Fox book, and
Yeah,
it's from 1949, and it's got
you
some
were on Night
writing up.
Tiger. I'm sorry, I interrupted you. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say it's got some writing up there, but it's no big deal. Uh,
You were on Night Tiger the other night, right?
yeah,
With the
yeah,
Good Girl show.
yeah.
I was in a gas station with the Casey's waiting to get this pizza. It was Sunday night. And I realized I better turn this down. It sounds like a slave auction. I was because it's like, oh yeah, look at her thighs, man, look at her legs. It's like
She's
I bought
hot.
this. I got this one from Tennessee Joe, and it's like it just sounded like a slave auction in the 1850s, man. It was really
That was
pervy.
funny. Yeah.
It's like, wait, Night Tiger, you're a nice Mormon guy, and it's like, oh, look at that, man. And then that guy from Canada, what's his name?
Oh,
Classic Geek.
Alan. Yeah.
Yeah, he was showing a lot of those adventure magazines, and I was thinking, uh, Night Tiger, you wouldn't believe that I have a world class collection of those. But
Oh, you should have.
but when I
Yeah.
show them, yeah, but I don't want to show them on my channel. I did it a long time ago, but showing a lot of that on your channel, you could get. I've had an episode taken down by YouTube.
Right.
Plus, it's a little. I wouldn't mind showing them on someone else's channel, but on my channel, I mean, they're great.
They're a
It's
little
just like every
risque. I
one of
mean,
them's
some of
got
the Fox books
Nazis and
are, but they're cartoony enough, I guess, where you get away with it and stuff. But some of
yeah,
them are.
well, it's up when the Nazis are feeding buxom women to piranha and stuff. It's it's hard to. But anyway, yeah, that was a great show.
Yeah, it was.
Are
It
you
was a lot of
gonna?
fun.
Yeah,
Those guys have a lot of books, man. A lot of great books.
Well, I think now you're up there with them.
I don't know about all that,
Your
but yeah, thanks.
your collection, I think. I mean, your collection's very focused and very. There's a dignity to your collection. You're not just this is old, so I'm going to get it. You're getting stuff that's I don't know how to say it's a
Right.
very
I mean, yeah, if it's
curated collection.
jungle orientated, I'm attracted to it, so
Well, yeah, yeah, but everything is like really cool. It's like if John Wayne collected comics, this is his collection. It's like a very masculine collection. How would you, do you Meyer, can you
I
put
know
this
what
in
you're
words for
saying, but
everything?
yeah, I don't.
It's not a sissy collection. Not that theirs were.
That's a
I didn't mean
Schomburg.
that. Yeah, that's great, man. That's
And then,
great.
yeah, Captain got on there. Hans, he
Yeah,
got on and showed some great books too. I mean, Hans has a outstanding collection, man.
yeah, man. Well, yeah.
If you're
Eh,
just seeing all of that, I bet he's got stuff that he doesn't even remember he has anymore, and uh, some
yeah.
fantastic stuff,
Well, that's the thing. If when he moves, uh, he's going to uncover a lot, but
Yeah,
that's going to be a Herculean task for him. He's going to have to hire a lot of people to do it, and then the paranoia is going to set in. Could they have taken this? I can't find this and that, and it's
yeah.
like it's just so horrible. Uh, and I just, I, man.
Or like you experience some things get lost, and you don't know if they took them or they just got lost.
Well, I found most things, but I know that a couple of things were stolen, and there's the kind of things that meth type people would steal. Like there was a big hot rod trophy. I didn't win it for my hot rod because I don't have a hot rod, but I
Right.
had one for some car show from the 50s or 60s. It was real tall, and that one's gone, and a couple other things. I think that All Star Comics, the one that you sent me a replacement for, I think that one was not from the move. And I think there was some, I think I can isolate, because I've thought who was in the house back in Texas. And I think I figured out who that could have been.
It's a
But
shame,
that's,
but I've had the same thing happen. You have friends or people stay over and stuff
you
like
know,
that, and you don't want to think that, but then stuff is still missing.
well, the only people that have visited here are perfectly honest people. Strange Life and
Right.
Graphic Man, they don't take things. So, and uh, I would trust you or Meyer to visit, and there's
Yeah.
a reason to visit next year. They're going to have the 150th birthday party for the country. Trump's having like a World's Fair for an entire year, about an hour from me. So if anyone wants to
Wow.
visit and hang out here to go to that, that should be amazing. Because how often in life do you get to see a World's Fair?
Yeah.
That kind of thing. Of course, with Trump being the guy behind it, who knows what kind of trash will be there trying to throw Molotov cocktails. But
Yeah. That's
anyway,
crazy. So
yeah,
yeah,
let's
I
do the
was.
comics. I talk too much.
Oh, that's okay.
Alley
I
Oop is
was.
a great book. Yeah.
Yeah, these are very cool. Uh,
Look at
I was going to this con, right, and there was some people in downtown Lexington now protesting. I was like,
What?
What are you
Oh,
protesting about?" And it was about uh, Elon Musk saving our country money, and I was, how do you protest that? I mean,
well, they're hoping that money was going to be sent to them for
maybe, yeah,
free so they can stay home and watch the Flintstones. Uh, Alley Oop was a great comic strip. There's
yeah,
a,
it was, and these are fun to read too. And a couple of these have Alex Schomburg covers. This
yeah.
is not one, but it's still a great cover.
There's Oh, Hans was showing. Did he show? I think he showed Space Squadron the other night, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And then
I've
I
got like
looked.
two or three of those, and they are awesome.
I know. Well,
They're
I,
really
I I
cool.
looked that up. I thought, has anyone done facsimiles? And I realized, damn, I've got a book waiting for me at Kevin's store that reprints the entire run. Do you realize that third Atlas hardcover book called "In the Days of the Rockets" reprints all 5 issues and some other stuff.
Wow.
So
I,
it's
I,
like it's a lot
does he
cheaper
have a
than
few
buying
of
the real.
those, or does he just have the one?
He's got one in stock right now. I saw it on a shelf.
Okay.
If he would just pop on, hopefully, uh, Meyer, are you able to text Kevin and say, "Hey, Jimbo's on. He's interested in the book." Maybe
I
he'll
need
come on.
to get with him anyways. I think he might have a book or two he's kind of holding on to for me, so I need to
Yeah.
probably get with him and get those.
Oh, that's cool. Always getting cool stuff. That's one I got when I was a kid. Yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't aware that was a Jim Steranko cover, but it is.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. You can tell.
Yeah.
And of
So
course, Theodore Sturgeon wrote at least one Star Trek episode.
yeah, I
Was
don't
it
remember the episode, but yeah,
was it Wolf in the Fold or no?
was it that
Not
one?
Wolf. No, wait, it wasn't Wolf in the Fold.
I, I
I
don't
used
remember.
if you'd asked me in 4th grade, I could have told you all of them
I
before the
used to. I'm
dementia
like
set
you. I
in.
used to know all the episodes and who was in them and all that
Oh, sure.
stuff. But that was about it. And me, like Meyer, I did get this from a local shop. So
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, it's
And
great to have. You can read it and not worry about damaging it.
oh, he just got in at the store. There's a facsimile of, you might know the exact issue number, that Detective Comics from the early 40s with the castle with Batman looming over it. That was
31,
later,
Detective
thir-
31. Yeah.
that later was done by Neil Adams. He's
Oh
just,
wow.
it's beautiful. To me, I can't see how anyone that collects comics would not buy this facsimile. It looks gorgeous. If he
So
would just come on, it must be a real busy day for him.
it
Because
might
Yeah,
be.
it's
Was that
really
the bigger size, like the actual Golden Age size? I know DC came out with
no, I don't think so.
okay,
When they did that, when they came out with that one that was actual size, they actually made it too big.
right.
And they decided, let's make the pages all turn brown around the edges so it looks like a real old comic. So they did stupid things with it.
Yeah.
So I
It was
never.
it was on the old newsprint and stuff, which I'm very happy with. I wish that all the reprints they did were on the newsprint and
Yeah,
actual size, so
yeah.
but definitely DC does it way better than Marvel does. So
Oh yeah, they do. Yeah, Marvel, like that Daredevil you showed, they have to have the little thing that says
yeah.
Marvel and the barcode on the front and stupid things. Yeah, DC tries to make I think the interior pages kind of look matte, like not glossy.
Hmm.
Although having a Fantastic Four #2 with glossy pages is kind of neat. They're doing the first 12 issues. I don't know if you know
No,
that.
yeah, yeah. I seen your show the other day, and you were talking about that, and I didn't know about it until I heard you say it, and yeah, that's great. I hope they do, and I mean,
Yeah. So I think Kevin just got the second issue. Yeah, because I just got it in the mail from him.
okay.
And
'Cause I had at one time now. This was back when I had my shop and stuff. I had a 1 through 100 complete, but now I had a couple issues that had some problems, like my #3 FF was a remainder issue, like somebody had sent the title back, to
oh
get credit, but it was still a #3, and then my #1 was probably a good minus or something like that, so
yeah, well, Daredevil used to be one of the books that was most affordable.
right.
Uh, Kind of like an X-Men. Well, X-Men kind of was, except for the early,
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, I meant Fantastic Four is the ones I had, the 1 through 100 of. Now I
Oh yeah.
had a lot of I did have a Daredevil #1 also,
Oh
but it was not fantastic either. It wasn't in the best
yeah.
of shape. And like you said, it was more affordable of all the keys that Marvel had. It was probably the most affordable one.
Yeah, I'd like
Big
to get
key.
those Wally Wood issues of Daredevil.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, I've gotten a few early Spider-Man books recently from Kevin, but I never got them when I was a kid because they just seemed too. I couldn't afford them then. I still can't afford them, but I figure if I
Right.
get a few here and there, maybe.
Even then, they were kind of pricey and stuff, and that's probably the main reason I don't collect Spider-Man and X-Men is because they're just so pricey and stuff,
Yeah,
and kind of like what you said, I'm focusing on, Golden Age jungle stuff. I don't want to, start trying to collect something like that and end up spending money on it.
yeah,
They're not cheap, like you said. They're not cheap. They're great. They're fantastic. Some of Lee's best stuff with Ramita and all those stories were great. But yeah, who can afford them?
yeah. They were expensive then, and but the Fantastic Four comics, I could afford a lot of those.
Hmm.
It's just not, but the ones I couldn't afford are now being reprinted, the first 12 issues, and I think DC might be doing a similar thing with the first appearances of the Justice League because I think they just done the third appearance in Brave and the Bold. Uh, Meyer just got a copy of it. He could probably show you if he comes back on. I don't know if you saw it earlier.
No, I didn't see it earlier. I was.
Oh,
I'll pull it up right now.
oh
I
okay.
wish
You're
they
gonna show.
would just Marvel. I mean, if they were smart, they would go back and just start printing. I mean, not only like the key books and things like that. Just start printing all the books. That from back in the day.
Yeah.
They were so
What?
much better, and I mean, they try to get kids to read the stories and pick up on the characters. Well, I mean, if they reprinted some of that great old stuff, I mean, any kid with any taste would, pick it up and start reading it
Yeah. Well, they
and
need to
enjoy it.
reprint them in hardback form in books about a little bit bigger than a TV guide.
Hmm.
Because that's the format that kids love. Because right now, comic books are really popular with kids, but no one knows it because they're not the type comics that are sold in comic stores. But Dogman and this Cat Kid series of books are huge, and those are comic books, and they're in a format where you could check it out of your elementary school library. If they started printing those early Spider-Man books, because when they did the reprints in paperback form in the late 70s, the print
Hmm.
was too small. It was miserable to read, even as a kid. Now I couldn't read it at all. See
See, look
this?
at that. That's awesome.
Yeah,
Has a
this
real
you
good
just
feel to it. The colors are really great.
Right.
yeah. This is a book that came out Wednesday in
Okay.
comic shops.
That's freaking awesome. I mean, and if you were a kid, I would think you would gravitate towards something like that and want to pick it up and read it. Still, I mean,
I
if you
really
were
like
into comics at all.
this artist. Is it his? Is it Mike Sikowski? Is that the right name, you guys?
Yeah, I think you got it. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's Mike Sikowski. So he didn't do much. I mean, the only thing that I have, I've got some other Justice League reprints that are. I really like how he draws Batman. Really, I
Yeah.
like how he draws Wonder Woman. Everybody, he drew Wonder Woman great.
Yeah,
It
yeah.
looks like almost like a golden age Batman, really.
Yeah, and that's kind of how he draws him. It's I was looking at another issue last night that was also by Mike Sikowski, and it's really cool, man. I like his design. Um, look at that. That's cool.
See, that's awesome.
Well, we're up at lunchtime talking about stuff that can't be reprinted. Race. Well, that would be the case with probably the Mandarin and Iron Man. I mean,
Yeah.
Even just
Well,
yeah, there's ridiculous things that people get sensitive about.
Somewhat. I mean, yeah.
Just with women being needing a guy to save them, some people get upset by that. You know, it's just ridiculous. But when they show old Sesame Street episodes from 1969, 1970, and they have to put a little warning in front of them, this reflects antiquated ideas. Like, what? maybe, maybe antiquated ideas about education. Paula says Mike Sikowski was a staffer at Timely during the 1940s. He did a lot of the funny animals. He continued working for Martin Goodman until the Atlas implosion on all genres.
Cool.
Yep.
Yeah, but all that racism and stuff wasn't as bad in, you know, the Silver Age as it was in the Golden Age. So,
Yeah,
I
yeah,
mean,
it would be harder to
I,
reprint the Sheena comics, and
yeah,
I don't think the Spirit stuff could be reprinted today
right.
very easily.
No.
Even the early Captain Marvel stuff, you know, I don't know if they would have Steamboat in them and things, you know,
Yeah,
but
Hey,
and
Jimbo, do you have any Babe comics by that guy Booty Rogers?
the Hillbilly comic. Yeah,
Yeah, Babe. It was kind of like a knockoff Lil Abner, kind of
yeah,
like
yeah,
kind of racy. It was kind of racy, I think.
yeah. I don't have any of those,
yeah. That
but
was
I figured you would have.
that kind of discriminated against us hillbillies, you know. So
Yeah,
Well,
I think it did. It really crossed the line. There was a lot of stuff in there. I mean, I've just read the reprints.
well,
It's really funny. It's good.
yeah, hillbillies have always gotten the it's pretty rough, man. That they've gotten it worse than any group, I think, in popular
we're the
culture.
downtrodden, I tell you.
The original marginalized group. Yep.
I liked how Dolly Parton bristled at, so I don't know, some lady from 60 Minutes saying the word hillbilly. She did not like that. I
Yeah.
think it's a word that you can use applying it to yourself, but you don't really like other people, like New
Right.
Yorkers calling you that. uh, I was, man, I don't know.
I was playing a game on online, and I think it was like a Call of Duty game, and there was some guys on there, and they sounded like they were from around the New York area or something like that, and we were all on the same team, and I was trying to give them a tip, you know, as to make things better for them and stuff, and one of the guys spoke up and said, "Yeah, listen to the hillbilly. He knows what he's talking about." I was like,
Oh boy.
uh, I don't know whether to
Jeez.
be offended or not by that.
You
What
know,
about
there is a
Bodab?
great
You ever
YouTube
heard
channel.
Bodab? Bodab before? We used to
What's
use
that
the
mean?
word
No,
Bodab in the army. It means big old dumbass boy. It's like a hillbilly. It's a Bodab. Yeah,
Bodab.
Well,
Bodab.
um,
Big old dumbass boy.
I've there is a channel on YouTube called Take's Bluegrass Channel, and I thought it said Takes, Takes apostrophe S. Then I realized this is a Japanese guy that has he must have 1,000. I didn't even know there were that many bluegrass records in the world. And I love bluegrass music,
I
but
love
I
those.
realized this is a guy from Japan that's
Yeah,
obsessed with, that
hockey.
knows everything about bluegrass music. It's
That's
great.
wild.
It is
Uh,
great. There's multiple channels like that. Japan has a real deep thread of music appreciation, and they love bluegrass and jazz. It's really interesting. There's tons of channels that are Japanese channels, bluegrass and jazz. It's great.
Hmm.
Hey, Last Frontier, my wife sent you $10, but I don't know if
Man,
she told you that it was for me or I'm sure she did. I'm sure she said it was for Gratu, and for the two Steve Mannion uh, books. So anyway, I was just yeah, I think I was telling you, Jimbo, about this artist Steve Mannion.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, I was trying to get his first two published things. Where by lunchtime? I think the reason the old Tom and Jerry cartoons, well, I think they're shown, but I think they've been edited because they used to have a maid, an African American maid, and I think they've altered it and given her a British accent and maybe done a little bit of digital fixing of the legs because you only
Oh
saw the
yeah,
legs and
the
heard the voice.
Southern lady that was always yelling at Thomas,
So I do
Yeah,
think that
that's
the
putting him out of
un
the house or something.
so I believe you can still so there's a people want to see the unaltered versions of those cartoons, and so they've made them available purposefully, like on I
right.
think it's Tubi. So you can watch. So
Oh,
Tubi has original Tom and Jerry theatrical cartoons, and then they have the other ones that came out that are the Chuck Jones ones. But
Hmm.
it has the disclaimer at the beginning to tell you this is the unaltered original
right.
cartoons, and it gives the warning. Um, so you can see them all on Tubi. I've
Yeah,
watched
I
them.
bet they're on Internet Archive too, and you can beam that to your Roku. And oh, I got it. I'll be
There's
packing
broad
them up this
consumption
weekend.
there
Oh,
of the
cool.
altering.
And where by lunchtime, Thomas? I have the DVD. Yeah, yeah. There are ways to obtain the original stuff
Yeah,
unedited. Um,
it's a shame that we've gotten so ultra sensitive and stuff. You can't laugh at yourself. A little bit. Uh,
right. It used to be everyone could. I because I was thinking I was talking about this. I don't know if I was talking about this on the show or to Meyer off the show or to my wife, but I think it was on the show. I was talking about the Norman Lear comedies in the 70s and how
mhm,
they kind of made everyone look bad and then everyone could watch them and laugh.
mhm.
Because there was an African American teacher I used to work with. Her favorite show was All in the Family, and in All in the Family, Archie Bunker said horrible things, but everyone loved him. And George Jefferson was also racist, but everyone loved him. And
Mhm.
then Meathead was supposed to be the voice of reason, but he was a moron, and everyone laughed at him. Everyone was a moron,
Yeah.
uh, except maybe George Jefferson's wife, but Archie Bunker's wife. It's like in every one of those. It's interesting looking back on it that and man, I there's a cover for spoof number 2 from Marvel, a Marie Severin cover.
I've seen that.
Archie
Yeah.
Bunker's opening the door. It's like, man, how did they do that in 1972? And then at the top, they've got they've got Charlie Brown and Lucy in the pose from the Fritz the Cat X-rated movie poster, where in the poster he's feeling the other cat up, but it's not, but it's slightly changed, but it's still like a reference that in order to get the joke, you have to know that's from an X-rated cartoons advertising campaign. And this is on a Marvel comic.
So I really liked that era of what you're talking about, where people were kind of getting away with these edgy kind of spoofs. Like, do you remember the posters at the fair that would say "Beep beep my ass" and Wile E. Coyote will have caught the Roadrunner and he's got the Roadrunner by the neck? I have
You know?
a belt buckle that has that exact image. I loved that stuff. Where it would be like kind of
Oh yeah.
raunchy.
There
You
was
can only
tons of
find it.
that at the mall. There was always a place that's kind of evolved into Spencer's, but there used to be different
Yeah,
ones
right.
regionally. Where the mall I went to was called Helen Gallagher's, and it had all the naughty, uh, little gag gifts. I've got one over here that it was just like you look at it as a kid, and you, and then it was like, oh, let's see. Oh, Gotham just sent me an image, so he must be watching. Uh, hey,
They used to sell these really raunchy blacklight posters at the county fair that kids definitely shouldn't have been able to win as a prize or buy for $2 or something, but we would buy them. And they're like my buddy had this, it was really totally an adult, like big pot leaves and like a wizard rat, and then like these mice like rats smoking marijuana, and it was a joke. It was really funny, and it was totally inappropriate, but it was just right there. It was great. Yeah, let me tell you the visual. So here was the visual. So one of them was like this rat that was like a cross between Gandalf and like Mickey Rat, and he was like surrounded by weed and weed smoke and all these rats that were high. But the best one that I saw was this one that my buddy bought at the fair that was a mouse trap, and in the mouse trap had been sprung, and there was a dead and the bait in the mouse trap was a smoldering joint, right? It's still lit, and the mouse that had been trying to get at that joint, he's been smashed by the mouse trap, like he's like smashed in half. And
Right.
there's all these other mice that are all in a line. They're all lined up, taking turns, like sodomizing him and smoking the joint, and they're all happy and smiling. Yeah, and then he's dead. His eyes are X'd out. Yeah,
Okay, here's an
That's
example of
pretty
one of
rough.
those things. Remember these things that they would have in those naughty gift shops at the mall or wherever?
Yeah,
It says, for the, let me get into some light, for that cozy feeling, and you open it up, and
like little gag gifts and stuff. What was the
yeah,
name of
he
that place?
does.
Oh, that's hilarious, dude.
Spencer's. Yeah, Spencer's was the
Spencer,
place.
yeah, but yeah, Spencer's is the one that's still around. Oh boy, so I told Kevin to come on the show, but again, I don't know
You
if he can right
you
now.
might be right. You might be busy today. It is Saturday, so hopefully
Yeah,
everybody's
well,
coming into his store buying comic books today.
Hey,
yes,
you know, you guys talking about the culture shift and about the lack of an ability to like have real humor in arts and entertainment. You know, today here in town, that comedian and ex wrestler Tyrus, the guy that's on the Greg Gutfeld show, you know, that big giant guy that was
right.
really funny. He's got a show here tonight in Grass Valley, and this is a small town that sold out. And so he's got a matinee today. It started it's almost over. His matinee, they had to do a double show. So he's doing a matinee at 2:00, and then he has the real show tonight at 9, and it's sold out. I mean, it's kind of surprising. This is California, you guys.
Wow.
It's kind of cool. I love it.
That's neat.
Guys, I'm going to probably jump off. I just wanted to say hi.
Yeah, man, it's great.
All right. Well, if you want to contact Kevin, he's
I
definitely
will.
got.
I'll give him a call maybe at the first of the week. I know I keep saying that, but I need to get, like I say, I think he's got a couple of things he's holding on to for me. So I need to get with him and stuff and get him some money and maybe get some cool stuff in the mail, because it's always fun when you get stuff in the mail.
Yeah, and that you might have all of them, but that really amazing comic called Startling Comics that had the most amazing covers of any comic I've ever seen. It's called
Yes.
Startling, right?
Yeah.
There's about 3 or 4 more facsimiles. I think they've already done about 5 coming out, but they're coming out through Diamond, so it's questionable. Will you get them? But
I
I
got
mean,
some of those from him, but that
yeah,
may have been the first batch of those. So
yeah.
yeah, I need to
He showed me
get
there were
with him
some new
definitely, because
ones in the latest. I'm sorry, Tuck.
I do like those reprints that they did, because they were spot on. I mean, the only way you could tell they were a reprint was because they were in fantastic shape, and
Yeah.
they had a sticker on the back that told you it was a reprint. So
Yeah. Do you have many of those original ones?
of the original, not that many, probably like 3 or 4, something like that.
Yeah.
But
Well, that PS Art Books is incredible.
yeah.
That's really wonderful. I wish they'd start doing Sheena and all those that you have. That's because I want to have them. But or someone just put out hardcover collections of them. That would be great too.
But
Anyway,
all
I
right,
just let
guys,
you go.
I'll watch
Take
the
care.
rest of it and stuff. But you guys have a great show and a
All
great
right.
evening, and I'll talk to you soon.
All right. Take care. All right. That was
Hey,
cool. Tim to
what
come
was
on.
that? what was that Jungle Girl cartoon from the 70s? I think it was Filmation. It was actually really good. Was it? What was?
Was it? Yeah, it was part of the Tarzan and the Super
Yeah,
Seven. Was she
had a
called
really cool
Jan?
intro with silhouettes on the intro. Remember?
Okay, I'm trying. Yeah, I was just. I
It
think it
wasn't
was called
Rima. It
Jan.
wasn't Rima. It wasn't Sheena.
Was it Jan of the Jungle?
Yes, yes, Jana the Jungle,
And
Jana
then
of the Jungle.
and then on the Electric Company, that girl, what was she? Jenny of the Jungle?
Yeah,
Do you do
man,
you know
your
what I'm
memory is
talking
great.
about?
Yeah, I do.
She
I wouldn't have
wasn't
remembered if you
particularly a
hadn't said it.
glamorous girl.
Yeah, I wouldn't have remembered if you hadn't said it.
Yeah, she was a jungle girl, and they had a gorilla, I think, with her. Oh, yes, indeed. But the I wish I could find really good copies of the 1950 Sheena TV series. It seems like it just hasn't survived in very good shape.
Yeah,
Uh,
they're really washed out. Like the ones on YouTube are grainy and washed out and
yeah,
poorly transferred. Yeah.
yeah, and there's got to be some way of getting those fixed up. That's just such a great. She was perfect. She was spot on. Tanya Roberts. I mean, she's a pretty girl. No, she was never Sheena. That Irish McCalla was Sheena, and she was absolutely. Um, okay. I will be right back. I've got to use the restroom. Uh, I just entertained them.
Oh, yeah. So in summation, yeah, I was in the military with a lot of hillbillies and bodabs, and they're some of my best friends are still hillbillies and bodabs. Kind of the core of the squad, really, typically. High percentages of hillbillies and bodabs volunteer to jump out of airplanes in the middle of the night behind enemy lines for some strange reason, but it's totally true.
I'm back. You still there?
Yep, I'm here.
What rank is that Higgs? He did he come out of the? Was he retired like a civilian Hegseth?
Yeah, I think he retired.
He was like on Fox News, right? So
Yes.
what rank was he in the military when he got out?
I can't remember. I want to say lieutenant colonel, I think, but I can't remember for sure. Don't quote me
Is
on that.
he so? It was so he when he goes back in, he's still lieutenant colonel. Wouldn't they like increase his rank in a position like that?
Well, he's not. I
What is
don't.
he exactly? He's the head of the Department of Defense.
Yes, he's still a civilian. I mean, he's not a.
Oh,
He doesn't revert back to his military rank.
so but when you're a civilian, you can still call yourself by your military rank, like General Flynn, without a
Yeah, but
problem.
usually you put an RET period
Oh,
behind it.
retired. Right. Okay. Okay. Is it possible for someone to be the head of the Department of Defense that's in the military? Is that something that's not supposed to be? It's supposed to be separate.
Oh yeah, no, you wouldn't do that as an active duty military position.
Okay.
I don't think so.
Okay. Well, it's confusing. I was just thinking that guys in the military would have to be like that. You'd have a lot of confidence in a guy like that. I heard some British guy just yammering on for 3 minutes, saying nothing, and then it cuts over to him, and he just in a couple of sentences he just states he's just so I don't know, man. All these people make me feel proud. And it's like I really have confidence that they'll settle all these wars and everything will be fine. You know, whereas it seems like Paulo's getting this information from the media there. That just everything's horrible. I don't know. I just, you know, who the heck knows?
Yeah.
Well, let me see something here.
Well, I can tell you that a giant morale shift happened the day that Fort Bragg was renamed Fort Bragg again. Even though it's
Yes.
a different Bragg, it doesn't matter. It just needs to be Fort Bragg. Everyone is behind. The only people that are not behind the current administration that are active duty military are the people that shouldn't be. That are it's just my opinion. But all of my
Well,
friends and all the people that I know that have a similar military background to mine, they're supporters of President Trump
well,
and his
I
cabinet.
think it was a tricky move by naming it after a different guy named Bragg that would keep it from being changed back. But if anyone was ever stupid to elect another person of the other side, they'd
Yeah,
just change
because
it back. But you'd be no reason to change it back for a World War II hero who's
well,
fighting against
speaking from
Nazis.
lifetime experience, it doesn't matter who the person is whose name that is used for that location. That name, that location represents something deep. It's like a deep,
Yeah.
deep thing to people. And
I've heard it
so
all my life. My dad's saying Fort Bragg this, Fort Bragg that. It's just something, it's part of America. And Mount McKinley, that's just, I've always heard that. It's like, so if they can change things, then why can't he change it to the Gulf of America?
well, we did, or he did. It is the Gulf of America.
Yeah. So that, I just think I can't believe that it's the next 4 years are going to have this kind of entertainment. It's so much better than comic books.
Think, like I was saying, think of all those Canadian comic book collectors that are just being destroyed by postal rates. Just think,
Yeah.
as the 51st state, if you're a comic book collector and you live in Canada, it's going to be so much less expensive to get comic books, shipped to you in Canada. There won't be any
Yeah.
more international shipping. So
Yeah.
that's
That guy, what is his name? The guy that says, "Hello, my fellow." What is his name?
yeah. He's going to save a bunch of money on.
Yeah, comic collector geek. He gets all his books sent to one address somewhere up in northern United States. And then once he gets a giant amount together, they put it all
Yeah,
together in one box, all these
yeah,
orders from different places,
saving
and then they
shipping. Yeah.
send it to him one time and helps him save all those different postages if it was sent to him directly. So he's got that figured out, but it's an extra step and it makes you wait months and months and months. And then he forgets what he's ordered. And it's like Christmas for him. It's what I remember him saying. So, yeah, he get everything sent directly to him. But I think it shouldn't Canada be divided into different states. Then we could have we'd have a lot of stars on the flag. That's a big damn state. I don't know about that. They could really outvote a lot of they would have a lot of representatives. They
No, not really, because they're all kind of concentrated into the city areas. I think about 80% of Canada is unoccupied.
Yeah,
And
I saw that a meme the other day, and it says like, why does no one live here? And they showed that only everyone was just living on the southern part of Kent. And then I thought, well, what is it? And so I looked it up, and they said it has permafrost. It's hard to
yeah,
build
it's
houses because the ground's always is that
polar bear territory. It
so
is.
it's like living in it's Santa Claus land, right?
Yeah, the Yukon.
Or yeah, it's like Dudley Do Right territory. Huh? Oh boy,
What was his name? Yukon Cat. And what was
Yukon Cornelius, yeah,
the French guy, the rat that was the villain?
savoir
Savoir
faire.
faire is everywhere. Ha 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 ha.
these are their biggest cultural heroes, aren't they? Sergeant
Savoir-faire.
Preston, Dudley Do Right, Savoir. I need to be nice. We got Canadian viewers, but
And Celine
I'd be
Dion.
proud of those being the national heroes if I lived there. Uh, they got to get that Castro guy out of there, man. I thought he was going to quit, but he keeps sticking around. More Werewolf says, I may have a mortgage, but I'm still going to treat myself 1 week to a pizza. Can't wait. Once.
They'll figure it out. It all fits together. I eat it.
How
I get
about
my
we make you a state too, Australia?
I eat gas station food.
I think Australia would be. How many states could we turn Australia into? In Japan, they'd make it nice. They'd be several states. Um, I wonder if he can actually finagle that and get Canada to be a state. While we were doing the show earlier, I went to a black screen and I was looking for something, and you guys probably didn't know why. It was because I saw it popped up. Canada is now the 51st state, and I guess someone on Truth Social or Twitter X had put that, and then I went in to look at this. Is this? And everyone was saying, "What is your source?" So it was just someone stating that to be funny. But I was thinking, did this really happen today? Because everything is so wild. I almost would believe that that just could magically happen one Saturday afternoon. Because it's like we're living in it's really not like this really is kind of like living in a dream world where things are a little it's just
So the
but
Canada thing, I believe, is mostly a troll. Okay, if not completely a troll. Calling him the governor and pushing back on the tariffs. It's very much like a bullying tactic. It's
it
it's like
is
it's like how
it's
you
like
make
a
fun of it totally is. So I mean, I don't think that this is a serious. I don't really believe that Canada will be the 51st state, but I do think that they're going to need to start paying and carrying their own weight. And yeah,
hey,
and maybe
is
stop being
this
so smug.
mold, guys? This is
Maybe be a little
I just
friendlier.
I just
And
opened this
don't boo the national anthem, because I'll never forget them booing the national anthem at that hockey game.
yeah,
Or that
yeah.
guy Mike Myers the other night on SNL wearing some stupid shirt. So
Ah,
uh, so they're so cringe. They're their own worst enemy. It's hilarious how lame they
yeah,
are. And
yeah. Well,
South
they've
Park
got
was completely right
remember
about that F Canada thing in the South Park movie and Bigger, Longer, Faster, whatever it was.
yeah.
That was great because they were right on target. Canada
You
sucks.
remember Bob and Doug McKenzie and that Rush song "Take Off"
Yeah.
to the. Is this mold or what is that? Is in this damn dog food that I just
I
opened?
don't know. Speaking of Rush, I love Rush. That's a great band. I've
Yeah,
seen them multiple times live in concert. That's a great band.
I shouldn't feed this to the dog, right? Is that something bad? This white
It looks
stuff?
moldy to me, but I don't know for sure. I don't know. Is there an expiration date on it?
Uh, 12. I think 12 on December 9th, 26.
Oh, then that's still okay. That's just some goo on the edge. Maybe just scoop around the goo.
What goo looks like that, man, with white spots? I don't know. I'm not gonna. I don't think I should feed
And
this
then
to
maybe
her.
don't. Maybe don't.
I guess,
Taste it yourself. Why don't you use yourself? A little
uh,
give a little taste.
I don't know about that, man. This isn't right to feed this to her.
Is
Uh,
that like a fancy feast? Is that what that is? It's like a little.
it's like Hitler
Oh,
or
look at
whatever,
that
Caesar.
guy. It's Caesars. Look at that little guy.
Yeah, man. I think this maybe should be the last time I buy this shit, Dollar General. I don't know about that, man.
Oh, that's Dollar General. Oh, maybe it's been
Or I
in the.
might have gotten it at Hy-Vee. I don't know where I got it, man. But I don't think I should feed. That looks questionable.
Yeah, maybe it's gone from a high temperature to a low temperature back to a high temperature or something.
Well, that wouldn't surprise me the way it's been around here. Let's see. Hold on. See this one. looks okay. Oh shit, dribbling juice on the floor. Let me get rid of this out of the house. I
I'm
think
glad
there's white
Jambo
mold
stopped
and
in.
there's black mold.
I really enjoy Jambo. I love his collection, and I just like his friendly demeanor. I like Jambo.
Yeah. That was all a nice crowd. The some of them have weird quirks, but Night Tiger was cool, and he was cool, and Strange Life, and the geek from Canada is he's got really good taste in books. Um,
Yeah.
Sometimes I cringe a little bit with the so yeah, but you know, everybody's got the I can't really talk because I have a lot of weird things I say, I guess. Okay, man. I don't know about that mold. I hear mold is healthy, but I don't know about that. So, what are these humans saying here? Last frontier. We might have to just take them over. After they said they should ask France should set up to set up nukes there to aim at the USA because they consider Trump an existential threat. Yeah, I think I do remember. They
Oh my
want Europe to protect them from the evil United States. they they have an army of what 12,000 people. I think is what I heard. That's like there were 2,000 people in my high school. So that's like six high schools in a mid-sized town city. They really kind of rely on us. I think. Um, I don't know, I'm talking completely ignorantly. I don't know much about the Canadian military, but
So I've
I,
done some cross training with some different, and not just cross training, but also some deployment activity with other services from other countries. And um, the most positive thing I can say about anybody is the Australians. They're the most like us. Like an Australian paratrooper is like an American paratrooper, but maybe a little has a higher alcohol resistance level. I would say they can drink more, but otherwise it's the same mindset, and we can completely hang out with each other and talk and be friends from the get go. Everyone else
because
is not like that. Only the Australians are the only people that we immediately click with.
well, Canada and the United States are kind of. It's really
But you think it would
we
be
share a
Canada.
culture. We
You
share
think it would be
music,
Canada, right?
movies,
But it's not Canada.
huh?
I was saying you would think it would be Canada that we would click with, right? Because they're practically us. And you think that I would have experience with Canadian paratroopers to say good things
Oh
about.
wait,
But
I thought that's what you said. What I misunderstood. I thought you said the Canadians were like what? Which ones were the French were?
The
Oh,
Australians,
Australians. Yeah, well, Australians, of course. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, well, the Australians are tough, and have the same. Yeah, they have a lot of the same culture with us.
they would come and train with us at Fort Bragg on a regular basis and stay with us.
Okay. I think their governments become very author, dictator, like Porky Pig, dictatorial, authoritarian. That's the word I was trying to say. Authoritarian. No, it seems like they were things that were done to the Australian people, and a lot of them just went along with it. That I think that during the whatever lockdowns, that I would have thought that the Australians would have been tough enough to stand up to, but you never really can tell. The World War II generation's gone. They waited till they were pretty much all gone before they started pulling those hijinks, or not in their 90s, they wouldn't have been able to get away with rolling out a COVID thing in the 50s, or that just wouldn't have happened, or 60s when those guys were, Nick Fury age. Oh boy. I guess I need to see what's at this restaurant. Let's see here, man. Oh, my wife has posted. My kitty Mary got checked out by the vet today for the first time, and it's a boy. I'll be thinking of the renaming process all day long. Oh boy. Yeah, that was kind of a shock. Uh,
Or these Johnny Quest comics look great. I'm looking through one from right now.
oh, there they are. They are great. Let's see. Okay, my wife's want my order. Shoot. Blah 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 blah. Um,
Bandit.
that cartoon was so fantastic. Baked potato and mac and cheese.
I didn't know what Haji's name meant. I didn't know what the Hajj was until I was in Saudi Arabia and learned
What
about
does it mean?
Mecca. It's the Hajj is the journey. It's a religious journey that a male Muslim takes to Mecca to pray at the
Oh,
temple in Mecca, and that person is called a Haji. But Haji, he's Indian, right? But that
oh.
it's I think it's a Muslim term. I mean, that's where I heard about it. I was like, whoa, the Haji. I was like, whoa, that's
Well,
strange. But yeah,
when you think about it, in that cartoon, there was no racial. There was nothing making fun of him. He had a slight accent, but he was just as. There was nothing silly about him. He was just as credible, a cool boy as.
yep.
Uh,
And also, they didn't say nothing was that negative was said about the homosexual relationship between Doctor Quest and this
oh,
man.
stop! He was his bodyguard. No, that's not true. But I was thinking, in the '90s when the Batman the animated series started, my thought was this. When I saw the first couple episodes premiered at the Dallas Fantasy Fair, they showed it to us a couple of months before. I guess it showed up on Fox Kids. Uh, I thought this is like as good as or close to Johnny Quest, and I think it probably was just as good as it was on par with Johnny Quest. That what they did with the Batman
Yeah,
cartoon, and trying to make it like a continuation of the Superman Max Fleischer cartoons. What if Max Fleischer had gone on and done Batman? That's what it was. It was even kind of set in that, almost in that film noir 30s world, and but also modern times. So much superior to what Tim Burton had done in the live action movies, and so much better than what the comic books were doing. uh, that really, because it combined all the different eras and everything. And
what it creates a timeless entry point for people that don't know anything about comics.
yes,
Like I mentioned earlier, my son had seen the animated series before he read the comics, so he was influenced and inspired by good things. Like he probably saw the movie Wizards. I probably showed him Wizards on VHS before
yeah,
he read a Conan comic, and there was,
yeah,
you know what I mean? There was something about little things that can pique a kid's interest and make them interested in what we're interested in, and appreciate the good stuff, the best of
yeah,
it.
yeah. It was definitely a great time. Um, Wizards. was well, Ralph Bakshi is really great, but he can be kind of heavy-handed. I mean, the Wizards. I really loved Wizards, but it's like you can kind of subtly hint that you're really using a metaphor for this evil wizard is like the rise of the Nazis, but then he'll show, oh look, he's showing them films of Hitler. There's a swastika, and then it's like I think he's not very subtle in his using metaphors, similes. It's like he just beats you over the head with it, which is um,
I think that's a sign of the times for sure. But at 12, it didn't bother me that much. You know what I
no,
mean?
no, not either. Not me either. But I can't even imagine what it would have been like if I was seeing that Batman the animated series at age 12, as opposed to like
Yeah.
30.
And that's when my kids saw it.
There was an episode where Batman wakes up and his parents are alive, and I don't know if he was married to the Catwoman or if he was engaged to Selena Kyle, and his life was perfect. And then it turns out he's being tortured by the Mad Hatter, and it's all an illusion and dream. And he's
Yeah.
so pissed at the end, he almost kills him. Seems like that's the way I remember it. And I thought, this is as good as any EC story or Rod Serling's writing. It's so
You know, that first
powerful.
couple seasons, when that first couple seasons came out, I was living with I got out of the army. I was working at this small hospital, and my mom was going through like dual hip surgeries, and she was kind of starting to go downhill. So I lived with her for a couple years, right?
Uh huh.
And when that came, and I was working these 12-hour shifts, right? So I would work crazy hours from like 7 to 7. 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. and then vice versa, the back and forth fire department hours. And so I would get up and that afternoon she would be watching TV all day, just like like a 75-year-old lady would do. And we watched that Fox Kids time, like during that time. So my mom was watching that animated series with me the first time I watched it, and she was into it and enjoying it. She liked that Batman cartoon. She paid attention and enjoyed it.
You know,
She watched.
like I said, I think it was better than just about any of the comic book Batmans, because it combined the best from all the different eras. I think also on Fox that the Tick cartoon was better than the Tick comic book. It transcended its original source material, and I think it was actually better. But that's maybe everyone may disagree with me on that. But Werewolf by Lunchtime saying he prefers John Buscema to Barry Windsor Smith's early stuff. Yeah, well, yeah, that's understand. It's just a different take on it.
Yeah, it's
Uh,
totally valid.
um, I mean, the way that Conan looked on the covers of Weird Tales, he was thinner, but the way that John Buscema drew him, it was more based on the Frank Frazetta '60s paperback Conan, where he's a much bigger guy and
It was already set in my mind because I didn't start reading Conan until about 1975 or 76. So I grew up in my mind with John Buscema. So then it wasn't for a
yeah,
few years later that I discovered the reprints of Barry Windsor Smith's early issues, and
same
I
with
still
me.
like them. But in my mind, it was like Barry Smith was drawing a younger, leaner, thinner
Yeah,
Conan.
yeah. The of course, I just realized. I guess BWS sounds better than BS, but I still think of him as Barry Smith because all through the '70s, everyone called him Barry Smith, and then he became Barry Windsor Smith, and I always joke about that. That I'm just gonna stick to Barry Smith, but that's all right. Uh,
Like John Cougar and John Cougar Mellencamp.
well, I never really took a stand on that, but I'll call him whatever he wants to be called, I guess. But Um,
I saw him in
yeah,
person at the beach one night. He's
yeah.
very, very short in stature, gentleman, John Cougar.
Oh, him. I thought you meant Barry Smith.
No,
But you know, uh, what was I going to say? I don't think, yeah, like you, I didn't see my first Conan the Barbarian experience was probably, I think it was issue 28. I don't know. He's up again. He's in a swamp with a girl behind him, and there's something with big saber tooth teeth coming at him, and it's got a blue background. I think it's maybe issue 28 or something. It came out about maybe late 72, early 73. That was the first one I bought off the spinner rack. So
East
beyond
of
that,
Lucy or something like that. I think I know
huh,
the one you're talking about.
yeah, it's a great cover. I'll show it next time I go through the Conan books. I'll show that. I mean, I've shown it before, but yeah, yeah, it
I
was.
didn't jump on until later. I didn't read Conan until like issue 41 or 42. It was like this. It was this guy named Unos. This it had like a unicorn like helm, and he was like this prince magician that Conan had to go up against.
Okay.
It was about 1975. It was my first issue. I think it was 41 or 42, something like that.
Yeah, it was great. It just seemed like
So good.
the exact time that the movie came out, the comic got lackluster, and the magazine too. It just seemed like
Yeah, I
the
was kind of
artwork.
aging out. I was aging out, and I had so many different interests and things that I had to be focused on at that time, like right out of high school. So that
Yeah,
comic just became a real secondary, even third tier part of my life. It was,
yeah, but if the artwork had stayed like the early 70s and the writing had stayed, I don't think I would have aged out. I think that it was there was a decline in quality around that time, like they were rushing it or phoning it in, or they had to get it done quicker. Oh, there's a red dot. Who could this be? Oh, Eric Breen's here.
oh, cool.
That's a
That's an
stage.
interesting thing, that aging out and then aging back in. Like many of us did that. Hey, Eric, it's good to see you, man.
Hey
Hey,
guys.
yeah.
Yeah, I would say this has been going for a while because when it started, I was sitting in the emergency room.
Oh no, what happened?
I thought I was having a heart attack this morning at the store,
Oh
and
no.
my family convinced me to call an ambulance, and it's fine now. I mean, I'll have to go to a cardiologist, but I figured, hey, since I'm home and still alive, I'd check in and say hello.
Well, what did the doctor say? Could it have just been a panic attack or something?
No, I I'll occasionally get chest pains. It usually turns out to be heartburn, and it just some reason it felt a little more serious because I try to bend down to put something away, and I could feel it, like I could feel like the pressure, and like the pain, and I tried to dismiss it, but it kind of wouldn't go away. So when the ambulance got there, I started feeling better, and then I felt, oh, man, maybe I just jumped the gun until they took my blood pressure and it was 2 something.
Oh, wow.
Oh yeah.
And then
Pretty
they
high.
gave me these chewables and a couple nitro or nitrous, whatever those tablets are, and it regulated everything back down to. Now I'm just back down to having high blood pressure, so I guess I'll start taking my medication for that. But they went and hooked me up, and I sat in an uncomfortable bed trying to figure out a shitty
Were you not
TV remote. I'm on them, but I always forget. So I got to get out of that habit, and I guess I start taking it
Okay.
seriously.
Any cute nurses?
Not no movie nurses. That I can tell you, but yeah, it was. I said it was. Yeah, just scared for a few minutes. I was not really. Once I got yeah, I know werewolf, and it's for the first chance I've had to say sorry for our collective loss on what was Rick Buckler.
He passed away.
Yeah, the not the comic book guy. He's been dead for years, but one of our favorite bands, the Jam, is my icon.
The
Yeah,
Damned, right?
Yeah,
No.
one of the three members died a couple weeks ago.
Oh,
And
man.
Oh, you're saying the Jam.
yeah,
Yeah.
Okay, but there's also some guy from the Damned that died a couple days ago. Who was that?
well,
I
it was,
did see that.
no, it was New York Dolls, David Johansen.
Yeah.
No, there's a guy from the Damned
Oh,
also that died.
really? That's rough
Yeah.
couple weeks.
And
Yeah.
Gene Hackman.
Yeah.
He was so young.
Whenever Werewolf and I are on the Comic Book Memories live stream or chat, we'll make Jam references, and Rod will pretend to understand what we're talking about. But I actually has no idea.
Well, you make Jam references, and who understands?
Rod, he acts like he does, but he wouldn't know a Jam song from a from a Damned song. So that's
There aren't many people into comics that are also into music, because in order to have complete collections of everything, you've got to devote your money to one thing, I think. But,
I've always been a huge music fan since my hippie cousins got me into the Beatles right as they were breaking up. That's how far that goes back.
Yeah.
And then my brother was always working in record stores, so he had 4,000 albums.
Wow.
So
Yeah.
I never wanted for things to listen to.
So what did the doctor tell you today? That everything was okay, but you should see a cardiologist?
Yeah, when the first round of tests, they were acting like they were going to keep me overnight, and then they took another series, and so those turned out fine. So that meant I was, getting sprung. But they said, there's definitely something. I mean, there'd be a reason why my blood pressure spiked so high this morning. So I've got to call Monday and make an appointment with a cardiologist and go from there. I'm sure that will necessitate dietary changes and
What did you eat in the previous meals, a couple of meals?
Well, I got a pizza yesterday that I split into lunch and dinner, and I've done that before. So my diet isn't anything to write home about. I know that.
That sounds like my diet.
Mine too. I eat a chili verde burrito and then ice cream. That's it.
Yeah, I hadn't eaten at all. I hadn't eaten before I went in, and so I hadn't eaten. It was like 5 o'clock. So of course, like anybody that's just had a health scare, I went to a burger place and got a big obnoxious burger, bacon burger and fries.
That was after the doctor?
Yeah.
Or before?
After. Which is, but you're talking to somebody that thought he was having a heart attack at a baseball card show, and I went through White Castle's drive-through, ate 4 double cheeseburgers on the way to my mom's house, and said, "Hey, Mom, can you take me to the hospital? I think I'm having a heart attack."
Oh, God.
So I never said I was smart.
Oh my gosh. I'll be right back. You guys can talk. I just got to run in here for a second, grab some. Hold on.
It's like the equivalent of like John Belushi. It's like your speedball of burgers and fries.
It's just, I probably should have looked for not a lot of tofu places where I live. So God, when you've been sitting in a hospital room all day, you're just getting hungrier and thirstier and crabbier. So I figured couldn't have been doing too bad if that's kind of my usual way of feeling. So
So, did they adjust anything with your blood pressure medicine, or did they say that it could have to do with you not taking your meds or something?
Oh, I'm sure that didn't help. I said, but this came out of left field. I mean, I've been trying to cut back on my smoking because that's not doing me any good. And then, it's like every time I try to get healthy, something happens. So, one time I gave up soft drinks and cut the smoking down to like 4 or 5 a day and started eating better. And then I had a stroke. So maybe I'm just not meant to, be healthy. Because the more I try, it seems like the worse off I get.
Yeah, everybody has, what is it called? I think it's called homeostasis, the body's even spot, and everyone is, you have some sort of upended homeostasis where
I must.
the body is better off, with the anti-RFK Jr. diet.
Yeah. Yeah. I was told myself I would avoid stress for the next couple of days and just relax. And so fortunately, I no longer live and die with North Carolina basketball, because in a few minutes I'm going to probably watch Duke beat them senseless again. But like I said, I've learned to put that stuff in its proper perspective. I'm very zen. So how you doing?
I'm good, man.
Good.
Same. No changes. I'd like to do just like what you're talking about. I need to quit smoking, get back off smoking, and get healthier and exercise and get out more and be more productive. But I'm kind of set in my ways. I'm pretty sedentary, and I'm a creature of habit. And in order to break my habits in the past, I need to rely on things like lists, or similar to like tying a string around your finger, that sort of thing, because I'm so set. First thing I do in the morning, my breakfast is coffee and cigarette every single day. Yeah. And so first thing I do is turn on YouTube and see what Tim Pool or Benny Johnson are saying from the night before, or the Patrick Bet David or Joe Rogan. And so then that takes up the first 2.5 hours every morning, just scrolling through my stupid YouTube feed. And so I need to like take up the first hour and a half of every day going outside and walking again. I love this new place, Eric, but I really do miss the beach. So I really didn't take into account how much the beach meant to me for living there for so long. So I really do miss that. It's a big deal. I haven't found my spot here yet that feels like the beach, as far as when I go outside and walk around.
Now, where did you move to?
I live in Grass Valley now, which is up near Lake Tahoe.
Hmm.
Still in Northern California, but inland, close to the Nevada border.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I think I saw a video where you were putting the new place together, and it looks like it's coming together nicely.
Oh, it's very nice. It's a nice place, man. It's a nice town. Everything's good. It's a beautiful place.
Hi, Greta.
It's way more affordable here, obviously.
Well,
So
that helps.
yeah, it's like a third of the cost of many things. It's kind of crazy. My rent dropped significantly for the same size apartment. I'm a lifelong renter type of guy, and so yeah, and the location is great, and it's in the middle of the forest, so there's just trees everywhere. And it's a small town.
Nice. Yeah, I would love to, if I could just like blink my eyes and go to a smaller place, I'd do it in a heartbeat. This is too much house for one person. I mean, I said I'm getting older. I've managed to fill it up with. I sold that giant comic collection. I managed to pretty much fill the rooms back up with more comics. What the hell am I doing? But I have a room full of baseball cards. If I can sell that would free up one room.
Yeah, so a lot of stuff, but not that much. We were talking about earlier about living in California is expensive. So and the square footage is small in comparison to back east or the Midwest. So we don't live in big houses and apartments like you guys. And I didn't accumulate all that as much stuff because for a lot of years too, I was living out of duffel bags in the trunk of my car and stuff. And so it wasn't until I finalized my career and settled down and got custody of my kids when they were in middle school. And then I started, building this household. And so a lot of my focus until just the last few years has been on my kids. Even though I bought toys and comics, it wasn't the main focus because
Yeah.
it's expensive to live in San Francisco and it's expensive to raise high school kids in San Francisco. So that was kind of it. And so it wasn't until like 5 years ago that the youngest one was completely gone out of the house that I started doing all this, like buying these stupid action figures and making the videos and doing all this. It didn't come, it's fairly recent.
So, guys, I'm going to jump back off here and relaxingly watch my team get pummeled.
Oh
Um,
man.
um,
What game are you watching?
North Carolina Duke for years and years and years. That was Yankees Red Sox. It was the most stressful 2 hours of my life. Now,
And you're a Wolfpack fan?
Carolina Tar Heel.
Oh, Tar Heels. Okay.
Yeah. Always been a big fan.
Dean Smith. Dean Smith.
Yes, goes back to Dean. I coincidentally started rooting for him the year they won it with Jordan, Worthy, and Perkins. But
Right.
I basically my brother started following about 5 years before I did, and when I started caring about college basketball was in '82, and Carolina happened to win that year, and I've followed them ever since because living in Kentucky, Kentucky basketball is the be all end all for most of this state, and the fans are really obnoxious. And so that's probably why I became a Carolina fan. And then about 30 years ago, I got to go to the Dean Smith Center to watch a game. And the guy behind me was every obnoxious Kentucky fan rolled into one obnoxious Carolina fan. And I realized if I lived down there, I'd probably root for Kentucky. The moral of the story is home team fans are obnoxious wherever you go.
Yeah, that's true. What was I going to say about? Oh, do you subscribe to that YouTube channel, ACC Network?
I've got the ACC network on
Oh, so
my.
you watch everything live. So I watched I watched the games on the YouTube channel. I'm a ACC fan too. So I grew up in California until like I was 18, and then I relocated to North Carolina. So I was really exposed to college basketball same time period as you're talking about, like 84, 85, Jim Valvano. I had this first sergeant that forced us to play basketball. If we're standing around by the soda machine, he would say, "All right, you guys need to choose up sides, and I don't want to come back out here and see you not playing basketball," that sort of thing. And so I got it into. I was an NC State fan. I'm more of a Wolfpack fan, but I love all those schools. I love watching Wake Forest and Duke and State and UNC. Seton Hall. I love watching all that stuff.
Yeah,
ACC is my favorite.
'83, that when NC State won it, because they had to win the conference tournament to even get into the tournament, and then won it. And that moment of watching Valvano running around looking for somebody to hug,
Yeah,
that was a great moment. Because I said, if you can't beat Carolina, anybody in the ACC except for Duke, I like. Yeah, Duke and Carolina. It's Hatfield McCoy. You can't like both. If you're a fan of one, because nobody's a fan of both of them. Some people don't mind either one of them, but
right. You got to choose one team.
yeah. And right now, Duke is Auburn lost again today, so Duke is number one, and Carolina probably won't even get in the tournament unless they can find a way to beat Duke tonight. But
Well, I hope they win, or whoever wins that you want to win. And I don't know anything about sports. I may go live. Well, no, I don't know. I might do a live stream tomorrow. I don't know. Probably not. But I might do a can show in the morning. But I got to run to eat this food I just got. But it's really nice of you to come on, Eric. That's really
thanks
cool.
for letting me come on. And that's it. If you stream tomorrow, that sounds relaxing. I might pop on again tomorrow.
Yeah, well, I'm sure you'll be all right. You just got to take that blood pressure medicine. I'm sure it was just something. Yeah. But and Meyer, I'll talk to you real soon. You can text me tonight or whatever. And
All right, guys.
All right, well,
Right.
take
I'll
care, gentlemen.
see everybody out there
Take care.
soon.
Take care.
Goodbye to everyone in the world.